3, 2, and 1. All right. Let's get this show on the road. How's it going? Oh, that's terribly out of focus. Hang on. Woo! There we go. Hey, everybody. Welcome to our very first live Shane's Craft Beer Review. See, we got a couple people in the house here. Got 7 people watching. We got my buddy Jeff Inwood over here. Woohoo! Beer time. Jeff, nice to see you, buddy. Glad you could stop by. Of course, we have my American brother TK, who wants beer. We're going to do some beer, TK. I'm actually going to, I'm going to throw you a link after I move this stuff around. I got such a shitty, cheap setup here. Damn it, I can't hear anybody. Because you guys aren't on yet. Let me see if I can send you the link here, TK. I believe it's here. Copy to the clipboard. Let me move my camera over here. I got such a rinky-dink setup. Okay, TK, you should be able to grab that. Drew, if you want to jump in here as well, feel free. Just click the link in the bottom there if you can. I think if I click on this, it works. Something like that. Oh, all right. Who else we got in here? We got Kiro Kelman. I have absolutely no idea who. Oh, there's Drew. There he is. How's it going, buddy?
Hey, how's it going?
Good, buddy.
Good.
I'll split you up into like. There we go. Apparently, I don't know if I'm pronouncing this wrong or not. Kiro or Kirio? He's excited. Whoever that is. And I'm probably butchering the name really bad.
So what's going on, my friend?
Not much, buddy. I just thought we'd get a couple guys together, have a couple beers.
Oh, why not? This is awesome.
Yeah, I've never done a live one before.
You remember my background, right? You know this.
Oh,
yeah. You know where I am.
Absolutely. You're in the living room.
This is great. So my first beer, because I brought out the other one, but I'm just having a bush.
Of course you are. You see what I got to put up with, Jeff? Guys like this drink bush all the time. All right, I gotta just try and fix my microphone here a little bit. Have echo cancellation. I don't know. I'm the only one probably getting echo out of this. So.
Well, are you getting echo? Because I don't hear an echo.
I'm getting it in my headphones.
Are you?
Yeah.
Were you getting an echo before?
Well, no, it's the first time I've done it.
Okay, no, I mean like 2 seconds ago when I first got on, were you getting an echo still?
Yeah, but it's just me. Like when
it's just you, yeah.
The echo leaks back into my earphones.
That's weird because I can hear you perfect.
Just a second here.
What's up, Joe?
Here's my boy TK.
TK.
Going to get a beer.
Hey, what's going on, buddy?
Chilling in the garage. My cat's tied. He knows the beer fridge is going to get open.
Hey, Paul. How you doing, buddy? I'm sure you're probably not having the beer, but if you want to have a soft drink, if that's your thing, whatever, man. That'd be
man.
Cool.
So, Shane, where are you drinking, buddy?
I'll give you two guesses because one of them might be wrong.
Okay, what?
You get two chances at this.
Okay, all right. Is it one of these?
Kind of look like this.
Yeah, like that.
I just saw those.
Anybody who hasn't had one of these?
Oh,
this is the Theater of Madness Monkey Brewery. The highest rated beer I've ever done on my channel.
So good.
And an amazing pumpkin beer.
It's so good.
Yeah. If you get a chance to pick this up.
You know what we should do is just buy a bunch and send them down south.
Well, you can get them.
Getting them out here, man.
Honestly, we should just mail them down south because they need them.
How you doing, Paul? Thanks for tuning in. Oh, yeah, I'm gonna try the
Computer Madness.
All right. Hey, Shane,
Yes.
do you got one of these?
No, I got my Wilson Keating. The old standby. My glasses keep stealing on me.
Another one. All right. There it is.
All right.
All right, so let's get.
Hey,
Hey, there's Brian.
Oh, I poured this wrong.
This
Now
wrong.
Brian's
Brian's here.
Next one,
Next one, Brian. I'll pour it for you.
All right.
All right.
Smells like
Smells
delicious.
like
I'm gonna
delicious.
wait for TK to get his beer in the glass. Can you see the link?
There you go.
There you go.
I sent
I
it
sent it a little bit earlier.
The finest
Craft malt liquor.
What's that plug?
Oh, malt liquor.
Yeah. Nice.
Just did a review on this one. It's actually
shockingly good.
I saw you post that earlier. I gotta watch that one still.
Anyway, guys, while we're here, let's talk about some beer here. Beer-related
stuff.
I've almost kind of come at a little impasse with my channel. Whose YouTube is it? Mine? Brian says somebody's echoing. Probably me. Is that mine, Brian? Drew, say something.
Hey.
And TK say something
as well.
I don't even know if TK's there anymore. It might be him.
Yeah, but
Anyway, so this little impasse I've come to. I'm starting. You think it's TK, Jeff? All right, thanks. I think you're right too. I feel like I'm starting to run out of creative ideas for my channel. Like a lot of them are just the past ones I've done with past weeks have just been, hey, here's the beer. This is what it tastes like out the door. Whereas before I was doing, I had the green screen stuff, and I was doing all the fancy stuff like that, different themes. And now I'm just kind of like, I can't think of anything.
So?
What? It's me,
Paul?
Paul says
it's me.
Do I sound echoey,
Drew?
No, not at all. I literally have no echo on my end.
Okay, well, it's not because I don't have any speakers on. All I've got is my earbuds. So that can't be picking anything from me.
And I got nothing on except my phone.
Oh, sorry. TK, you back there, buddy? I just saw your little finger.
You're welcome. Mention my name.
There you are. Oh. Paul, where's that coming from? Where's it coming from?
Yeah, I'm muting mine and it's still coming up.
No, Brian,
I don't have two screens open.
I don't even have one YouTube screen open, if that makes you feel better. Do you get your beer open there, TK, by the way?
Yes, sir. Ready to rock.
All right.
Cheers, guys.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Oh my God. That's so good.
Hey, Chris, how you doing?
Nick, what the hell is that? Necrophilia? Yeah.
Paul says
it's me that's echoing.
And I have no idea why. But you guys don't hear me echoing, right?
No, nothing.
I do, yeah.
I hear you perfect. You do.
Yeah.
That's really.
It sounds like doubled up like a slight delay of a second.
What'd you say, TK? Sorry?
Sounds like there's a slight delay like it doubles up.
All right, give me a second. I'll fix this damn thing. I guess these are the trials and tribulations.
It's a learning curve.
How about if we
try that?
Is that any better?
No. Now you have an echo.
Now Drew's got
an echo.
Yeah.
Okay, how about this?
You sound all right now.
I'm good. I'm good.
That sounds good. Okay.
Everybody's good.
Oh my god. Brian keeps saying
somebody has two YouTube pages open.
How?
You know what? No, that can't be it. No, that's not it. I was gonna say maybe I have it on my phone, but that shouldn't make a difference. Hang on. All right. No, I do not. Drew and TK sound good. It's just me.
Yeah, but you sound good to me.
Yeah, that's weird.
Right now, it sounds like it's doubling for me.
Maybe it's
something against the Canadian dudes.
Jeez.
All right, hang on one second.
Maybe check that the mic input is from your headphones and not the computer.
Yeah, I just popped it out. Is it still echoey? Shouldn't be.
No, I get nothing.
Are you getting echo?
Yeah.
Really? Hang on.
No.
Because now I'm just going like the speaker Well, what the hell? That kind of sucks. Yeah, that's right. Theater's madness. Yeah, I'm hearing that. They don't know what's coming.
So we could log out.
Me
and Drew could log out.
I guess, see if it's echoing with just you.
What?
What's that?
Am I echoing?
No, TK.
TK is.
Am I echoing?
No.
In my earbuds again. Do the mute. Brian, no. I just have Springer. That's all that I have open.
Yeah, me too.
Do the mute. Is that any down? Like this? I have to put on my next video, I think. So, TK, when you come to Windsor, me and Drew are really excited to come.
Yeah.
And TK's gone again.
I think you lost him. It is what it is.
You know what? I'm going to. How do we do that?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Oh.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. So we don't echo.
No, I
No,
can't
I
hear any
can't
echo
hear
from
any echo
you.
from you.
Okay, so I'm thinking maybe it's heading down to the States then.
Must be.
Must be.
It's got to be.
Those
Those
American
American
guys.
guys.
So, anyways, this beer is amazing. It's amazing.
It is.
I love
It's
it.
amazing.
amazing.
It's
It's
an amazing beer.
amazing beer.
Oh, it's great.
Like I said,
Like I said, my
Chris
Chris
picked
picked
this
this
up
up
earlier today.
earlier today,
Yep.
and this was his first
5
5 out of 5 beer.
Really. That's great.
Absolutely.
Absolutely loved it.
That's great. You know, and like I still slander.
Mark
Mark
Zuckerberg
Zuckerberg
about the
about the
Americans.
So yeah, no, it's amazing. I should have picked up a couple more of this last weekend, but I only picked up one. You know, I don't know why. Because I want to cellar it,
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, for sure. Try it out.
right? Might as well try.
Why the hell?
Why the hell am I echoing?
That doesn't see. We can talk to each other.
Yeah, and it's
Yeah, and it's
perfectly fine.
perfectly fine.
I think it's up here. I think it's got to be to switch over to the States. It's got to be
Must be.
Must be.
because I remember being on a live with Brian the Beer Snob, and when I turned on, it was echoey. I don't know why, but it was very echoey.
Check out this comment here.
here.
Jeez, well, so
Turn off your mic and not talk.
not talk.
That is
That's
awesome.
awesome.
So that, I want to say maybe it's going over the border. I don't know. It's crazy.
Maybe.
Because-
Yeah, but, Paul was
Paul
also
was also saying that I'm echoing a little bit.
He's
A little bit.
a 20
A
minute
20-minute
drive.
drive from me.
Okay, so a little bit. How much is a little bit?
See,
See,
I
I have no idea.
Oh, he hears me fine.
here's you
You're
fine.
fine.
I echo
I
to
echo
him,
to him,
Oh, okay.
but I don't
but I
echo
don't
to
echo
you.
to you.
No,
What the
What the
hell?
hell?
and you have Rogers. So you have the best service ever.
Try
Try
muting
muting
Drew
Drew
for a
for a
second.
second.
Okay.
Okay, I'm
Okay, I'm
gonna
gonna
mute
mute
you
you
for
for
a
a
second.
second.
Yep.
Just for
Just
shits
for
and
shits
giggles.
and giggles.
Yep.
Okay. Drew is now muted, and it's just me. Yeah, you talk all you want. We can't hear you. I got you on mute. I don't know if that actually helps at all. Jeff, you'll have to let me know. No, Drew's not using
Using
headphones.
headphones, I don't
believe.
No headphones. No.
Oh, so
Oh,
it's
so
coming
it was
from
coming
Drew.
from Drew.
How many
How
tabs
many
do you have
tabs do you have
open, Drew?
open, Drew?
None. I don't know. Can you hear me?
I can hear
I
you.
can hear
but
you, but
if you
if you
have
have
two
two
tabs,
tabs
open,
open,
What kind of tabs are you talking
on your-
about?
on your
that mute is
that
no,
mute is no
there's no echo.
there's no echo now at all.
I got it
I got it
perfect
perfect
from
from
Stoneyard.
Stoneyard Vineyard.
Okay. So what is it?
And Chris
And
says
Chris says
that mute
that
is
mute
no
is no
echo now.
echo now.
Okay, perfect.
Okay, perfect.
We fixed
We
it.
fixed it.
I don't know how. but we fixed it.
Hey guys.
Oh
Hi.
my
Oh my
god.
God.
So what is it?
Jeff
Jeff said
says it's
Jeff
the
says it's the
audio
audio
playback from
playback from
somebody's
somebody's
computer.
computer.
Must be yours.
Must be yours, maybe.
And it's
And
ready.
it's registering.
Whatever, but
Whatever,
everything's
but
fine
everything's
now.
fine
So,
now.
hey, let's
So,
go
hey,
with
let's go with
the
the
show.
show.
Jesus,
Jesus, that only took like 20 minutes.
God.
God.
But hey,
But hey,
we know for
we
next
know for
time
next time when we do a live stream.
Oh,
Oh,
hang on.
hang on.
So when
So when he was
muted,
muted,
it worked,
it worked,
and now it's
and now
not.
it's not.
Am I on?
No, you're still
No,
on.
you're still on.
Oh. Because I have no tabs open. I don't understand what's going on.
Oh, because you're
Oh,
using
because
your
you're using
phone,
your
right?
phone, right?
Yeah. I'm not using my laptop. It's off.
Yeah, so you've
Yeah, so
only
you've only got the one
open
thing
anyway.
open anyway.
Yeah.
Oh, what
Oh, what
the
the
hell?
hell?
Yeah.
Hang on,
Hey,
I'm gonna
I'm gonna
bring
bring
the back
the
in
back
here
in here
for a
for a
second.
I'm gonna try closing things. Let's see.
Okay, I'm gonna
Okay,
bring
I'm gonna bring
the back
the
in.
back in.
I'm actually going to remove you for a minute
Shane, talk now.
and just have there.
You
just have me
sound
and
fine
TK
if
here.
Drew's not in. It's got to be picking up something. It's got to be something picking up maybe the computer or the phone. I don't know what.
Oh, I think he's just using his phone, so I'm not sure.
Yeah, but right now you sound crystal clear. Where
Yeah, and
before
so do
it
you.
was constant echo. See if it changes if a third person jumps in. I mean, I use this StreamYard all the time for podcasts with my buddy in Philly and never really have any problems. So I don't think it's StreamYard.
Yeah, Jeff, you can jump in. I'll hang on a second. I'll grab the link again for you and I'll throw it on there. After I move my phone over a little bit.
We'll be 2 beers in before we start, bro.
Yeah, I know, right? Jeepers. Invite. I got to keep moving my friggin' thing around here. Copy to clipboard. Copy to clipboard. Yeah, okay. Copied. Great. Okay, Jeff, I'm going to send you this little do. Just click on that little link there and you can get here. How are you saying there, Paul? Didn't say that. Off the hammer. What? Off the hammer? What? What are you talking about? I don't know what he's talking about. Oh, there's Jeff there, I think. Did I click on it properly? Hey, there he is.
How's it going?
What's going on, Jeff?
Can you
Good,
guys
what's
hear
going
me?
on, pal?
Yeah, perfect.
Yeah, we can hear you. Yeah.
Yeah, perfect. Okay, cool. So the issue is that he's playing the audio back through his phone, and his phone is also the mic that he's using. So it's picking up
his own
the
feedback.
audio.
Oh, I
and
see what you're
getting a
saying.
loop.
I see what you're saying. So, Drew, if you have a pair of headphones, grab those because that makes more sense. Yeah, I understand what you're saying now, Jeff. Yeah, for sure.
And y'all
What are you
blamed it
drinking,
on the
Jeff?
American, I see.
What's that?
And you blamed it on the American. This is how the movie Canadian Bacon starts.
Oh, hey, you were blaming us earlier. It was okay.
I was right. That's the difference.
That's true. That's true. Never argue with a professor. I should know better. Unbelievable. All right. Paul says it's all good now. That's awesome.
Cool.
Super. All right. So TK, when you coming up here, buddy? You said me and Drew want to come
And
down.
as soon as the restrictions get eased up, Anderson was up this weekend, and I thought he should be jumping on here. I thought they said that there was some new weird restrictions in place for us heading to Canada, or else we come up pretty soon.
Oh, what do they got now?
Anderson is on the chat. Ask him, man. He's the one who looked it up. Anderson, if you're there, what's the new restrictions? Because we could hit up Windsor soon, otherwise.
Yeah, because I was thinking, I was talking to Drew there a couple weeks ago when I was down at his place, and we were thinking of because I got to drive right by Drew's house anyway to get to Windsor.
How far is Windsor for you guys?
For me, it's about I'm trying to think what it is. What, 3.5 hours?
Okay. So it's a little bit of a ride, but doable.
Yeah, it's not too bad. Not too bad at all.
There's some good breweries over there, man. I always check out that one Craft Heads over there. I mean, I go once a year, probably in the winter with my wife, or me and Anderson will go up when it's like cheap and you're not paying crazy money to stay in the hotels right across from Detroit. But it's not a bad little spot.
Oh, Anderson's saying it's the testing. Yeah, because I think if you come back, you got to get a test done or something stupid like that, right?
Don't you have to have it within like 48 hours or 24 hours or something weird like that before you go over? Like you got to have it done within some window of time that's like really short, which I guess potentially could be a pain in the ass for people trying to get, I mean, if you can't readily get a test and then travel immediately.
Right. Yeah, for sure.
But I mean, I could get it at my work. I'll just tell them I'm not feeling well and they'll give me one for free.
Well, there
I'll
you
just
go.
take the results.
Perfect. That'll work.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I'd love to do a collab with you.
Yeah, it'd be a good time, man. Go over to Craft Heads or one of them spots over there and do a video down there. It'll be fun.
Yeah, for sure.
Anderson just said 72 hours both ways. So that would mean if we get to Windsor, you'd have to find somewhere in Windsor that gives you the test. Unless, of course, I wonder how that works if you only go up for like 2 days, if you're only there for 48 hours.
Right. Yeah. That's interesting. You might have to look into that.
Yeah, I'll check it out. We'll figure something out.
Jeff, because you're asking, I found this at the LCBO right across from the keg on the hell's the name of that street, Glendale. They still had probably 3 pallets of it. So if you want to grab one of those, go ahead. Sorry, Linda. How are you, Linda? Cheers. Hope you're enjoying your time in Bancroft. Here's my beer. TK's got his beer there too. Can't remember what the hell he's drinking now.
Fine craft malt liquor. Plug
Oh yes, the
45.
malt liquor. How could I forget?
Anderson picked these up in Elyria, Ohio.
Yeah, that's right too, because he was just there, right?
Yeah. And then soon he bought me this one too, which I was hyped about.
Oh, very nice. I've heard of that beer. I've never. Obviously, we don't get it up here. We don't get
Same
it
here. It's hard to find. You have to be out west, I think, essentially to get it. But he was out in California on tour recently and picked a couple up. So I can't. I've never even had it yet. I'm gonna do a review on it just to try it. But I'm hoping for good things.
Yeah, for sure. I've heard a lot of good things about it.
Yeah, I'd hate to be the only dude in the world that doesn't like it, right?
Yeah, exactly. Anderson says you should just go and wing it.
What are they gonna do? Make us stay?
Oh, so you could have to stay an extra day in Canada.
Yeah. What are they gonna do?
Well, you know, if you stay in Canada too long, you start smelling like maple syrup and bacon.
There's worse things you could smell like. Ask Detroit.
Linda says you guys should visit and do a review on Bancroft Brewing. I can hook you up. I know someone who works there. Yeah,
That sounds perfect.
I know you know somebody who works there, Linda, and I do this with as much love as I possibly can. I know you don't know Linda TK. Her husband and I played disc golf for years and years, and they just moved up north to Bancroft, and he got a job at the Bancroft Brewing as an assistant brewer.
He's winning. I'm considering a career change, man, because this
Right?
what I'm doing is no fun. I'd rather make beer, drink beer, do something with beer.
Yeah, for sure. And yeah, I don't know if I can't even remember if he knew somebody or just got lucky with the job. But I'm like, I was calling him every name in the book. So I'm like, you bastard, that'd be my dream job. That'd be way better than, you know, toiling away in the casino for the past 28 years like I have been. For sure.
Yeah, I mean, I know a lot of the places around here. I know there's a couple of universities that have like craft brew certificate programs, teach you how to use the equipment. I know one of them around here has one that's like the craft brew industry. You learn how to do everything, or you can just go out and volunteer, I guess, and learn it the old way.
Right.
But some of them do pretty good. I mean, I don't know if you guys are watching the was it the Great American Beer Fest, but there was actually Kalamazoo Community College out of Kalamazoo, Michigan, won a medal at the beer fest.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and I just thought, shit, I need to transfer and work up there, man. If I could work for whatever school's winning beers, that wouldn't be a bad deal.
Yeah, really. Especially if they're going to, you know, win awards.
Mm-hmm.
Dave's TV is also in the house. What's up, Dave? Nice to see you, buddy. Oh, what else we got here? He misses you, LMAO, and he loves his job, casino job. So forgot. Yeah, I've been trying to forget about the casino, and it just, you know, I just got to keep going back to work, and I hate it. Which is why I drink beer, and I do beer reviews with these wonderful people like TK.
Yeah, man. What else are you gonna do, right?
Oh, do you really want in, Chris? Seriously? Okay. There's a little link down in there. Click on that. Chris is my oldest boy. You've probably seen him on a couple of videos, DK.
Anderson said Jolly Scholar at Case Western makes good beers as well. I remember he said he went out there and had a pretty terrible interaction, I think, at the brewery. The beers, I think, were solid, but the facility itself might have been some hassle. I don't know what it's like in Canada, but trying to do anything, most restaurants you go to are a complete nightmare. Service is a nightmare just about everywhere now. Like they can't get people to work, and it's like everything is understaffed. It's really tough up here.
Yeah, it's the same up here. Like restaurants are just crying for people. Like just come in and work.
Yep. Me and my wife went to a place in Bowling Green like last week. I visited my son. I've been wanting to go there for ages. Show up. There's nobody in the place. Sit down, get a beer. Finish it. I'm sitting there like a half hour, an empty glass, no beer. And I was just like, damn, like, come on. So I actually went up to the bar and ordered one myself. And they got angry with me because I went up and got my own beer.
What's up, Chris? How you doing? Oh, yeah. There it is.
Man, everybody's got it.
Another can of Theodore Madness. There we go. That's my boy right there. That's my boy.
I'm going to pick some up on the way home from work so I can try this finally.
It's by far the best pumpkin beer I've ever had.
Yeah.
For sure.
They're I don't know. This year, I will say this. This year, I think they've been a lot better than they have been previously. Maybe brewers are kind of getting with the program and not turning everything into pumpkin spice latte. But the last couple I've had have been palatable, where last year I probably would have thrown 90% of them away.
Yeah, and that's the thing with a lot of the pumpkin beers, right? Like, and me and Chris were talking about this just the other day. How like our old favorite pumpkin beer was GLB, and it was really nice. But once you compare the two of them side by side, this one's so much nicer balanced, and it's not just stuffed full of like pumpkin spice and cinnamon and allspice and all the other stuff. It's really, really nicely balanced, but still flavorful.
Well, that's
really
the key. I think it's got to be a pumpkin beer, not just pumpkin spice poured into whatever the hell it is,
Right.
and that's all you taste. I mean, you want to actually have a beer with maybe a little bit of that flavor, but not over the top. At least most people. I'm sure there's an audience for just about anything, but is what it is. I mean, Miller Lite exists, right? So there's an audience for everything. But
Yeah, that's true. That is true. But yeah,
all-time
definitely
most
check that
favorite.
one out. Check that one out, TK.
Cool.
Hey, Chris, Paul says hi. Yeah, and you don't have a microphone, do you? No, you don't, because I can't hear you. I can see you moving your lip. You're like a mannequin.
There you go. Is that
Hello.
something I thought I... There you go.
Is that
Are you on
better?
there now? Yeah, hey, we can hear you.
Oh, there, Puff. I had
Oh,
my
and
headphones,
that,
and that's what it was.
That gentleman we were just speaking about, TK, that got the job at the brewery.
Yeah.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
that guy right there. Right
Oh,
there.
nice.
Aaron E. How you doing, Aaron?
Oh,
Aaron,
Hope
buddy.
everything's good up
What's
in
up?
Bancroft, man.
what's going on, Aaron? You live in the dream working at the brewery? Sounds like a good deal.
Son of a bitch.
Sorry, as I was saying earlier, I'm over here with my roommate Kudo in the room as well. He's just hanging out watching the stream as well.
Oh, nice.
I was telling him about it, and it's like, oh, I'm going to go watch it out on my big TV if you want to join me.
Yeah, that's awesome.
What we got here? That message is for you, Chris. In
Hey, how's it going?
case you're not sure, that's your sister.
I know.
Oh,
She always changes her name up in there. It's
yeah,
all
I
right.
know. So what I was trying to say, I don't know, about half an hour ago, TK,
Hmm.
with stuff about my channel, I think I've run into a little bit of a creative block now.
Uh-huh.
Because remember, like maybe like 6 months ago or something like that, I was doing all these elaborate little things,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
different themes and stuff like that. And just over the past little while, I've been kind of sitting there, just kind of like, I don't have any really good ideas anymore. I'm having a hard time.
You
coming
got
up with
anything
something
good? I got a good Halloween one.
Got a really good Halloween one.
Yep, dude. And this is something I did years ago.
On second thought, Chris, that's not your sister. Sorry,
I think
thought that-
We
I
all
thought
got
that
to
was
do
your sister.
reviews as though we're the other beer reviewers.
I don't know anymore.
I suppose, eh? I mean, I
Sure.
did come up with one. I have one coming out for Halloween on Halloween
Mhm.
Day.
Yeah.
Um,
Well, I saw
And
the
it-
haunted house thing, right? So you got a haunted house thing going on?
it's actually a haunted tomb.
Ah.
About 40 minutes from my house, there's a
Aren't all tombs haunted? There's dead people in them.
well, some of them are just tombs, right? But this one brewery made a beer about that tomb, about it being
Yeah.
haunted and stuff. So I actually drove to the tomb and did the beer review outside of the tomb.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Who's it supposed to be haunted by? Who died in it, or what's the story? Is there something cool behind it?
Yeah, it's basically the guy was really rich. He died in like 1899,
Mhm.
and I guess just before he died, his second wife divorced him, took all his money,
Mhm.
and he was like really just going out of his mind, sick. He ended up dying. He got buried with his dog.
Mhm.
I guess he just has some unfinished business in the world.
Mhm. Is
So-
the dog haunting as well, or just him?
The dog does too. Apparently, sometimes at night, the dog will sit on the front step, like the ghost of the dog.
Yeah.
And people have said this. I mean, it's whatever. Believe what you want, right?
Yeah, of course.
Uh,
Yeah, it's still an interesting
Oh.
story. And if they made a beer, it's it makes for an episode. It's fun.
Awesome.
yes, Aaron.
Yes,
Hopkins
exactly,
Tomb. That's
Aaron.
exactly where I was. I was at Hopkins Tomb.
Let me see.
Oh, we got my man Blue Ice in the house too. What's going on, Blue? But yeah, so I'm just trying to figure out. I'm trying to get some
I'm
creative
telling-
drive for
A
different
new Halloween
ideas.
challenge. We all dress
Okay.
up like other beer reviewers. So, like, I'll be Don, you could be Brian, and we all do reviews as the other person. It'd be ridiculous.
That is awesome.
Mhm. We all do other beer reviewers on Halloween Day or something as our
I
costume.
could do Brian. I
It
think
would
I
be
could do Brian.
ridiculous if everybody started doing everybody else. I think people would get on board with it. It would be pretty funny.
Yeah, for sure.
That'd be absolutely hilarious.
I've seen enough of Brian's videos. I think I gotta come out. I gotta do like that southern drawl that he's got. I don't know if I can pull that off.
Maybe I'll do it. I'll shave my head. I'll do Don. I'll break out my best Sean Connery accent, and I'll do what I can.
There you go. Perfect.
It'd be glorious.
Give me 1 sec. I'm gonna grab another beer, and I will show you my impersonation of Brian.
Go ahead. Oh, I can't wait to see it now.
Oh gosh, can't wait to see this. This will be funny.
Oh. Okay, so it'll probably go a little something like this. Well, hello everybody. Welcome to the Hardcore Pub. I'm Brian. That's Tiger over there. He's always getting in the way. We're gonna have ourselves an Amsterdam blonde lager. It's gonna be really good in the glass. Once I pour the crap out of it,
Hardcore and all.
and totally uncarbonated all. Oh, look at that. There's nothing I love better than flat beer. Because down here in Atlanta, we all like flat beer.
This is
You guys
brutal.
don't mind. We'll just sit around for 10 minutes and let that settle before I can drink it. In the meantime, I'm going to have a good quality Canadian beer.
I'm telling you, this is the thing, dude. The new challenge. Although I did see there's another challenge floating around too. Did you see Bibulous Brian's one?
No, I didn't. And before we go into that,
Mm.
Brian, I love you, by the way. I'm not really making fun of you. It was just funny.
It works. You got to end with the Doc Holliday. I'm your Huckleberry though, and then we'll be all right.
Yeah, there we go.
It would be
Awesome,
funny though if
awesome.
other people do it. I might reach out to some people and see if they want to do it. It would be a fun time.
Oh, for sure.
But clear it with them so they don't get all angry or you know what I mean. I don't think anybody would. Everybody we deal with is pretty fun, so I don't think it'll be a problem. But it might be funny.
Yeah, it'd be kind of fun. I mean, I don't think
Oh.
any of the guys would get upset.
They saying Mad Dan. I don't even know if I can pull off
Oh,
Mad
you
Dan
could do Mad Dan.
with a fake
I'm-
parrot or something up here. Get a fake bird. That would be off the hook.
Oh, for sure. Actually, I can't do Mad Dan, Paul,
Mhm.
because Mad Dad is actually Dan's dad,
Yeah.
and he calls him Mad Dad. Oh, Mad Dan. Oh, sorry. There we go. Yeah, I could be Mad Dan. I meant to do a video as Mad Dan. I got him to send me, it's like a 10-minute clip, and it's just of the Angler's Grog with Marty. And that's all it is, just a 10-minute video. And I was trying to set up some green screen stuff, and I'm not nearly as good at it as Brian the Beer Snob is.
Yeah, he's good.
Yeah, he's really good with his green screens. So I was hoping to do that, and obviously it didn't work out very well.
It would be good. It'd be funny. I'd love to see what they have. I mean, I imagine Don would come back with something wild. He always does some wild stuff, like his Halloween one with the ghost and everything. It was
Right.
ridiculous. So that would,
Yeah,
I'm
for
sure.
sure.
I'm sure there's some talented folks out there. I'm not in that group though. I mean, when I did the one with Brian, he did all the editing or whatever. I just sat there and tried to not block up his half of the screen. That was about it.
Right. Yeah, no, and that one turned out great.
Yeah.
Like I said, Brian's really, really good with stuff like that.
I'm shocked. I mean, it looked like he was sitting there. Like, unless you knew there's no way we're sitting at the same table, I think you'd be hard pressed to pick that out. I mean, it's kind of scary.
Well, the only thing that tipped me off, and it's only because I was looking because I knew you guys weren't side by side.
The headphones.
No, it's just a slight difference in the color.
Mhm.
Like the light was a little bit brighter on Brian than it was on you.
Yeah.
But other than that, there you're getting some love there, Chris.
Oh, hearts. There we go.
But yeah. So I was going through some of my old videos this week, like the very first couple that I did. Man, are they terrible?
Oh, but they're great.
They're terrible.
Do you know what I always get worried about? Like when people first come to your channels, right? I mean, do they start looking at like your first video or do they just go to newer ones? Because if someone goes to the first one, they're going to think I'm a hostage somewhere. I mean, it's brutal video. You can't delete them though, right? I mean, it's part of
No.
the growth. You got to leave it there. But sometimes you see it and you're just like, oh my God, like the hell was I thinking?
I know, and like some of mine, I don't know. There was probably like a span of like 3 or 4 videos from like the 3rd one to the 6th one or something like that. And I don't know why, but my audio wasn't matching up with my lips. And I don't know why it did that. And it only did it for a couple of videos.
Did you change what you record on or something?
No, I didn't change anything at all. So I don't understand why it was like that. But whatever. I just leave them on there because I can just, it's one of those things, like you said, you can look back and say, oh, hey, look how crappy I was.
Yeah, but it shows improvement, right? I mean, you kind of see how far you've come, and I think you step up the production value and you start adding stuff in and editing. Where in the first ones, it's just like, let's just do this and hope I can keep it together for 4 minutes or whatever the heck you're doing.
Right.
And it is what it is. I mean, it's growth. It's fun.
Yeah, for sure. And like I said, and some of them, like some guys don't even need editing though. Like I know Drew doesn't do any editing at all. Like he just does his video, pops it up online, boom, and it's decent video.
Yeah, I will say this. My early ones, I really didn't edit much. Like now, like I'll try to throw the can in or different things. Like I know some guys will show the can, so I don't know. I've never been able to get like the can up there right so it looks like you can see the label properly. So that's why I've been kind of throwing them in the corner. Yeah, I mean, like sometimes you can get it right, but a lot of times with the light, or at least in my setup, it's difficult to kind of see it correctly. So I always try to throw them up there or throw in some stupid, the brewery logos or different things or whatever. And I don't know, it's fun. It's
like read the back on them or something so you get the little story about them and all.
Yeah. Exactly, right? Because I mean, sometimes you throw it there so other people, if they want to read it themselves, if I'm stumbling over the words or they can't understand me, right, they can read it themselves and see what's up there. I don't know that anybody really is, but at least you feel you've done your part, right? You've come through, put in that work, and it's out there if someone wants to see it.
Right. Yeah,
Awesome,
exactly. Like I said, it's good to go back and have a little bit of a laugh, right?
Sure.
It's just some of the stuff you've done.
I'm grabbing another beer. You're at 2 already. I'm falling behind. I'm putting this Pliny back in the fridge. It's starting to sweat like me in the summer.
Oh, yeah. Go put that one back in the fridge. Well, I finally got this one settled down pretty much, so I think I can drink it now.
I'll be right back.
No worries. All right. So
I'll just keep sipping on this bad boy.
Oh, I'm done mine already. See, look, I do have a fan. Seen all of Shane's videos from beginning to now. Thank you very much. At least I know that my time is not wasted doing these stupid goddamn videos. Jesus.
I watched all your freaking videos more or less. Maybe 1 or 2 I've missed, but that's about
more or less.
it. They're probably just ones you showed me while I went to go visit you, and I never just actually went to my channel and checked it out.
Yeah, no, it's all good. Anderson, I will get, as soon as he comes back in, I think he's meant to go grab another beer, put the Piney the Elder back in the fridge, but I will tell him, Brian, you're back home. Feel free to jump in anytime, brother. I think he said, I think we were talking about that earlier. I think he said he was going to review it pretty soon, if that's the same one that he was talking about. I think he said he was doing it soon.
What's that?
Oh, there's TK back. Anderson was asking about the barrel-aged blonde.
Oh, Jesus, never. It's terrible. It's been sitting in my fridge for 6 months. I don't want to drink it. Arshay's is one of my favorite breweries, but Anderson told me it's terrible and bought it because it's terrible.
Is it terrible, really?
He's the only one that drank it. I'm afraid to touch the thing.
Why he didn't like
say what is terrible about it? Like, is the malt there off, or like?
Generally, if it's terrible, there are a couple of things I don't like. Right, barley wine's probably at the top of the list. I think he said it tasted like a barley wine, which I hate. It is true. I am. Although I did have a barley wine up at Iced here this past week, and I didn't mind. But I hate them. I absolutely hate them. They taste super sweet and gross. I absolutely hate them. So he bought it. I don't know, probably 6 months ago. And it's just been sitting in there. It's a bomber. And every time he comes up, he asks me when I'm going to review it. And I'm just like, maybe this week. And I just never do.
Well, why don't you do it for WTF Wednesday?
Because it's probably an expensive bottle of beer. And I just don't want to throw it in the trash. You know what I mean? Like I said, Arshay's probably done some of the best beers I've had, period, especially from Ohio. They're really good. Now, that being said, they did make a couple that I hate. They did a New Year's one I couldn't stand. And I fear this will be the second one. Now, here's the other thing. When we tried the barley wines before, we had the Bigfoot. I wasn't a fan. And we left them sit in the fridge for, I don't know, maybe a year or a year and a half. And after they mellowed out, the thing wasn't bad. But fresh, I just wasn't digging it. So maybe I'm waiting to hold off, and hopefully after it ages enough, it'll be good.
Right. Well, and if you really, really don't want to drink it, just save it for when you come up here. I'll gladly drink it.
Oh, he says
he'll drink just about anything.
Brian, do you need the link again, Brian, to get back in? Let me know.
I'll bring it up to share it. I mean, I'll bring it up so multiple people can feel the pain of whatever that thing is going to be.
Come on, it's not like it's a puppers, for God's sakes.
Listen, Anderson and I desperately want a puppers. We desperately want one of those.
Oh my! No, you don't.
Yes, we must, just to have the bottle for Letterkenny nostalgia. We have to.
Do you want to know? Do you want to know what a puppers tastes like?
Miller Lite.
No.
What?
It does not.
Go ahead, tell 'em.
Puppers taste like, get yourself a big steel wash bin,
Mhm,
fill it with water, take a random dog, throw
mhm.
it in there, let the dog run around in the water for a bit, and then use that water to make your beer.
So Miller Lite.
No, not even that bad.
Oh man, that's terrible. I wonder, is it officially like sanctioned by the Letterkenny folks, or
It
somebody
is,
just
yeah. It
doing
says
it?
Letterkenny right on the can.
So the people signed off on that stuff. That's amazing. I mean, we had a couple
Yeah.
like that. We had one that was
Right.
that Kings Island amusement park had this blue. It was supposed to be blue ice cream, and it was absolutely terrible. And I get like if a brewery makes a crappy beer, but like you think that the people at Kings Island would have been like, no, 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 you're not turning this out with our logo and name on it because this thing is no good.
Right. I did
Well,
not
man,
enjoy it at
$22
all.
on it. Wow.
Yeah, this will make you happy.
I
TK.
told you, Anderson is very bougie. He's got lots of money for beer. He buys the
Apparently
fanciest stuff.
$22. What the hell?
Yeah, for a bomber.
That's crazy.
But he's been on
Tell you
tour,
what,
so he's
save
rich
at least
now.
half that money. Go get yourself some of these.
There you go.
I
Pushing
think
the
I saw
theater
the
around.
4-packs are about $16 or something for those, or 12, were they 12 or 16?
I think they were. I want to say they were like $3.75 a can,
Yeah.
Yeah,
something
so
like
probably about
that.
16ish. I saw them on the shelf, but I was desperately buying the last of the Oktoberfest, so I figured the pumpkin beers would hang around
Right.
longer, so I gave it a pass immediately. But I'll scoop it back up this week because I want to try it.
Yeah, pick it up. Do a review on it. I'd like to hear what you think about it.
Well, I've been hearing so much great stuff. I got to give it a shot. Now I'm
Yeah.
moving on to this beautiful thing here. Burning Beard Brewing Company Hop Mata IPA. Anderson picked these up too on tour. I don't even know where this thing is from. Let me see if I can see what city or state it is.
Yes, I will drink just about anything.
San Diego.
Except for sours.
I will drink sours. I don't like them, but I'll drink them.
I love them.
Liar! I'm just kidding.
I will tell you this. It's acquired taste. The first time I had one, I was like, what is this mess? But then after a while, you kind of come around to it like anything else except barley wines. And then you just enjoy them.
I keep trying the sours, and I know you like them, and I think Brian likes them too, if I'm not mistaken. I don't remember, but I can't. Every once in a while, like I had a mimosa sour the other day. It wasn't bad, but it didn't have that like punch in the face sourness to it, right?
I will tell you this. I think there is a great disparity between even the phrases tart and sour. So many breweries just throw these words out there.
Right.
And sometimes you get it and you're like, what the hell is this? It's not even remotely tart and or sour. And others you get it and they're freakishly sour or tart or whatever it is. And it's just, there's no kind of, I don't know, no commonality. I mean, it'd be cool if you had, like you have IBUs and you can kind of gauge bitterness via IBUs. I would like some scale, at least on the cans, to rate or gauge the sourness. So you can say, okay, this is really sour. Is this just some bullshit they threw the word
That
on
would be
there?
good, actually.
That is actually not a bad idea.
Patent pending. Don't steal it.
No, I would never think of it.
It has to exist already, right? I mean, there's got to be some measure, but like to have it, I mean, like you guys start seeing the SRM stuff on cans now about the colors.
Right. Yeah, of course.
Yeah, I did see that on one of the cans. I think
That's
I have
pretty
one that was
new,
on
though.
the Hobgoblin one that said that it had an SRM on it.
Yeah, but I mean, that's relatively new, right? I mean, like you've kind of always seen the ABV, and then I guess IBUs was kind of a thing. Now you've seen the SRMs on more things. So whatever and again, I'm sure there already is a scale that all the brewers are screaming, it's this, you idiot. But, it'd be cool to see it on the can so you can at least know, is this really going to be sour or tart, or is this just, somebody using the word and throwing it on there?
Right. But yeah, I think a sour scale might be a really good idea. Because I know, not Jeff, but his the guy that was in here earlier, Jeff, his girlfriend really likes sours. And I keep telling her I'm going to have her on my beer review show to help me review a sour. Because you're going to get a crappy review out of me and you're going to get a good review out of her. So just to kind of balance it out a little bit.
Well, I mean, that's another hard part, right? Like you get styles you don't like and you got to rate them and you're just like, what do I say about this? It is what it's supposed to be, but I still don't like it, right? So, I mean, it's kind of rough. I mean, we had one this weekend. It was supposed to be like a Mexican cake style beer. The chocolate came through real nice. It was really cool, but it had habanero in it. And I have like the weakest
I think I
Irish
picked up something
constitution.
similar like that today, actually.
Did you try it yet?
Chris,
No, I have not. I'm going to bring it over for him to try and do
for
a
a
video
review?
with it.
Yeah, because Chris said he picked up a Mexican cake beer, and I was like, I don't even know what the hell that is. I've never heard of it.
I hadn't either, but it must be spicy, obviously, right? I mean, if we're seeing multiples of them with the same kind of flavor profile. I mean, I had two habanero ones this weekend. One was like a cherry habanero and was quite good because it was just a little tiny bit of spice. And when you drank it, you just kind of got a tiny warmth, like it was a high ABV almost, was good. The other one, I mean, Anderson had it. He'll tell you it was really good. I just couldn't hack it. It was just too spicy for me. But I'm sure it's a hell of a good beer, just not for me. And it just difficultly, how do you rate that? You say this is probably good, but not for my palate. It just seems odd.
Right. So Brian says Anderson is a great cameraman, gaffer, best boy, and lighting director, etc. Is there a story behind that I don't know?
Listen, the video that he and I did, for all the diehards who stayed to the very end, Anderson was in the room with us when I recorded that one. So Anderson was in the beer shed, and we got to chatting afterwards, and Anderson was controlling basically the camera on my end and said he wanted the credits. So at the end of that video, if you wait till like the last couple seconds, he actually gets the credits for best boy, gaffer, and all those ridiculous things we all see on movie credits and none of us know what they are. He has those credits.
That's hilarious. Brian's drinking a Youngling Hershey's chocolate porter. That sounds fantastic.
Have you had it yet?
No, I haven't. I think the only thing I've ever seen up here is just their lager.
The lager.
Youngling lager. I think that's the only thing we've got up here.
I'm not gonna lie, the first time I saw that, I thought that was the Young's chocolate stout. When I saw the first part of that, I'm like, oh, that's beautiful. That beer's so good. But no, it's not the same brand.
The Yuengling one is actually pretty solid. I mean, Yuengling's kind of divisive. As they get bigger, I think people are starting to say they're macro. But I mean, when I was in college, it was kind of our go-to beer because I think you could pick up kegs of Yuengling for about $2 more than Milwaukee's Best. So I mean, that's a no-brainer, right? I mean,
for sure.
Yeah, but they start doing more stuff, so they have that out. I mean, I got that Lord Chesterfields that was sent out. In Pennsylvania, I used to see them all the time because it's a Pennsylvania brewery, but out here in Ohio, don't see them as much. The Hershey's chocolate one's pretty decent, though. I looked for it forever and then finally ran into it in a restaurant and was pleasantly surprised with it. It was pretty solid.
So I got to make a run down to the States sometime soon, or I'll just get you to pick me some up on your way up.
Yeah, tell me what you want. I think we can, bring through. I think you bring up a case on tax, and then after that, you got to pay tax on it. But I don't know that they really. Well, maybe now they'll check. Who knows?
Yeah, they might. Toilet Bowl food review in the house. I don't think I've ever watched that channel.
Oh yeah, it's awesome, dude. He reviews food while on the shitter. It's very unique. Check it out. I mean, it's honestly, I watch.
I was about to say something similar. It's like, did you just put it on the toilet and eats off it, or
no? He's sitting there eating it. It's a fun channel, man. He's got some good content.
How have I not heard of this guy before then? Like,
I don't know.
Chris, you might like this because Chris is a cook. He's been working as a cook for many years, so this might be a good channel.
Yeah, I'll have to look into it.
Yeah, it's entertaining, man. It's good. It's different. It's definitely unique. It's good.
And Jeff has a full fridge of sours right now.
What's wrong with you?
You can gas up the car. We're on the way, Jeff.
You and TK can enjoy them. I'll just sit over here and drink my friggin' whatever I got in the fridge here.
Anyway, I'm going to head out for now, guys. It was nice popping on for just a few seconds. I'll probably end up watching the rest later. It's all good.
Oh, no worries, Chris.
Hey, have a good evening.
Yeah, pal.
Take care. All right, you too. Take care, guys.
Now, this guy here, TK, that I've got down here, Jeremy Huseman. Happy to be here. Need to review more Dutch beers. Yeah, you're probably right. This guy started all of my craft beer drinking, this guy here. I was over at his house a couple years ago, and we were drinking some beer, and he's like, hey, he goes, have you ever tried this app called Untapped? And I'm like, no, what the hell is it? He's like, oh, and he showed you how you rate the beer, stuff like that. And all of a sudden, I became a badge addict.
Yeah.
He's like, oh, I got to go get the Dutch beer badge. And now I got to go get the Canada Day badge. And I went crazy for the longest time on that.
Me and Anderson actually go to the store with like a list of shit we need to get for fake badges. And a lot of times it's beers like you don't even want to drink, but you're like, okay, got to knock this out. Back in the day, Anderson might mention in the comments, there used to be some brewery out of Brooklyn, and they made awful beer. I hated their beer, but we'd always buy them just for the stupid badge. And now, like, you think about it, I mean, I think we started 10 years ago when they started. So we've been on it 10 years, which is, that's like a prison sentence, right? That's a long time.
Yeah, for sure.
And 6 Point, you just said it's 6 Points to brewery. They used to do them all the time in Anderson Valley, like when Untapped first come out. And we'd always buy these 6 Point beer. And I know a lot of people like them, but I hate them. I don't know what it is. Just wasn't a big fan. And we'd always have to buy these stupid beers for a fake badge. I think you're passing up on good beer for an imaginary badge.
Yeah, it's funny, right? And I do the same thing. I'll be like, oh, I need one more badge from
layout
from the Netherlands or something stupid, right?
Yeah, I just knocked out the Balkan one the other day with some weird beer from I don't know if remember where, from like Macedonia or Slovenia or somewhere, and it was just like yes, fake badge.
Nice. See, now up here, I notice a lot of it's like Untapped is a lot of it's American based, which I mean, I get it, right? But a lot of the stuff is like, they have the North Carolina Beer Day, and you have to check in a beer in North Carolina. Well, I'm never going to go to North Carolina. I'm never going to get that badge, right? Or stuff like that.
I noticed that they're becoming more international, though. Like when you started, it was strictly American, and then you started seeing like other countries pop up. Like I know I've seen some Dutch ones. Your buddy mentioned the Dutch beers. I know there are some you get for like beer festivals in the Netherlands and other places in Europe. And I suppose anybody that pays for a badge will probably get one, right? So I mean, if you're a brewery from Denmark and you cough up, I don't know what it costs to get a badge, you can get one. The other thing I've kind of dig, do you guys have a lot of the local ones near you, like the local badges?
There's a couple. There's not a lot.
Those were shockingly cheap because Anderson's former roommate owns a brewery near us, and he had he'd gotten a badge, and we said like, what's it cost? And it was something like $50 a month. I mean, it was something that I was like, damn, like I might get my own badge just so you could put it out there. But then I guess you have to own a location or something. Because I thought for $50, there's probably tons of people who pay $50 a month just to have a badge to be an
have your own badge. Yeah,
of course, it would be ridiculous, right? If you follow your channel and check into one of the beers that you drank this month, you know what I mean? You get the badge or something like that. I think it would be pretty cool.
Or check into one of my home brews.
Yeah.
I have all of my home brews are on Untapped.
Yeah, it will be cool. It's kind of sad to see that happens. I mean, we've put a couple on there back in the day. I made one the Sunday the Eagles won the Super Bowl. I actually brewed a beer and I actually bottled the beer that day. So I'd have the beer brewed the day my team won the Super Bowl, and created it and put it on Untapped. That was pretty cool. Nice.
I'm not 100% sure if this is true or not. Toilet Bowl Food Review says, I'll take that 100th sub.
Oh, is he your 100th? Let me see.
I'm very close to 100. I'm at like, when I checked earlier today, I think it was at 94, 96, something like that. Really close to the 100 mark.
It was showing 98 on my phone. Sometimes there's a delay, though. Let me take a look. 100, bro. 100. You got it.
Anderson, you're 100% correct.
Yeah.
But then, I'd rather pay the tax on the beer and go through without a COVID test, though, if I have a choice. Really,
we get harassed. Me and Anderson, every time we go through the border, they harass me big time. He's the shady looking one, and I get harassed. Right? Figure that out.
I mean, I've never met Anderson. I've seen him on a couple of your videos and stuff like that.
If one of us looks like they're butt smuggling heroin into the country, which one of it is? Which one of us is it? It's him for sure.
Anderson for sure. And I mean that in the nicest way, Anderson. It's just the look you got, man. Just roll with it.
He knows.
I love your whole like friggin' metal look that you got going on. It's awesome.
Every time we go up there, they harass me about guns. Like, where are your guns? Blah blah blah. What do you? I said, they're at my house. Well, where are they? They're in a safe. I said, if they were here, I would have already invaded Canada. Like, just let me in. I don't have my guns with me.
Well, Canada, we're nice people. Like, you'd come in with your gun. Oh yes, but watch your step on the way in, please. That's how we roll.
Yeah, it's fun, man. Yeah, like I said, we've been going up there for probably 10 years or more. So I think since I came out here, we started going, because Canada, from where we used to be in Ada, is probably about 2 hours or so. So I mean, you can get up there pretty quick, hang out, have some fun, come home, stay for the night, whatever.
Sure,
it's cool. And it's crazy to think, like, right across the border from Detroit, like Murder City is a nice, simple place you can walk around, no problems.
Yeah, exactly right. It's amazing, absolutely amazing how close those things are and how different everything is, right?
Yeah.
Take care and can't wait to see your next video. I will have it out very soon. I've actually got about 5 or 6 on my computer that I've been sitting there. I've actually got one that I did for Drew back in the summer. And because it was like 31 degrees outside or something like that. And I forgot I had it on my computer, and I'm outside and I'm on the boardwalk and the lake's behind me. And I'm like, oh, hey, I got my shirt off, I think. And I'm like, hey, this is a great beer. And I'm like, oh my God, how am I supposed to put this on at the end of October when I'm wearing like my freaking winter jacket right now?
You have to get Brian to like Photoshop on a sweater or something. You'll be all right, dude.
Yeah, maybe I'll just send the video to Brian and get him to edit it for me. Yeah. Anderson says you have 37 different IDs.
Not true. I do have 3 passports, though, so that probably is an issue.
You have 3 passports?
Yeah. I have a British passport, an Irish passport, and American.
Oh, interesting.
And I think I've entered Canada on all three of them at different points, depending on where I'm
Who,
coming
who they're
from.
looking for?
Well, what line is shorter? That's usually. I usually travel on the Irish passport because if anything crazy happens, nobody really hates the Irish. You know what I mean? There are a lot of people who don't like Americans or Brits. So if I travel on the Irish one, like you're safe. The terrorists don't care about
Oh
the Irish.
shit!
We're
I'm
safe.
sorry, Brian. You're sitting there waiting. I didn't
Oh, is
even
he in?
realize
Did he
that
get
was
back
there.
in?
Yeah, Brian's there.
Oh, right. Okay. What's up, man?
Brian, what's going? Sorry, but were you sitting there very long? I'm sorry.
Well, I ran out of my one, so I just went and I refilled, got another one
Hershey's.
there. I'm just warming up. I still got this on. I tell you what, it's been cold, but my son was supposed to have a double header tonight, and they ended up creaming the team 10-1, and then the other team decided they didn't want to play anymore, so they forfeited the second game. But my team's son was the champions.
Perfect.
So I'm having one.
That's a W. That's still a win, my friend.
Beautiful.
Yes, sir.
Cheers, buddy. Well, I was actually messaging Brian maybe yesterday just to tell him about the stream, and he was like, "Oh no, it was maybe on Facebook," and he was saying he was freezing to death outside watching his son's baseball game. It was 53 degrees outside. Oh, I know, because I threw the picture of my fireplace up. That was it. And he's like, "Oh, I wish I had a fire. I'm freezing to death."
You know, I know that
shorts weather for us.
Something's going to get lost in the translation with you, Shane, because I know your brain is more wrapped around the Celsius, and my brain is more wrapped around Fahrenheit.
That's okay.
And when you guys say it when it's so hot because it's like 40 degrees, I'm thinking 40 degrees is freezing. What are you talking about? It's hot. But then you're Canadian, so I'm like, well, maybe 40 degrees is hot to you.
40 degrees is very hot.
No, when I was in Florida down visiting my parents, we went to eat at this it's a country club, but they have a restaurant there, and these old golfers were coming in, and it was 69 degrees. But this is 69 degrees in Florida. And they were all coming in off the golf course talking about how they couldn't golf out there anymore because it was just too darn cold. And, I grew up in the intense heat of Florida, and I think TK used to live there, so he can tell you when you get used to the heat, you don't tolerate the cold so much. I mean, nobody retires from Florida and moves to, Canada because when you're old, it's too cold to do that. People retire in Canada and move down to Florida.
Exactly.
You've always been in the South, though, right?
Yeah. Well, I was born in Nebraska. I lived there till I was 8. And
you grew up in the heat most of your life, at least.
Yeah. I would much rather be hot than cold.
My dad lived in Florida, and I used to go down there for the summers, and I hated it. It was oppressively hot. And we moved there for a little bit, and I used to do construction down there in the heat, and it was just unbearable. For me, I'd rather head further north. I'm ready to go up to Michigan or somewhere chilly. Is Anderson besmirching me here saying I kidnapped somebody again?
Oh, yeah. I had it on there. There you go. Something about the agent kidnapping your wife?
Do you know what? Listen to this craziness. We came over to Windsor, me and my wife. I think it was probably February, I guess maybe 2 years ago. And it was right when there was some kind of border thing going on, and Trudeau had said, like, hey, everybody can come up here. And me and my wife came over to border, and the dude started questioning my wife, like I human trafficked her or something. And I'm just like, what the hell is going on here? And she starts going like, are you okay, ma'am? And she's like, yeah, why? And she keeps going. And I'm just like, what is this supposed to be? Like, is she too attractive for me? Like, why you keep asking this question? Like, what is this? And she goes, why? Are you okay? And I was like, oh, shit, here it goes now. And we wound up actually getting like searched. They pulled us over and searched the vehicle. And I was like, there's nothing in the car, dude. They're not sneaking people over the border or doing nothing weird. But yeah, it was ridiculous.
That's amazing.
I have my own border crossing horror story.
Yeah.
I have a friend that actually lives in upstate New York. And I flew into Montreal, Canada. And she drove up and met me there because it's not that far of a drive for her. And she showed me around Montreal, and it was cool. And when we came time to leave, I couldn't fly out of Montreal because I fly standby, and the planes were full. She drove me back across the border, and I left out of is it Albany, New York? Up in New York, at a border. I'm sure.
I think Brian's been raptured.
I was just thinking that myself.
Why? What happened?
It did the breakup robot thing.
Yeah, the border guard asked if I was bringing anything across the border. And I said, just a jar of maple syrup. And I think he thought I was being a smartass or something because I'm coming from Canada. You bring anything? Yeah, a jar of maple syrup. They tore the car apart. And guess what they found under the seat? A jar of maple syrup.
Oh, I thought you said you forgot you had a gun under there or something.
No, it was her car. I felt so bad because I'm like, why are you guys tearing the car apart? I told you I had a jar of maple syrup and you tore the car apart. And they're like, well, you could have been smuggling something. I'm like, I didn't know taking a jar of maple syrup across the border was against the law. Everybody knows maple syrup is from Canada. They got the maple leaf on the flag. I mean, I wanted some real Canadian maple syrup. Is that a crime? Apparently,
it's the largest unguarded border in the world. If I was sneaking some stuff across, I just go 12 miles to the left and walk across where there's nobody at. Right? I'm not going to go through the checkpoint.
That's true because there's some places you can do that.
In New York, I've seen them on TV. People just walking right across the border from New York into Canada.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh yeah.
I think that was after Trump got elected, wasn't it?
Might have been. Yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, the other thing, this is kind of crazy too. Like I told you, right? We were about 2 hours from Windsor, which isn't really that far, right? I mean, people travel 2 hours for the day or something or overnight.
Sure. We'll
go up to Windsor for the evening. So like go up there, stay one night, drink some beers, hit the casino, have a little bit of fun. And, they're always like, oh, what's your nature of your business? We just came up, drink some beers, have fun. You drove all the way to Canada, have some beers. I'm like, dude, it's 2 hours. Like, yeah, I mean.
And it's Canadian beer. Why wouldn't we drive?
Yeah, and especially if the dollar is beating up on the Canadian dollar at the time. I mean, right? I mean, of course you would come. It's good for you financially. Check out some different beers. Check out a different country. Of course you're going to go, right? I mean, why wouldn't you?
Right. And
but they can't grasp that.
Right? So there you go. 90% of maple syrup is indeed produced in Canada. 90% of that comes from Quebec, which is Montreal. Well, Montreal's in Quebec, I guess.
For now.
That's true.
The Quebecois may break away one of these days.
Yeah, they keep threatening to do that, and the rest of us over and the rest of Canada are just like, go. Like, go. We don't care.
I keep hoping Texas takes the lead and they roll and then like see what happens. Then it gets real interesting.
Oh, for sure.
Or California. I guess they could or might be inclined to.
Hey, Brian, were you happen to watch earlier when I was doing my Brian the Beer Snob impersonation? Did you see that?
I was not. I was trying to be on the phone and
don't go back.
The game was too exciting.
Don't go back and watch that. I do a terrible. Well, no, me and TK were talking about we should all get together and do everybody for Halloween, do a different beer reviewer. Yeah. So he said, I could do Brian. He could do Don. You could do me.
That's strange that you mentioned.
And we lost him again.
You would do somebody and I would do somebody do me. And it would just be like a funny little spoof. Yeah, but since you had the same idea, that means we gotta roll with this.
Yes, for sure. We gotta reach out to some people. I'm gonna reach out to Don. We'll get some other folks on board. Mad Dan was thrown out. We gotta get Mad Dan, maybe Josh Ellis, Malted Gentleman. There's plenty of people that we could get in this. Jay, this guy's thoughts. If we did it with enough time, you could have fun and copy the other people's kind of like graphics and the way they do the thing. I mean, that would be crazy. It would be fun.
If there was only a way for me to copy some stuff, I'm gonna have to work on that.
Yeah, you're much more gifted than us. I'm just going to shave my head and try to do a Scottish accent. That's all I got. That's it.
I thought you meant you were gonna do me if you shaved your head because I'm
Brian, you can do
a hippie right now. I need a haircut, man.
I'm easy to do, Brian. All you need is a Calgary Flames hat.
Yeah.
And just stutter over your words every once in a while and say, hey, we're going to do this beer, eh?
Just review a sour and yell at it and curse at it the whole time.
Well, Shane, I've been checking out your area. That's a little bit more than that. I could fit right in there next to him.
Yeah, for sure. For sure.
Yeah, that'll be a good time.
Jeff is saying the largest heist in Canadian history was actually from the Canadian maple syrup reserves.
Oh, yeah, that was because syrup up there is like the most valuable commodity. I mean, I think I watched a show on TV on that on the History Channel or something. Like somebody stole thousands of barrels of maple syrup and it was worth like a bazillion dollars.
It's not cheap.
Yeah, I mean, I had a small can somebody bought back from Canada, and it was something like $20 or something for like some, not very big can.
Oh yeah, because I buy My wife likes to buy the fake stuff. You know,
Yeah, I don't mess with
there's
that.
no maple syrup in it. It's all freaking chemicals and whatnot.
Corn
Yeah.
syrup.
I like to get the 100% maple syrup, and it's expensive. The bottle is small and it's expensive, but you know what? It's not full of chemicals. It's really maple syrup.
It's just it's just a pure product.
But you got to hide it from the kids, or they'll dump the entire bottle on one pancake.
He says it doesn't taste maple syrup. That's 100% maple syrup. Tastes like maple syrup. The stuff that you think is maple syrup has no maple syrup in it. It's got corn syrup and artificial flavors and stuff. That's not real. Get that out of here. Don't even bring that in the house. I mean, I want the real stuff.
And it's a lot of work to make it. Like to make one gallon of maple syrup, you need 40 gallons of sap.
Mm-hmm.
That's the boil ratio. It's 40 to 1. Like it's a lot of work and very time consuming. And that's why it's so expensive.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it makes you wonder, like back in the day, the first person who actually said, I'm going to take this sap out of this tree and I'm going to boil it down to almost nothing. And it's going to be the greatest thing to put on your pancakes.
Well, I mean,
why did they come up with that?
When I went to
accident has to be.
Well, and it was. I went on a tour of a sugar bush a couple of years ago, and they said that it was like totally an accident. Some father or something had put his axe in a tree, and one of the kids was supposed to fill up a bucket with water to make soup, but the bucket was underneath where this guy's axe was, so all the sap had dripped in it. So when they brought the supposed water to make the soup or whatever, it was super, super sweet. And that's how they discovered that, this stuff coming out of the tree is sweet. And if you boil it down, it becomes syrup. I don't know. I don't know if that's 100% true or not, but that's just that's the story they tell us at the sugar bush.
Well, that's the thing. I think, like, who was the first dude to eat like raw oysters? Like, how hungry did you have to be to crack that open and be like, let's go, time to go, let's eat it.
Yeah, really.
Right? I mean, you had to been on an island somewhere starving and there was nothing to eat. And you were just like, let's do it.
Oh, yeah, because, I mean, if you pulled one out of the ocean, it's not the easiest thing to open. If you've never shucked an oyster before, it's a major feat just to get one open. So,
for sure.
And it doesn't even look appealing. I mean,
someone must have watched birds dropping them from up high and eating it and thinking, well, I guess it's not killing the birds.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe we can eat it.
I do love raw oysters, though. So,
Drew has a really good comment here. We all need to get together next year in a hall and hang next year. That might be something we should do.
Yeah.
If we could organize, maybe not. Well, we could probably do it late next year. If we could organize some place that's not too far for all of us, like somewhere kind of central. Like I'll probably in the States. That's fine.
Yeah.
We travel down to how far is Atlanta from Philly?
Far. I mean,
short plane ride.
If I were to drive from Ohio, I'm in Ohio, right? If I were to drive from Ohio to Georgia, from Georgia, it's probably about I drove to Macon, Georgia. It's halfway to South Florida, probably 9-10 hours to Macon from here.
Wow.
But as he said, short plane ride.
Right. Yeah.
Assuming
Exactly.
we're allowed
That's
to
what I'm
fly.
thinking, right?
We could pick some kind of neutral setting and everybody. I mean, I've been thinking about this for a while. If you had a beer reviewers convention, and there it goes. But you pick some city, whether it's Windsor or Columbus, Ohio, or Detroit, or wherever we go, and everybody just go there.
I'm not going to Detroit.
Listen, we'd be strapped up as Americans. You'll be okay. Don't worry.
I am a small, and ask Drew. I am a small white guy. I do well in Detroit.
I'm a highly trained killing machine. In case you can't read that on my patch right there,
that's
right. Safe with me.
And I was a cop. You'll be okay.
You were a cop, TK?
I was, dude. Yeah. I was a warrant investigator in Philly, fugitive apprehension for the city. Well, I guess
Brian, you've done some military service, Brian, haven't you? If I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I was in the Marines.
The Marines, I seem to remember something about that. Yeah.
I think Dave was a Marine too. We got some people.
That's the 21-year-old version of me right there.
Ooh.
Ironically, I had the same amount of hair then as I do now.
What the hell are you talking about here, Jeff?
He's talking about the first person to eat them oysters, I think.
Oh, oysters. Okay, sorry. There we go. Okay, I'm like sitting here going, what the hell is he talking about here even? Okay. All right. All good. But yeah, that might be something we should look into maybe next year, like then maybe the end of summer or something.
I mean, pick some city that has cheap flights out of multiple places. You know what I mean? Where you get like easy flights in and out of, I I don't know, Charlotte, Atlanta, Chicago. There's a number of places that are kind of hubs for airports. You could probably all get to cheap and easy.
Right. Well, I can get a fairly decent flight. I just got to go across the border and fly out from Buffalo. Because if you fly out from Canada, it's 3 times as much. So I just pop over to Buffalo, and Buffalo is not that far of a drive for me.
Yeah, that would be sweet. I mean, talk to some people, see what's what. I mean, I know there's some people all over, like, be a hike for Mad Dan and those guys, or Don. But I don't know,
Sure.
Don might come out. Oh, Anderson just said Cincinnati or Gatlinburg, Tennessee. Cincinnati is a big beer town.
That's not a bad idea, Anderson. Yeah, Cincinnati. I've never been to Cincinnati, I don't think.
I think he was just there and said they have something like 80 breweries or something within Cincinnati in the immediate vicinity.
Well, Cincinnati, that's where that's J-Rod. That's his turf.
And this
there
guy,
we go.
Jay, is down there, and Rod J. Both of those guys are in the Cincy, Dayton kind of area.
Perfect. That'd be great just to get a bunch of beer guys together, rent a hall, just grab a whole bunch of booze and then rent a hotel and just do a whole bunch of beer reviews.
It would be ridiculous. Collabo beer reviews everywhere. It would be absurd.
Yeah.
But only the first 4 would be good, because then it would just descend into a shit show and nobody would be.
It's really funny that you say that, because Drew and I have an idea for some beer reviews coming up this winter.
Yeah.
And they're going to be messy.
Yeah.
They're going to be messy.
Now, Shane, you're not like Drew in the fact that you wear shorts when it's 80 below zero.
Oh no, dude! I started wearing a winter coat 2 weeks ago.
I fully expect Drew is going to do some reviews outside in the snow with his shorts on, and he's going to pour the beer and it's going to freeze solid in his glass, and he's just going to dump it out, and it's going to be a big. He's going to gnaw on it like it's a freaking icicle or something. Just chew on a beer sickle,
That sounds like Drew. Sounds like
The polar bears, northern boys ain't afraid of the snow, right? I mean, we're not afraid of the cold.
I'm afraid of the cold.
Are you really?
It's
relative. I mean, what someone in the South would think is cold is not the same. Like, I mean, I'll tell you this: at my university, we have kids come up from Florida to play football, and they're wearing like parkas October 1st, and I'm like, man, this is still shorts weather for quite a while.
See, but you're much like Drew. Like you're a bigger guy.
That's a diplomatic way to put it. Yeah, okay.
No, you're bigger. Everybody's bigger than me. Let's put it that way. Everybody. Most 13-year-old kids are bigger than me. Okay, I'm 5'5" and like 160 pounds. I'm nothing.
Ooh.
But I cannot stand cold at all.
Mm-hmm.
I love a cold beer. That's about the
Cold
extent
beer.
of my cold love right there.
Speaking of which, I gotta go grab myself a cold beer, Brian. I'll be right back.
See, Brian bought 2. He knew what was going on, man. He didn't want that dead air. He's got 2 beers with him.
Well, let me tell you this. So my wife come home from the grocery store the other day, and she brought me a 12-pack of that. She's like, "You like this, don't you?" And I'm like, "Oh yeah." So
I like all of it. Just pick up whatever. That would be nice.
Yeah, and I was talking to Outlaw Camper, and he said he'd never tried it, can't find it where he's at. So I sent him a couple, and we're gonna be doing a little collab coming up here shortly.
Well, I'll tell you this: when you're done, message me your address. I have that Pliny for you and a couple of other things.
Oh, sweet.
Perfect. No, actually, Brian's would probably be a good person to talk to about. I was saying to TK and the other guys earlier, I'm starting to have a little bit of a creative block for my videos. Like, remember there was a while there I was doing like some green screen stuff and had graphics and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
But for the past, I don't know, maybe 5 or 10 videos, it's just been, hey, here's the beer. This is what it tastes like. Have a good day, guys. See you next time.
Yeah.
And you've like, much like you've come up with some brilliant ideas, like the whole
the beer
like
tracking is glorious.
Yeah, like the theme from the old TV shows and stuff like that. That was awesome.
Yeah, and I'm falling behind because I have a whole bunch of other shows. I got the titles already made for them, and I just haven't been able to get with any creators at where we could get on schedule and do it. And to be honest, these shows that I want to do, in the past, because I worked with you on one, Shane, I just had everybody, I told them a little bit about what it was, and they sent me a clip, and I threw it all together. But a couple of these shows I want to do, I kind of really need to have like face-to-face character interaction, so it would be hard to you know, because if we're supposed to be in the same room and your background, you know, you got that color wall, and I'm supposed to be in the same room with you, and my wall looks this color, it kind of looks like we're not in the same space.
Right.
But yeah, that creative block, it's hard for me. I'd say it's a million times harder because I using a green screen, I have to try to make each one of them different, and I fall into a rut, and I find like, well, I mean, yes, the can is different, and it's behind me, but all in all, it all looks the same, and I don't want all my videos to look the same. I want them all to look different, but I come up with the same thing. I'm like, I got to find different locations to shoot around the house, and it's really hard. I
mean, I think it's tough depending on how many you do as well, right? I mean, if you're doing multiples a week, you got to come up with lightning in the bottle, catch something good multiple times a week, which is it's not easy.
Yeah, and see, and that's what with these collaborations that I do, and when I approach somebody and ask them if they want to be in one of these shows, I never tell them how I want it done. I just tell them, this is my idea, and you do it the way you want to do it. You know, I think the only instruction I gave you, Shane, on that thing, I said, well, it was the Beer Watch video. I don't know if you've watched that, TK.
Beer Watch, yeah.
So I said, you know, like Baywatch, everybody's going to be running in slow motion, but since it's Beer Watch, you know, maybe you could have a beer in your hand or a glass in your, you know, hand or whatever. And everybody filmed it. And that's when you see like how creative everybody else is. Cause in my mind, I just had oops, this is an important call. I'm going to have to take that. Let me mute and I'll be right back.
All right. Sure, Brian, no problem.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I get what he's saying. You got a vision, and then when you see what other people do with your same vision, it's just like, wow, you see all the different, you know, I guess the creative flavors that are out there, man.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's exactly what he did. Like he said, this is what the idea is. Just do it. So if you go back to his video on Brian the Beer Snob, I think it was called Beer Watch, and look and see what everybody did. Everybody kind of did like a similar kind of thing. Like we either had our shirts off or a towel around and running with a beer, but we all had our own little take on it. And he just took it and smashed it into all one big beer. And
that's almost great. The fun of it, right? Like if y'all did it the same, like I know people like that high production value, right? But at the same time, kind of seeing different people's takes on it is almost more entertaining, I guess, for me at least, for me. Because you can see it's like that. Everybody's putting in their own work and trying to do it together, as opposed to someone who's got a bunch of money did something and I don't know. It's just not the same. It lacks that kind of personal touch, in my opinion.
And that was it, right? Like when I did mine, I just had I had my shirt off and a towel, and I was trying to pour a beer while I was running through a park. And then, I can't even remember who the hell it was. Somebody else was running by a pool but had 2 cans of beer that were open. Yeah. And it was like running like this, and the beer was spraying all over the place. And I can't remember who the hell that was, for the love of God. And just, everybody had a little different take on it, and he just put it all together. And, you know, it was interesting to see how everybody viewed what Brian had said. Just it's Beer Watch.
I will tell you this. I think one of the best things that I've found with this stuff, like when I started this crap a year and whatever ago, I never thought like you'd be talking to people or doing this kind of stuff. I thought it was just, reviews, and you kind of realize how many people are doing the same things you are. They're just enjoying this, having fun. You're probably initially very intimidated because you're like, oh my God, I don't want someone to attack me because I don't have the right glass. And I've had that happen. Some guy coming after me, some German dude, like, oh, it is not the right glass. And I'm like, fuck off. I don't care about what you think, what glass I should use, nerd.
Right.
And that's why I start just using like like sometimes I'll use the nice ones. And sometimes it's like, I'm just going to use the jam jar or whatever it is. And it is what it is, man. I mean, I understand if we're sniffing it and you pick up different notes and all that stuff. But look, let's be fair. None of us are what do they call them? The Cicerones or nothing like that, right? We just dudes having a beer, checking them out, sharing our opinions, trying to have some fun. And it's crazy how many other people are doing the same thing. I think it's awesome.
Yeah, and exactly. And when I did my 200th episode, I just basically said, I thank everybody for watching, but I do this just for fun. Mm-hmm. I mean, if I get 1,000 subscribers one day, fantastic. Yeah. But if I don't, I don't care. I'm really creeping up on that 100 subscriber mark.
You are. You hit it. I saw it. I checked it. You got 100.
Oh, did I get? Oh, I got 100. Yeah. Yay! We got 100.
Well, here's the damn problem. Right now, you got to hope 2 of them don't disappear by tomorrow, because sometimes you get those people that like add you, so you'll add them, and then they dump you, and you're just like, man, that's dirty, right? Yeah. As Norm Macdonald would say, you dirty dog. Like, I can't believe you did this to us.
Yeah, exactly. Like I said, I'm excited as hell to have 100 subscribers because that's
Yeah.
probably like 60 more than I ever thought I would have. Because
Well,
I did this
exactly.
channel just
Yeah.
for me. Like
When
you
I
know,
started
and
this, what do you think? You think like, oh, maybe my family and friends will follow, you know, if I'm
yeah,
lucky.
sure, absolutely. Like my buddy Jeremy here,
Mhm.
who got me onto this. He just found out about my channel like just literally just yesterday, and he's the guy that
Yeah.
got me started on the craft beer whole train. So I mean, really, if it wasn't for him, I wouldn't even be doing these stupid
And
videos.
I'll say this, I don't know about you, but I don't really push mine hard to people I know. Just, you know, for personal reasons, kind of. I
Sure,
mean, I work at a school. If I pushed it, I'd probably have 8 billion students sign up just to laugh at me. But like, I kind of, some of them know, but I don't really like push it or try to let people know. I kind of just do my thing. And I think one of the things I've liked from meeting some of the other guys is kind of the networking aspect of this, that you can grow pretty quickly if you meet up with the right people and they push you. Like I seen Brian, I don't know who started the shout out relay. I thought it was Brian. But when you
could be.
kind
Yeah.
of see that, you're like, what a good idea. Why didn't I think of this? And I know, like with a lot of us, if you're working, some weeks are tough. Like I try to watch everybody else's videos. This week is advising week for me at school. So my whole work day is literally busy from the minute I get home to from the minute I leave to the minute I get home. And then you're answering emails and doing stuff at night. And it's just like, damn, like this is crazy. Because I have like
Sure.
all these videos I'm trying to catch up on. Because I don't know, people watch mine, I feel obligated. You want to watch theirs and see what they're doing and check
Sure.
them out. And it's just like whenever you fall behind, I start to feel bad. Like, all right, I got to get on these. I got to get on them. And you're trying to fit it in. And you're like, I hope people don't think I'm just purposely avoiding them. But people got is life, right? People got stuff going on.
Exactly. And I'm the exact same way. Like I said, I try and watch as many videos as I can. Like I watch yours, I watch Brian's, I watch Drew's, I watch Blue Ice all the time
Yeah.
too. Mad Dan, obviously, like the second
Yeah.
it comes out, I watch Mad Dan. I love that guy. But some of the other guys who I really like, and it's just I don't have the time, and that's the sad part. Like Don and all these other guys. Like I'll catch them occasionally, and like you said, you kind of feel bad because it's like, you know, these are good guys that are trying to do some stuff. You want to watch their videos, see what they've got going on. What's Jeremy saying here? Shane, can you explain why most of the reviews have an average of 13 views, yet some are pushing 500? If I was going to give you an explanation, like, are you talking about my specific videos, Jeremy, or like just in general? Because on mine, I think the reason I've only got like, you know, 13 average and then some are like 500 is because the ones that have 500 are the like super, super popular beers. Because I know I have a couple that are actually over 500 views each, but that's like the Henninger Lager. And there was another one. I can't remember what the hell it was. There was a couple that were 500 plus.
Well, there's a couple things going on, and this doesn't sound bizarre. Like, you know, for people that enjoy beer, I think a lot of times you think if you get a really cool, rare beer, people want to see it. And I found Busch Light Apple is probably one of my better reviews as far as views. And I think it's one of those things where nationally there's just simply more people looking in YouTube for Busch Light Apple than there are looking for Pliny the Elder. The other thing is YouTube occasionally shares your videos. So like my first video, very first one I did had hundreds of views within a few hours. And I was like panicking, like, oh shit, what am I gonna do? And I guess YouTube promoted it, or for whatever reason, for a few hours or whatever, it got some attention. I did a short the other day at that Ice Deer Con, which is absolute garbage. It's me just sitting there, like going like this with the phone, and it's shaking and all this because I'm 10 beers in, and it's 1,700 views. And I just think to myself, like, how is literally my worst video? Now it's not the most views, but it's probably top 5 or 6.
Right.
And it has to be just because for whatever couple of hours window was, you hit the algorithm correctly and it promoted it. Right.
Right. And that's what Anderson's just saying there now too. It's part of the YouTube algorithm, right?
Yep. That like, if you're lucky enough that one of your videos hits and it happens to be then, it's thrown in front of a ton of people. Like the very first one I did that, like I said, briefly, maybe they do it for like new creators or something. But it got a bunch of people, and most of them were like gaming kids and people that weren't like beer. Like, I don't know, maybe they weren't looking for beer videos, but people were like, why is this being suggested for me? And I'm like, I don't know. Like, I didn't, it wasn't me.
Yeah, exactly.
And I think once you get bigger, it's easy that they kind of promote you more. But when you're small, like most of us are small, I hit 400 today, which is, I'm thrilled with that, but still nowhere near what these big guys are, right? I mean, there's people, hundreds of millions.
Right.
Peer reviewers, a lot of the guys we follow have thousands, and I think obviously they probably get promoted more than us because I've noticed like I sometimes I look at other people's followers like how quickly you start gaining them, and I've
Right.
noticed like the higher I get, you start getting them quicker. And I'll watch guys I know that just crossed 1,000, and now all of a sudden they got 1.1, 1.2. Like you seem to pick them up exponentially. And like Anderson said, the best excuse I have is, or best answer is, it has to be something to do with that algorithm because I really don't know what else it would be.
Right. Jeff just dropped a thing. Avril, which is his girlfriend, will be home for a sour review shortly. If you can get her to get on video, Jeff, I will be more than happy to add her, and she can do a sour review on this live feed. No problem. And I also noticed Josh is here.
Yeah,
from Half
there's
Hour
your
Beer
reviews.
Review.
What's up?
What's going on? I like watching Josh's videos because I don't know if you know this about me or not, TK. I'm a big Bob Ross fan.
Yeah.
I don't
Yeah, I
paint.
didn't know that. I didn't know that.
I've never painted a day in my life, but I have like a couple Bob Ross coffee mugs. I have a Bob Ross bobblehead. I have Bob Ross t-shirts, like you name it. Socks. I have everything Bob Ross. I just love the man. I wish I would have met him when he was still alive. And Josh, the way he does his beer reviews reminds me of Bob Ross.
Do you follow Jay, this guy's thoughts?
I do. I don't watch his videos a whole lot.
He did a review. I don't remember if it was a seltzer or maybe it was a soda or something like that, because he does sodas, like coffees, like all kinds of wild stuff. He actually did a Bob Ross review. One of the cans was a Bob Ross review, and I don't remember if it was a seltzer, an energy drink, or something like that. I'll tell you this, man. If we do the big meetup, it has to be Cincinnati. There's a place called Jungle Gyms down there. Anderson's been there. It is like literally one of the largest beer selections in the country. And they had all these wild energy drinks, like they had a Mike Tyson one. I'm a big Mike Tyson fan. I saw Tyson fight 20 years ago. I have Tyson posters hanging, autographed posters in my office. I have a big Tyson picture that was hand drawn by one of the inmates in my prison classes. Love Tyson. But they did a Mike Tyson energy drink, and I was like, I'm gonna drive down there to get it. I think they had a Roddy Piper They Live one as well.
Oh,
so
wow.
Have you ever seen the movie They Live? Brilliant. Roddy Piper, brilliant in that, right? Canadian icon there.
Yeah, for sure.
They had that. They had a Bob Ross one. They had all this wild stuff. And I know Anderson was on vacation down there recently and said it's crazy. But it's one of those things like if you want, you'd have to plan it and bring like, $1,000 or something so you can buy all the ridiculous stuff you want to buy and bring it back home. But check it out. Jungle Gyms. I think it's called like the International Market or something. Absolutely wild place.
There you go. Josh is in.
There you go. He's been down there. Cincinnati, Josh, that's what we thinking. We talking about the nasty natty going down there and having the big meetup.
Is Josh from Cincinnati? I honestly don't know where
I think
Josh
he's in
is
Michigan.
From. Is he from Michigan? Okay.
North of us. So I mean, yeah.
Like I say, I honestly don't know where Josh is.
There seems to be a lot of beer reviewers from the Midwest. I mean, I know there's people all over the place. Maybe we just kind of cluster together, but I know there's a lot of people from Ohio, Michigan. I think Mallory and Shure in Illinois. So Imperfectly Me Crafts, they're up in Illinois. So a lot of people kind of in the Midwest. We got a couple East Coast dudes. I mean, Ridgeopolis, I don't know if you've seen him. I think he's in Delaware. But I think a lot of the folks I see are kind of in this somewhat area through Michigan, Ohio, Pennsylvania. I guess Western Pennsylvania, because the east part is still East Coast. But
right.
But
yeah, like I said, I would love to meet up with everybody. Josh, I don't know how long you've been watching, but we were talking about maybe getting a bunch of the beer reviewers to meet up in some semi-central place for like a weekend, and we'll just drink a lot of beer, do some reviews. Love to have you there if you can make it. Like I said, we're still in the it was just an idea.
Yeah.
So it's not like we're really planning anything, but yeah, I'd love to have you there. That'd be awesome.
That would be cool. I'll tell you, we got to lure Don over. It'd be brilliant if we get him up here.
That'd be great.
I'll tell you who else might come. Buhlman. Greg Buhlman from Buhlman.
Oh, Greg, yeah.
Reviews. I know, like when I first started this, he was one of the first dudes to reach out to me and like talk to me and like my videos and kind of support me. So I've always been like a really big fan of his. I know he does cool videos. He's in the UK, but he's obviously up there. He's up by the Scottish border, I think in Carlisle. Right. And obviously he's a big Brewdog fan, right? So he actually he got asked to go do a beer before Brewdog released it. So he went and did a kind of a pre-video of the Brewdog beer. And there's actually a Brewdog hotel and brewery in Columbus, Ohio. So I know he was saying ages ago, before kind of COVID, I guess when it first hit, that he had planned to come over and check out that the Brewdog thing there. But obviously with all this stuff, things get tabled, but it will be quite fun.
Right. Yeah, absolutely, for sure. Like I said, I did a little test video earlier today,
Hmm.
and I don't know, like 2 o'clock in the afternoon or something like that. And Greg actually popped on while I was
Mhm.
doing the test just to make sure everything was working. And obviously, because of the time change, it was a little too late for him. But yeah, I like watching his stuff. It's pretty cool.
Well, let me jump in because while I was on the phone, that was my nephew out in California calling. I was listening with this ear. I was on the phone with the other ear. Yeah, any of you guys coming from out of the country, shoot me a message because I might have some connections and we might be able to make this work for a cheaper price.
That'd be cool. I mean, I know there's some dudes that would probably do it. You know what I mean? If we gave them enough of an advance warning and let them schedule and plan, maybe we plan for summer 2022. Hit up Cincinnati. So even if someone did want to come over and hit up Columbus, I mean, Columbus and Cincinnati aren't that far. I mean, that'd be doable.
Yeah, either one. Like I said, as long as I have enough advance notice, and I'm assuming we're going to do this on a weekend,
Yeah, that would probably work.
which is
I
of
mean,
course shitty for me, but I'll work it out.
mhm. Well, I mean, if it's in the summer, I'm free whenever. I mean, I'm off all summer, so I don't care.
See,
That
now,
must be nice.
see, yeah, exactly. See, summer is my busiest time.
Let me see. Oh, all right.
Obviously, working at the casino, it's summer and weekends are the busiest time for us. But I can make it work. Not a big deal.
Well,
Well,
I got to take a brief break, my gentlemen. I'll be right. I'll be here. My daughter has something I got to help her with real quick. Be right back.
No worries, TK. Yeah.
okay, Shane, because I was on the phone and I didn't get to listen whole. I might be asking you a question that you already addressed on that, but I think if we get in touch with the guys that you're thinking about doing it to,
For sure.
to come to invite, that'll be good. And like I say, I got something I might be able to work out, especially it wouldn't be as beneficial for people that are, in the United States, but,
Right.
for like you up in Canada, anybody that's over in England or Scotland or something like that. Love you, baby. I might be able.
Oh, you just broke up again, Brian. You might have to
Yes.
repeat what you said there.
What's that?
You broke up a little bit there. What did you just say?
That as far as the people that are outside of the United States that would like to come and they might think, oh, that's an extremely expensive plane ticket or whatever.
Right.
Like I say, I might be able to work something out where we can actually get them here and hopefully they'd want to come and it would be more financially viable for them to come. So if you put out the message and see who is interested in doing it, and if they are outside of the United States, have them contact me, and I'll let them know what it is that I can do to get them here, and
Right. Like I
and
said,
hopefully it'll work out.
well, Anderson's got a pretty decent idea here. Start a GoFundMe to pay for the BrewTube meetup.
Listen, if we had enough viewers between us, we wouldn't need it. But
That's true. That's true.
it's not a bad idea.
I'm going to add my buddy. Oh, actually, it's not even Jeff anymore. It's just Avril. There she is. Hi, Avril.
Hello.
Hey, how are you?
Hi.
Avril
I
is.
don't- Am I muted? No.
No, you're not.
No,
You're
I
not.
hear you.
Good.
So it's nice to have a girl come in and do some beer stuff with us.
Oh, it is. There's not enough. Here's the thing. On YouTube, there's not many female beer reviewers that I've been able to find. However, it seems that Instagram is loaded with them.
Well, that's different, though. I don't know if they're reviewing. That's just people with pictures and that look better than us. That's different.
Yeah.
Right.
And and they're trying to combine beer and something else that I'm like, I appreciate you following me, but I'm not following you back because you're gonna get me in trouble. So,
Yeah, I think the only one I really see is Imperfectly Me. I don't know if you guys follow them, Imperfectly Me Crafts.
Oh, of course.
True
She
and
was in my
Mallory.
shout out.
Yeah, I mean, I recently found them, but I mean, that might be one of the only. I'm sure they're out there. I'm sure there's dozens of them. I think we tend to cluster in little groups, and you make friends with people, and then you meet their friends, but you don't really see what else is happening.
I don't want to tell you the end of the story before you've read the first page of the story, but in January, stay tuned for some video with maybe Imperfectly Me Crafts, maybe Blue Ice,
cool.
and maybe myself.
I'd love to see
Cool.
more stuff with Blue Ice. He's great. He's got some decent videos.
Yeah, I got some stuff here for him. He's actually, I think he's coming over to the Hardcore Pub on Friday.
Oh, yeah.
Is he coming over or is he coming over?
Well, you're both in Georgia, right? I mean, that's doable.
Yeah, I'm on the west side of Atlanta. He's on the east side of Atlanta.
Even if you ain't in the same place.
Oh,
that's
you guys are in the
doable.
same friggin' city then.
Yeah, he's only like maybe it's like a 45-minute drive, but
Depends
when
on
you live in the
traffic.
city, that's just from one side to the other. I mean, we're used to that. So it's
Oh shit! I didn't realize he was in the same city as you. I had no idea.
yeah.
Anyway, I'm gonna get
Yeah.
down to Avril here for a quick second, guys. Sorry
Yeah.
to interrupt you there. Did you want to review a little bit of a beer for us there, Avril?
Sure, why not? I pulled something out of the fridge, so
TK,
well,
you're gonna love this because it's
I
gonna
heard
be
you got all the
fucking sour.
sours. I'm a
It's
sour
gonna be a
fan.
sour, and I'm gonna hate it. But Avril, go right ahead, sweetie. You go right ahead.
I love sours.
Oh, and Brian does too. Yeah, it's just me. I'm the oddball.
Josh Ellis in the house.
yeah. So last weekend I went down to London, Ontario, and I decided
Oh, my
I'd
hometown.
check out. That's where I'm from as well. So I went and visited, and I decided to check out some of the little microbreweries there, and grabbed a bunch of the sours that I could find. And so one of them that I have right here is London Brewing, and
Okay.
it's their Revolution Organic Hibiscus and Haskap Kettle Sour. I don't even know what Haskap is. If anyone, is it a fruit? I don't know.
No idea. Do you know TK?
It's a flower. Hibiscus.
Oh, okay.
No, a Haskap.
Oh,
Hibiscus I've heard of.
Hibiscus,
but
yeah, the
I'm gonna have
Haskap.
to break out. What do you say? HASCAF?
Haskap.
I have no idea what the hell that is. I've never heard of that before.
No.
Highly affected sectors credit availability program. I don't think that's it. Let's see.
That's probably not it.
It
no.
says HASCAP Canada too. Apparently, that's a government program y'all have. When I Google it, that's literally the only thing that.
Oh, maybe
comes up.
maybe it's a secret government ingredient in the beer that's gonna make us.
Maybe they've sponsored it.
Yeah, maybe. Who
HASCAP.
knows? Who
HASCAP
knows?
beer.
Yeah.
Wild ale aged on HASCAP berries. So there must be some kind of berry.
Okay.
Oh, it's a berry. Oh, okay.
Never heard of it in my
berry.
life.
No,
Okay.
me neither.
So yeah, London Brewing is a co-op brewery that opened in 2014.
It's a berry. Oh, sorry, it's there.
And
It's a berry. This is so hard because everything's backwards for me.
yeah. So I don't know much more about it other than they're a co-op. But yeah, I figured I'd try their sour.
We'll slap it
So-
in the glass. Let me know what you think, because I'm probably not going to drink the damn thing.
So let's see.
Of course, this. Oh, hang on, let me go in this corner here. This lovely lady right here likes sours, I think. So she'll probably, and she lives in London, so she might go and pick one up.
Yeah.
Wait, you say
And
she lives in
I can
London?
also let her know when I try some of the other sours, which my favorite is. But we'll try this one for now. So I think you're actually getting a reasonable rating on the color here. I'm surprised because we have so little light.
It's not
in here.
beer colored.
No, it's
not
pretty
beer-colored.
pink. It's
It's not on the
As soon
FRM
as some,
chart.
as soon as something's get it the SRM chart. As soon as something's not beer colored, I lose interest.
oh yeah,
Is
that's
this beer colored?
it's a beer color, I would say for sure.
Okay.
It kind of looks like an ale. Honestly, it looks like an amber ale.
I think it is pinker though. It looks
was gonna say, it
very
looks
very
kinda-
red
it
on
looks
the
kinda
screen.
pink.
I don't think
Maybe it's just my monitor, but it looks pink.
There's
yeah.
somebody else on here.
That's just Jeff.
Oh,
who was in the
Oh,
chat
yeah.
earlier.
okay.
He's on
Yep.
the side there.
I thought half-assed beer reviews or somebody jumped in and I'm missing them
Not Jeff.
somewhere.
There
Okay.
he is.
All right, there you go. Thought there was
Okay.
ghost up in here.
Yeah, so this is quite nice. This is it's definitely it's not too sweet. It's a pretty smooth. It's you want
I
to
don't care how
taste it as
sweet
well.
it is. How sour is it? That's
It's
my-
definitely
my-
sour. It's sour,
Tart or sour?
but
Is
it's
it tart or sour? Yeah, it's good. TK, good call.
yeah.
There is a difference.
As Jeff was saying, there's like some of especially the craft sours
mildly tart.
get have like a weird skunky cheesy smell to them, which this is not nice when that
Probably
happens.
the fruit, I guess, right? What do you mean?
And this one, it doesn't have any of that.
Oh,
It's
hang
very-
on. I'm gonna bring Josh in here too.
There
I'm
we
sure
go.
Josh is in there. Josh, what's going on?
What's up, guys?
Hey, how are you, buddy?
And lady, how we doing?
Fantastic. Hey,
dream.
thanks for coming on the stream, dude.
Yeah, no, not a problem.
See, just listen to this guy's voice. It's like I can
I'm
go to
telling
fucking
you.
sleep right now.
Josh's voice, he has like the ultimate radio voice for me. I could listen to his voice talk about anything that I know nothing about, and I'd be interested in listening to, because you just you've got that voice. It's smooth. It's
Josh
pleasing
is
to the
Bob
ear.
Ross Jr.
The rest of us just have faces for radio. That's the difference.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, Josh has got an amazing voice. Like I said, I love watching his video. Like, I'm really torn between. Like when I go to bed at night and I'm having a hard time sleeping, I'll usually
Josh,
throw on
this
like a
isn't
Bob
good,
Ross
dude.
video, and every once in a while, I'll throw on a half-ass beer review because it's almost the same goddamn thing. It's just soothing as hell.
It's better than what I get. I just get every once a week someone says, "You sound like Seth Rogen," and I'm just like, "Oh my god."
I don't think you sound like Seth Rogen.
I don't either, man. I don't either. But people tell me it constantly. I hate it.
You should throw in Seth Rogen quotes just to see if people pick up on it.
I've debated tagging my videos as Seth
That's a
Rogen
great
does a
idea.
beer review just to see if I get 1 million views by cheating the system.
Seth Rogen reviews a beer, and it's you.
Maybe you get
That'd be
lucky.
awesome.
He sees it and he agrees to be on the
Maybe that's
program.
him. I don't know.
Make sure it's pixelated. They can't
Hey,
tell.
Josh, I got to ask you, though, while you're here, because I got to say, how did you come up with the name for your channel? Because there's nothing about your reviews that
Yeah.
are remotely half-assed.
There's nothing half-assed about his channel. You're
I just,
absolutely correct.
when I originally started it, just because it was like, I'm by no means an expert about any of this stuff. and
None of us
I'm,
are.
you
Even
know,
the
a novice
experts aren't.
for
They're
sure.
just liars and more confident.
And it just kind of, I'm half-assing it, I guess. I don't know. And not really, because I've dedicated so much to it now.
Yeah.
And you grow to love your thing just like everybody else that's talking does. That's just how it started. And I was like, oh, that's a cool name, and kind of went with it from there.
Great name for it. Absolutely, for sure.
It has been
Well,
trouble with like Facebook. I had to change the name of the Facebook page because Facebook doesn't like
With the word
me
ass.
having the word ass in it.
Having the
So
word
That's the word. But the Taliban still has a page, so that's cool.
yeah.
Oh, that's awesome. Here, Josh.
Well, you
ready?
know-
Ready? I'm gonna do this here just for Josh. So I got another can of
Rush.
this Rush Canadian Golden Ale because I love Rush, as you guys know. Oh no, you don't, because that video is not out yet. I did do the video. Anyway, it'll come out soon. So here's what
Now
we're
we
gonna
know
do
we
on
ruined it,
because
dude.
because
So
Josh
spoiler.
is here. Little drink, big drink.
Little sip, big sip. Let me ask you this, man. This is kind of a funny thing. How much stuff do you pick up from other reviewers? I mean, I'll tell you, like sometimes like you do your own thing and then you see something and you're like, damn, that's a good idea. You can't blatantly steal it, but you
Right.
also think like, I need to do this a little bit. Like I said, I think the first can I saw had an SRM, like I mentioned, it did a flashlight thing, and that was it. Never did it again. And then I see Don start regularly doing it, and I was like, that's kind of a good idea, right? To do the color, because a lot of times when you see it on camera, I don't know that it really picks up the true color. Like a lot of times,
Yeah.
it might look to you or on camera like one color, and it's really not like what it views to the person there. And I start thinking like, what kind of stuff do you borrow from other reviewers or learn and grow from?
I think your WTF Wednesdays is like a great idea. Like I think it's really cool, just like bringing in something normally that you wouldn't, and just the name too is great.
If you guys follow Greg Bullman, he does like a challenge Friday, which I think is gangster as hell. Now, the only problem
I do.
Yep.
how do? Yeah. But the problem is you got to have enough followers that you actually get a new challenge every week, right? So
Yeah.
you kind of have to build that up a little bit. And he's in that position. He's got a fair amount of viewers. And they recommend stuff. I guess a lot of them are in the UK and it's stuff he can get. So it's kind of cool to get challenged, like, hey, go try this. And you're like, oh, damn, maybe I don't want to. But I've seen him do some really cool videos. I think like that's a cool idea. I mean, there's a lot of people out there that got good ones. And I mean, I don't know. I'd love to do more stuff, like be more creative, more original. But I think work gets in the way for a lot of us.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what I was saying earlier. I'm like, I'm almost at that point where I'm getting like a block on creativeness, because I don't want to, like, you have your WTF Wednesday, which I think is brilliant. I love watching the WTF Wednesdays because it's, I know it's going to be something that you're probably not even going to like very much, or it's something really out there, but I'm not going to use that on mine because I don't want to copy what you're already doing, kind of thing, right?
I suspect in 5 years, everybody will copy everything everyone's done, and it'll just be like Multi Mondays, you know what I mean? Torpedo Tuesdays, whatever those things Don has. Don is the king of beer mail and all those different devices. Like,
right.
Eventually, everyone's gonna be doing the same shit because there's only so many ideas.
Yeah, that's true. That is true.
Now, I'll tell you this: I did
watched
just
the
finish one of those-
unboxing.
I was told to
One of
tell you
Don's
that Jeff
unboxing.
has a lot of creative ideas for you. I don't know what any of them are, but he has just told me to bring that out.
Okay,
that
Don't
Jeff.
he
mention
has-
all of them to all
Jeff,
of us. So they're
you
fair
come
game.
play at 2:00 on Saturday and we'll talk.
He can barely walk right now, so
That's fine. Just remind him on Saturday, Avril, he has to play at 2:00, not 9, and me and Jeff will talk.
Okay.
I don't know if
I'll
you.
let him know.
I don't know if the rest of you guys know. Jeff and I play this game called disc golf. You guys heard of this game? Okay,
actually
yeah,
have a
Josh.
course
heard
on
it.
my campus here, man.
Okay, cool. I actually run the club in St. Catharines here, just outside where I live. So I play with Jeff all the time.
Did he tell you that his foot may be broken?
What?
He was he with you out going to the falls to play, or did he go with other people?
No, I haven't
have
played the
no-
falls in probably about 3 weeks.
Oh, okay. Well, he went there and he apparently climbed a tree and jumped out of the tree.
He's an
And,
idiot.
Just
Just tell him I said he's an idiot.
yeah. I'm sure he can hear you.
Jeff, you're an idiot. As he laughs in the background.
Hey, tell him to drink milk stouts. The milk part will help heal his bones.
That's
Oh
right.
my god, you just reminded me of a fucking video I was supposed to do, Brian. I don't know if you guys saw Mad Dan did a video, and it was a couple of weeks ago now. He did a do-it-yourself milk stout. Did you guys see that?
I must have missed that one. I watched most of his stuff. I must have missed that one somehow.
He basically he was reviewing a milk stout. Then he's like, "Oh, how hard can this be?" And he took a glass and poured a lager into it, and then poured milk into it, and then squirted like Hershey's chocolate syrup into it, and drank it. He's like, "Ah, it's a milk stout. There you go. It's not bad."
Hey, listen, speaking of creative, how many of you guys have done the, Josh Ellis and Mullet Gentleman had that full beer cocktail challenge? How many of you guys have tried that one? I know half-ass you did it. I've done it. Did any of you other guys do that one?
I did not.
I have not done any challenges. I'm lame.
Dude,
While we're
I hate
talking,
to say it's fun.
while we're talking about like the creativity thing,
Mhm.
I had that video recorded before Blue Ice called me out and I found out it was a thing. Like that was like I saw that and I was like, oh my god, this is coming. Mine's coming out tomorrow. I'm like,
Yeah.
what? I was like, it's so weird how it like all like
It's organic.
yeah.
Yeah, that is fun, man. I don't know if you guys follow Bibulous Brian. He's issued like a similar one, but his is basically a plain beer versus a beer cocktail, and then kind of compare the two and see which is better. I'm gonna knock it out. I just have been busy as hell, and I'm gonna have to use Jaeger because I still got half a bottle from my Amish buggy bomb that I'm going to use because I ain't buying more liquor. I'm a beer dude. I don't really mess with liquor. And that gets me fighting the walls. But
What liquor?
liquor gets you fired up.
What do you need,
Oh, this
DK?
dude.
What do you need, dude?
That's a lot there. Listen, I drink Jameson or Irish whiskey, and it never ends well. That's it.
Mm.
Well, up
That's
until a
why I
couple
stick
years
to
ago,
beer.
I was a cocktail guy.
Were
That's
you?
all I drank was cocktails, which is why I have so many bottles back here. I only got into beer just a couple years ago. like really heavy.
I think I never really drank liquor because it tended to be more expensive. Like back in the college days, you get a beer for, $2 or something. Where if you're drinking mixed drinks, they're like $8. I was like, oh my God, who would do that?
Right.
And then I kind of just, I don't know, maybe stuck with it, out of cheapness or poverty.
One of the two, right?
Yeah, both. But even now, have a decent job and stuff. I'm still like, I don't know, man. Keep that money. But then you drop $170 at a brewery like an idiot or whatever. I mean, it happens.
Wait, that's what idiots do?
Yeah,
That's
we're
what
all
my wife
idiots,
said.
Brian.
My wife claims yes, and I'm the reason for our poverty, but no. Anderson knows we were out this past weekend wasting too much money.
For sure.
It was a good
Mention
experience.
TK. I am gonna save one of these for you.
Okay.
You
Cool.
probably cannot get one of these where you are.
I still have, I'll tell you this, I still have the Danny. Did you get the Danny Trejo one yet?
No, but I would.
No,
love
the
to get
Mexican
my hands on
lager.
that.
I want
got
that
two of
one.
them.
Man.
I have one more. I'll send one to you, Brian, when I send down the Pliny. And I have, I think I have one more of those. I don't know if you saw the video I did with all the horror characters. It was like Jason, Freddy Krueger, Ghostface, and Mike Myers sitting around the campfire. I got a couple of those still. This is another sad, pathetic thing about beer reviewing. Like I'll buy like a cool 4-pack of something and drink one and put the other 3 away because they're all earmarked for other people. And I'm like, all right, this one's for Anderson. I got to send this one to my homie Pete in Philly, who sends me all the Philly beers. And this one here is for either Wayne or one of you guys or like someone else. And you're just like, all right. And I was telling my wife, you got to get beer. And she's like, we have like 70 of them in the fridge. And you're like, but I can't drink any of those. And she's just like, what the hell is wrong with you?
Yeah.
I'm like, no. They're all for different like projects. They're either stuff you're going to review or stuff that's for other people for beer trades. It just gets weird.
Yes, Anderson. That is a Rush beer. It's by the band Rush. I'm gonna have this review posted up on my channel in the next couple days. I don't want to spoil it, but
Anderson works in the music industry. If you didn't know that,
I did know that. I know he does a little bit of touring and stuff like that.
so he's been on bands.
Rush, aren't they from Canada?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Canadian royalty.
When did
Yeah.
they start?
Well, and I mean, Neil Peart died about a year ago, but you're not going to find 3 finer musicians anywhere, either as a group or individually. These guys are fucking fantastic and grossly underrated. But that's a debate for another day.
The band beers are always cool. Anderson came through one from Brewdog. They just did another Iron Maiden one. And I think we had that the other day. It was pretty sweet. It was like Hellcat or something. Kind of a neat band label, of course. And then it crosses over into multiple categories. So the band folks are interested as well as the beer folks.
Right. Well,
I have no idea if their beer is drinkable at all, but I am so curious about the Hanson beers.
Hanson, like the long-haired boy band
Hanson has a beer?
They
Odin's
have
Raven.
I heard they had a beer.
Yeah, they have a brewery.
Isn't it called like
I quit.
Hop?
I'm done. Hanson's got a beer. I'm out.
Hop. I
I
love it.
imagine it's as weak as baby shit. It can't be good, man.
Oh, who knows? It's but just based on the name, hops. It's so ridiculous.
Well, and the weird thing is, because I mean, I don't listen to Hanson. I know who they are, but in my mind, I know this has been, who knows, 15 years ago when they came out or whenever it was, and they were just little kids. I
Yeah,
mean, they're
in the
grown up
90s,
adults
bro. That
now,
was a
so them
while
having
ago, right?
beer is completely normal. But in my mind, I just still picture them as little kids. It's like, what in the world are they doing with a beer? Hops. What's this all about? You know, on the label, it should be them as when they were in their prime, which is when they were little kids on the video.
Yeah.
I mean, on the side of the can. But
Nobody wants to see them at
Yeah.
40. It's just weird.
yeah,
You guys ever have any of the Three Floyds beers? You hear anything from them? They're from Indiana. Three
Oh, yeah.
Floyds is pretty wild. They do a lot of collaboration beers with metal bands. And they actually have something called Dark Lord Day. They're out in Munster, Indiana. It's kind of like, I guess, south of Chicago, essentially. But Anderson was working with Amon Amarth at the time. And I actually got to go out to Dark Lord Day in the VIP tent. And it was probably the most gangster beer event I've ever been at. When we got there, they screwed up our wristbands. They were just trying to have us out with the commoners. And it was like 100 degrees. And I was like, no way my big ass is sitting out in the sun. You know, I said, Anderson hooked us up. And I like argued with him. My wife's like, just let it go. And I was like, no way. Like, this is VIP. I'm not giving that up. It's going to be the only chance I have to get it.
Yeah,
We
exactly.
finally- yeah, dude, we finally got in and we went into the tent. The only people in the tent was the band members and their families, and like the brew people from Three Floyds. And it was magnificent. And I felt bad because poor Anderson was working, so he was out in the sun, flogging merch and whatnot, dying. And I was chilling under the the tent with the special bathroom that everybody hasn't pissed up already, and all the nice food. And it was amazing. But they had the Amon Amarth beers. I know they've done ones with Skeleton Witch and a bunch of other kind of metal bands. And look, I'm not a huge metal dude. I listen to old school metal from the 80s and 90s, but it's always cool to get those things and just save them and, you know, see what's out there with the collabs. It's pretty cool.
I was able to grab their Amber Smashed Face, the one they did with Cannibal Corpse.
Yeah.
And it was just like a red ale, but they just hopped the hell out of it, and it was really good. But I mean, it's super hoppy. But
their label art is wild too, right? I mean, all the labels are pieces of art for those guys.
Did you get a chance to try their Dark Lord while you were there?
I didn't. I think we had one of them because I think here's the thing: we got in, but I didn't get like if you paid for it, which was like $100 or something. You got a bag, and I don't remember if you got 2 or 3 bottles or whatever you got. So like I didn't get the bottles, but they had a lot of stuff just kind of floating around that people had opened, like in the VIP tent thing. So like I tried some stuff, and I'm not even sure what the heck it was. I think Anderson might have had one of the one of the Dark Lord ones.
Sorry to interject here.
Yeah.
Amon Amarth played the best live show I've ever seen.
Yeah. Anderson's jealous he's not in this right now.
Because their opener canceled on them.
Yeah.
So they opened for themselves and then proceeded to play for 5 hours straight in Toronto.
Oh wow.
Wow.
It
They're
was
balling.
nuts. It was
Bro,
absolutely nuts. Yeah.
I'll tell you this. I
Super
actually had
impressive.
my first backstage experience with Amon Amarth too.
Yeah.
And Amon Amarth, I mean, I'm 45. These dudes are older than me probably, right?
Yeah.
And
Fucking young guys.
You're my age?
Who, me? Listen, I'll let my gray beard grow out. We went out to see them, and Anderson said, "Hey, we get you backstage," and I was like, "Oh shit, gonna be like Motley Crue." You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm thinking it's gonna be wild. We went back there, and it was kind of like a bunch of dudes just chilling, drinking beers, talking. And
Yeah.
I remember there was like, you know, young girls trying to like throw themselves at the band members, and they just ignoring them, and they talking to me, and I was like, "What world do I live in?" Where hot young
Yeah.
women are rebuffed to talk to an old fat guy. This is weird. But it was, you know, you were literally having like legit conversations with these dudes, and they were just chatting. But yeah, they're just, you know, I don't know. They seemed like normal cats. They were really approachable. I mean, maybe it's because I was with Anderson who worked for them, but it just threw me off. It wasn't what I expected from.
Yeah, the showmanship just really impressed me. It's rare that you see a band go, "Oh, our opener canceled," and then decide to play an extra, hour.
Did they have the big the ship, the Viking ship, and all the?
They didn't. It was just it was a big flag backdrop.
Yeah.
The Viking ship was the tour before. But it was super impressive.
I think the one we
I've
went
never
to was
seen
like
that kind of stamina out of a band like that.
the one we went to was a watered down version because I think the brewery thing was just kind of like a stop between Chicago and somewhere else. So like they broke out like half of the stuff, and he was saying like you should see what they really have.
Yeah.
But it was still amazing. I mean, again, I'm not like I wasn't a fan of that stuff prior, but after seeing it, loved it
Yeah.
and started listening.
Yeah, it's something else live. I'm not a huge fan of house music, and I went and saw friends of mine were in a band called The New Deal.
Mhm.
I'd never seen them play before. Ended up at one of their shows, but they play house music as a 3-piece
Mhm.
with a bass and a keyboard and a drummer, and it's phenomenal. In the same kind of way, where you're just like, oh, I finally appreciate this now, out of having never really thought anything of it before. It's interesting. Live performance does something for your appreciation of
I was introduced to a band this past weekend by Anderson that is kind of like a death metal band that does doo-wop. Have you guys heard of them? Is it called Twin Temples?
No, I have not.
Google it, dude. Anderson
Yeah.
had the shirt on, and I was like, "What's this crap?" He put it on the TV, and he's like, "It's doo-wop meets death metal," and I was like, "That sounds terrible." And he put it on. I
Yeah,
was
no,
like,
that
"Holy-"
sounds fantastic.
It worked, dude. I saw it. I was like,
Yeah.
"I'm now a fan of these people. Like, this is pretty sweet."
Oh, are you running away?
That's
Oh,
bathroom breaks, I
perfect.
think.
There you go.
Before I go too far, hey Josh, what are you drinking?
Me? I don't think you want to know.
It's a sour, obviously. Then
It is a
I was honestly outside.
sour apricot ale out of this brewery
Oh, that
called
sounds
Brew
amazing.
Detroit.
okay.
You say sour
Josh,
apricot.
You're up in Michigan, right?
Yep. Yeah.
Where
yeah.
you at in Michigan?
I'm a couple hours north of
Area.
Detroit, like Saginaw
Okay.
area.
Okay.
Yeah.
I thought you were in Michigan. They asked earlier. I was
you're a
pretty sure you
Youper?
were.
Yeah. No.
That's
Can't claim a
far.
Youper.
I used to
That's
work
right.
with a guy. He
He
had a
lives in
bumper
Southern
sticker on his thing, and it says, "I used to be a Youper," and I'm like, "What is a Youper?" And he's like, "That's the Upper Peninsula." I'm like, "Upper Peninsula of what? What are you talking about?" And he's like, "Well, Michigan is like it's one state, but it's two separate, land masses, and there's a bridge. You're either a Youper or a troll because you're either an Upper Peninsula Youper or you're a troll because you live below the bridge."
Yeah, I'm a troll. So
Okay.
What you pouring now, Shane?
What's that?
What are you pouring there?
This is. I've actually got another one of these in the fridge. I haven't done a review on it yet, but I will very shortly. It's the Hanalei Island IPA from Kona Brewing.
Hawaii.
I've had a couple of these over the past. I don't mind Kona Brewing. They do
They do a couple good beers.
they do one called the Big Wave, and I got a home brew that I've actually kind of modeled after that a little bit. And
Okay.
I don't want to toot my own horn, but my home brew is better than theirs. But
Were any of you guys in on the class action against them?
what's that?
The class action against Kona Brewing.
No.
I
actually
didn't
have the
realize
check
there was
in my
one.
shed. Dude, they got sued.
Have a good
for
night.
not
Thanks for
brewing their
joining us
beers
on the
in
stream,
Hawaii.
buddy. Sorry, TK. Sorry, what'd you say? I was too busy talking to
Sorry.
Paul to saying goodnight to him.
They got sued for not actually brewing their beers in Hawaii.
Well, no, I think.
are they Anheuser, a branch of Anheuser?
I think they got bought
so.
by one of the big boys. I think they brew some of it out of Colorado now. And
Okay.
there was a big class action, and I think Anderson told me about it, and we sent away, and we got checks for $5. I don't even know if I ever cashed it. I think it's hanging in my
Just
shed.
frame it.
Portland, Oregon.
Yeah.
Because it says brewed by Kona Brewing, Kona, Hawaii, Portland, Oregon, Portsmouth, New Hampshire. Is that NH? New
Yeah,
Hampshire?
New Hampshire.
Sorry,
Yeah.
I'm Canadian.
Yeah.
What the fuck do you want from me?
Listen, New Hampshire's practically Canada. I think you'd know that one, man.
I
Nope.
don't know.
New
who else got
Hampshire is
sued?
one of those
Foster's got
states that
sued
we
too,
as
right?
Canadians don't know exists.
I went there once for 24. I went to a job interview there. I was there less than 24 hours. Wanted to hit up a brewery, and everything was closed. And I didn't get the job. So
Apparently, friggin' Josh and Anderson have both seen Megadeth. I'm a little upset.
Anderson toured with Megadeth, dude.
Oh, dude, that's ridiculous.
He's toured with everybody, man.
Fuck. Like I said, he's doing a lot more shit than I did when I was in my. I used to play in a local bar band a couple of years ago, right? Nothing like Anderson's doing.
Oh.
I was just a hack, basically.
Listen, they was at the same show, him and Josh, in Council Bluffs, Iowa. Here it appears, huh?
Yeah, apparently.
That's wild.
Why the hell is Iowa IA and not IO?
Oh, I don't know. I mean, there is no IO.
And I apologize to all you guys. I'm just showing my Canadian ignorance.
Most
Well,
Americans
see-
don't know half of the numbers or numbers and letters, whatever.
Well, see, I'm old enough. Probably the next person that's just younger than me is probably TK, but I've got several years on him. But I remember when I was in elementary school, the states were all abbreviated by 3 letters, and when they changed it to 2 letters, it was kind of confusing. We got a lot of states that start with the same first letter,
Mhm.
so sometimes the second letter they chose kind of didn't make sense. I mean, New Hampshire makes sense because it's NH, and New Hampshire's 2 words, New and Hampshire, so that makes sense. But like you say, like Iowa, why do they pick the first letter and the last letter? Why not IW? I mean, because there's no other state.
Or
that starts
IO.
that
I
way.
mean, there's no other IO, right? I mean, we have Illinois, Indiana, Iowa. I mean, or like I get like Massachusetts is MA or Maine is ME. Like you got to do something different. So you didn't. I don't know.
Maine is
It just
ME.
seems random.
But then there's Michigan, Missouri, and Mississippi. all
Yeah,
MIs, right?
Yeah, but I mean, what's Mississippi's MS, Missouri MO?
Right.
I guess
Michigan's
O would
MI.
be the next closest one, but some of them seem a bit random.
Right.
Like Hawaii's HI, right?
Yeah.
So why not HA? I mean, we don't have another.
Right.
But
See, Postal Service, y'all could learn.
But if I see HI, I know that like again, ignorant Canadian guy. I know that HI is Hawaii. It just makes sense.
Yeah,
No, I
but they don't even
because
say
we've been
hi in
conditioned.
Hawaii. They say aloha.
But that's also goodbye. And
Maybe
I
that
love
was
you.
that was our little stick at them.
Let me
You're
ask
not
you
going to
this,
say
Brian.
hi. Well, guess what your state's abbreviated as?
You slightly older, Brian. Do you remember phone numbers being where the first two numbers were letters? Did you have that where you grew up?
No,
Like, fuck, how old are you?
but
Well, where I grew up, like if mine was PI, like different sections of Philly would be Pioneer, PI, whatever, or my aunt's was JE Jefferson. And like I remember my aunt saying, like, it's JE5. And I said, what the hell phone you got? Like JE5, like what are you talking about? And it was just like the letter correspondence to probably back in the old days when they were doing like some plug board thing. Each of the different neighborhoods in Philly had different, I guess, names associated with them. But like some of the people that were slightly older than me would always talk like that. And I was like, we just use numbers around here.
I've never heard of letter. Like, I mean, up here, we've never, I don't think maybe Jeff can, well, Jeff's younger than I am. I don't think we've ever used letters. I mean, I've seen.
How
on old
much
shows.
younger? Not that much.
Well, I might be the oldest person in this fucking stream right now. Brian, how old are you?
I doubt
If you
that.
don't mind me asking. What?
Me?
Yeah, how old are you?
I'm 52.
Oh, okay. So I'm not the oldest
52.
person in the stream. Okay.
We
Yeah,
have that
I'm
better
just-
immediately there.
I'm 50, so.
Someone invite Don.
Yeah. But yeah, I don't ever remember us up here using letters for like you said, PI.
No, we never do.
765.
We never use letters as a representation of an area code.
But did we ever back in the day even? I don't know. I don't remember it for sure.
I mean, it
Well,
doesn't even
I'm
make sense.
old, but I have a super
Do you still have YouTube?
I have a super old soul.
in the chat?
And I listen to satellite radio. I listen to radio classics. And if you guys aren't familiar with that, these are radio shows that are so old back before people had TVs.
Mhm.
So you're listening to this. It's like having the TV on, but you're not looking at it. You're just hearing people talk.
Right.
I really like those. And in a lot of those, the phone numbers are, like TK said, it's like, I need, Washam 357 or whatever. And I don't know if that was a street or if that was the name of the town or what, because back in the old days, at least in the United States, there were a lot of small towns. So maybe you didn't have a huge population. Instead of every person having a number, it's like each street or each town had a number. So like if you were calling, there was words or letters and then numbers. In party lines, like you would have several of your neighbors would be like on the same line, which means if you picked up the phone, you could hear your neighbors talking. I do remember that.
Right.
I mean, think about
But
even rotary phones, though, right? I mean, rotary phones, like one is ABC, like even like the modern
That's right,
texting
yeah.
phone comes out of rotary phones.
ABC is number 2, actually.
Yeah. Is zero? What's it? Zero first or something?
No, it's one. One I don't think has a ABC on it,
Pulling up my phone.
if I'm
here.
not mistaken.
Yeah, you're right. One has nothing. 2 is ABC. And
then
then
there's
9.
no- there's
couple of them
no-
have 4. That's peculiar. You
there's
think you would have
no-
thrown those extras on the number 1 there?
Yeah, no, it's XYZ. WXYZ is all on one.
PQRS is on one as well.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
there's two letters that aren't in there. I think it's like a J. I don't
No,
think
J,
J is on there.
JKO.
J's in
and-
there. I
and
think they're
I.
all in there somewhere.
No, there's 2 letters that I think that are missing on like a.
On a rotary.
On
This is
a
a bit.
rotary
Are you doing a
phone.
bit right now, Shane?
No,
Wanna
I'm.
go?
I'm
Oh, we love
Stroking out.
I was gonna say we have a rotary phone.
Dude, my great aunt had one that she'd been renting for the phone company since like 1950
Ooh, old
for
school.
like $10 a
great.
month. And I remember calling them like when I moved in the house and I was like, you better get this thing out of here. I'm not paying $10 a month for a rotary phone. And they said, unplug it. I said, it's hardwired into the wall. You can't unplug it. And I actually had to cut the wire and mail it to them. Now I wish I kept it. 'cause
Seriously?
How many
Yeah,
thousands of
yeah.
dollars over the
Hardwired.
decades did she pay for that phone?
Like, so you could have bought a Ferrari. And that's what I thought. Then I said to myself, you should have kept the damn thing
Yeah.
and said, bill me $50, right? I mean, imagine the thing is probably worth money at this point. It's probably an antique. And I thought, like, holy shit, this thing is hard. I've never seen a hardwired phone.
I've never seen that either.
Oh, man. What's everybody drinking? Anything new?
I'm still working on my Rush Golden Lager with I don't know why they call it a Golden Lager. It's actually got a touch of rye in it. Sorry, I shouldn't be talking about this. I got a review.
I dig the
on
rye
that
beers.
coming
You
out
don't see
pretty
too
soon.
many. I like them.
I
I've never got-
like the rye beers if it's just like a nice smooth rye, but some rye beers are just like, hey, it's
Yeah,
rye.
smack you in the face. Tony's
Yeah.
Humble Pie.
Humble pie.
This is white stout
This
with
is
blueberries, lactose,
legitimately more
vanilla,
rye
and
than
cinnamon from Illuminated Brew Works in Chicago. Anderson and I started to drink these and then passed out on the sofa and didn't finish them. So they're still extras.
So for you guys who missed this earlier, this guy right here, Jeremy Huseman,
Mhm.
he's the guy that got me into craft beer. This is the guy that has eaten up my entire fucking paycheck because I buy fucking craft beers all the time. So the Orangey Sons Brewing is now licensed to sell out of his garage. He jumped through all the bureaucratic hoops and might be providing kegs for restaurants. Orangey Sons is actually a buddy of his that started off as like a home brewer and then just decided to spend tens of thousands of dollars on equipment to do home brewing. So he's got like, everything's stainless steel, everything's fucking professional. And I guess he's going to be starting doing kegs for restaurants. And that's awesome. I've had a couple of Orangey Sons beers. They're
What city's
really,
he in? What city's that?
I think it's Dundas, Ontario, which is
Near you, I
kind-
assume?
it's kind of near Guelph, which I know doesn't help you very much. But yeah, that's kind of exciting because I've had a couple of this guy's beers that he's made. Some of his home brews, and they're pretty good.
Let me ask
I'm
you this. I
freaking
mean,
excited.
I imagine most of us U.S. guys don't be up in Canada too frequently. Are you guys seeing just massive explosion of breweries everywhere?
There's been a few. I know locally there's been probably 2 with Counterpart, most notably. But there's been a couple like new breweries pop up here and there. But everybody, this one place I've talked about it a couple times on my reviews. I've done a beer review for. Is there somebody else here? Oh no, there's not. Sorry. Woo. The one place, Counterpart, they have fantastic beer. I will give them that. All their beers are fantastic. Their food is amazing, but they have this thing. It's counter service. So when you walk into the venue, you go up to the bar and you order your beer, go grab a seat at a table. But now if you want to order food, you have to get back up and go to the counter and order food.
Oof.
Yeah.
Is that a
And
COVID thing?
No, that was
That's just how they roll.
This is pre-COVID. And then what they do is you order your food and they give you a little a table talker. It's basically just like a little stand with a number on it.
Yeah.
And you put that on your table. And then somebody will come over and deliver your food to that table. But they only deliver your food. So if you want like a fork and a knife or anything like that, you actually have to physically get up yourself and go to the little station that they have and get your fork and your knife.
What's up with
and all
that?
this.
That's bizarre.
Yeah, it's weird.
I mean, I
And
get
they
like maybe they couldn't serve your alcohol because of some weird law, but that's just peculiar.
It's just, yeah, it's a weird, apparently, according to the people at Counterpart, it's pretty common out west,
Mhm.
and like the counter service thing. But like if the guy comes and delivers your food, right, and you're like, oh, you're ready for another beer. You're like, hey, can you grab me another, stout or whatever? They're like, no, sorry, you have to go up to the bar to get it.
It's odd.
Their only job is to deliver your food, not your utensils, not your beer, not anything else. And it drives me freaking crazy.
You
But-
think in the COVID era that would encourage more.
Where are you
movement,
seeing
right?
that, Shane?
What's that?
Are you seeing that everywhere?
No, that's the one. It's the one place just here in Niagara
Okay.
Falls called
Okay.
Counterpart. but apparently they've modeled their whole service, the way they do stuff, after the way they do stuff out west. Because I guess one of the head brewers used to work out west, and that's a common thing, like out in like
Weird.
BC or
Yeah,
Alberta or whatever.
I've just never seen that really anywhere in any of the breweries around here at all, other than I think there's one place in Toronto that's like that, where they want you to go talk to the bartender, but otherwise anyone who comes to the table's always been super willing to
I don't like
spend
it.
more money.
I think I've explained this in one of my beer review videos before. I don't like it because, and I'm totally not trying to sound like a fucking snob at all, but when I go to your
What's wrong
place
with
of
snob?
business where you serve food or beer or whatever, I expect to be served. That's what I'm paying for. I'm paying for you to serve me, not
Are you,
for me to.
are you tipping, man, in Canada regularly?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
And,
We always
yeah,
tip.
and at this
and
point, it's nearly 20% is standard. Most
If
places.
she's hot, she gets 20%. If not, 50.
I mean, I tip 25 anywhere essentially. I mean, I worked as a bartender and bouncer for years, so I know the struggle. I know there's someone tipping
Yeah.
2%, so I usually do 25. But like, you go to Europe or places, and the service, to be fair, is garbage. And sometimes I'm against tipping, but then I think like, if I get some of my beer faster, screw it, I'm down. Or you go to other places, you just sit there. They don't care if your beer is empty. They don't care what's happening.
Well, that's the trick. And I worked in the fashion industry in Toronto, and you wind up at some party at like a high-end hotel or something, and the best way to get drinks quickly for the rest of the night is to tip well once right at the beginning of the night.
Yeah, you flex on them and they know.
Yeah, exactly.
I'll tell you something. I do the
You
same.
never
Like I go
wait
to
in line.
England where people don't tip, and I'll tip in England, and then you do get priority, but you have to throw a couple bucks up.
Yeah.
Now the beauty there is you could throw a couple pounds, and they're like, "Woo," because nobody else is tipping. Where at least in America, you gotta come through because everybody's kind of doing the same.
Yeah.
Right, and there's some of those countries, like you said, like the UK and Australia, because I was talking to Mad Dan about this very same thing, where tipping isn't a thing.
Yeah.
And Dan was
But I
asking
mean,
me
it's
about that.
also even here compared to the US. The servers, bartenders still do make close to minimum wage, and our minimum wage is not like
Well, it's
there's
usually
places
less,
in
though.
Yes, it's a little less, but there are places in the US where you'll make like 53 cents an hour and then everything else is tips. Like it's
Yeah, I think minimum wage
crazy.
is like $8.75 or something now. But bartenders, I mean, I used to bartend in college, and I think you got paid $2 an hour.
Yeah, it's nuts.
And I'll tell you, on Friday night, no problem, because you make it a couple hundred, no problem.
Yeah.
But we'd get called in to work these random day shifts, and I worked in a college bar. Nobody's coming into a college bar on Tuesday at
No,
noon.
God no.
Yeah,
Or Saturday morning.
I
whereas
delivered
here-
pizza in London for a long time, and I was getting paid
Did somebody
more
add
than
Josh back
minimum
in?
wage, and then on top of that, I was getting tips, and I'd probably walk out with like $300-400 in tips on a good night.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
Hey, Jeff, how come you're not on camera, Jeff?
He's
I'm,
not
I'm,
hear
visible.
your voice,
I'm
but I can't
smoking.
see
I'm
you.
having a smoke out back. Sorry.
Shane, you had Josh
Oh,
back
okay.
in there?
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Yeah, he left with his headphones, but not his.
No, that's
computer.
fine. I'm like, I can see it's just a fucking blank space and he's talking. So
Yeah.
She's
yeah,
in two screens.
Yeah.
I saw her elbow
yeah.
in that top screen. Yeah, look at that.
that's it.
Yeah, he stole
Hey,
the headphones.
I'm not lying.
and
I
then
actually
I was
have a
sitting
partner.
there not able to hear anything, so I switched to my own computer in the same room.
Nice.
Are you seeing the messaging on here, Shane?
Which one's that?
The private one on the live stream? Yard, whatever it is? StreamYard?
No, I didn't see a message. What's it say?
It's
Josh.
Josh.
Just said, can you add me back in? Resend them the link.
Oh shit! Sorry, Josh. No, I didn't. I don't even have that on here.
Yeah, well, resend it to him. It's here. 1023.
Just scroll back through the chat. It's definitely there several times.
I've only got chats from.
Are you looking
10,
through? Are you
10:20
looking
is
through
the last one
YouTube?
I've got.
You looking at YouTube?
No, I'm not looking
about
at YouTube.
I'm talking about the StreamYard. The last one I have is 1023. Can you add me back in?
I'm backstage, it says.
There you go.
Does he have it there?
I just see it pop up on it's on the YouTube thing there, so he should get it.
Well, I just popped it up on the StreamYard thing here. I don't know if it'll.
Going back, see, I think you have to admit him.
Hey Shane, while I'm
Yes.
thinking about it, since you got your 100 subs, make sure you go to your YouTube studio and claim your personalized Earl.
Oh yeah,
Oh, do I get a URL? Yeah.
yeah.
We'll
I
do
think
it
it takes a
100.
day or two because Wayne just hit it, right? I think they'll email you. I think in a day or two.
Nice.
So it'll be YouTube / Shane's Beer Reviews or Craft Beer
Okay, cool.
Reviews, whatever the precise title
It's
is.
much more aesthetic than than you want to give somebody your channel, and it's freaking YouTube / WQ2396W blah blah blah.
Yeah,
It's like what is this?
You get a giant hex code coming
Right.
from it. It's good.
I'm opening up my YouTube page here. So if I stutter a little bit, I apologize. I'm going to try and invite Josh back in here. Up my YouTube page here. So if I stutter a little bit, I apologize.
Oh, there we go. There's the
And
stutter.
there's nothing there.
Yeah.
I'm going to try and invite Josh back in here.
It seems like he's saying he's backstage in
Yeah, I think you have to
StreamYard.
admit him somehow from the StreamYard thing.
Oh, there it is. Sorry. Okay, I got the.
I feel good.
All right.
Josh,
It's
Josh
in the
was
yeah.
the
He's in the
timeout
private
just
chat
like
for
I
some
was.
reason. There we go. We should get him back in, I think.
The private chat just seems to be a mirror of the YouTube chat, right?
I guess so. Yeah. I hope Josh
I
got
just
that.
found it like 2 seconds ago while looking for this.
Did you
Well,
get that, Josh? I hope you did.
Hey TK, how are you commenting on not the private chat but the regular comments? Because when I look at the chat off to the right, I can read it, but I can't. Oh, you're on your phone as well. Okay, I was wondering about that because I'm like I can't. There's no comment block for me.
Yeah,
I can.
I
Just
couldn't
read,
see it, and
but
I know
can't-
Anderson was jumping in, and I was like, I gotta see what he's saying. And now I just saw this and hit the private chat thing, or comments rather. I guess all of the YouTube comments are popping up here.
Let me pull up my YouTube here and.
I
I
mean,
tried
even if you look
pulling
at, go to
tried
StreamYard,
pulling
just
up my
hit comments,
YouTube, but
and showing them up. There's just a slight delay. They're probably, maybe like 30 seconds or a minute behind YouTube.
I tried pulling up my YouTube channel on a different tab, but I can't see a comment section here.
I brought Avril another sour. So we've got.
Now we echoing.
Yeah, Josh, you must have your.
No, that's me.
Oh, that's
That's
you?
me. I've got an extra tab open
Okay.
because I'm trying to get Josh back in here.
That drove me crazy. When I did my first live, the whole show echoed and we couldn't figure out was why. If you go in the settings, there's something called noise or echo cancellation. And we all had it checked, but we were all echoing. It turns out it was me because when you're the host and you have the StreamYard page, if you have your YouTube page open, even though you're not looking at it, it's like on another tab, you're going to echo because there's that slight delay from StreamYard to YouTube. Which causes the echo, and it just drove me mad until finally somebody said, you got to close your YouTube page. And I'm like, I'm not even on YouTube. I'm on StreamYard. Oh, wait, I do have another tab open that says YouTube. Once I shut it off, the echo was gone, and you live and learn.
Did you have to admit us all in here, Shane?
Yeah, but it would just show up along the bottom. And I don't. Oh, you know what? Never mind. Sorry, Josh.
Full screen.
No, I had to
That's a
scroll
sweet
down
feeling,
on my
though.
stuff. There you go. Sorry, Josh.
Hey,
Sorry,
It's
Josh.
cool.
There we go, buddy. I've never done a live stream before, so some of this stuff's a little new to me, but hey, I just learned something new. So hey,
That's
thank
I haven't touched it either
what
for
it's
this
all
exact
about.
reason. So
Yeah, I haven't done it for fear it will just be me and Anderson.
I'll watch it. As long as it's not on a weekend, I'll probably watch it.
I think you got to do it you got to prep people and tell them, hey, man, we're going to do this. And then hope people come through.
Well, and that's basically what I did. Like I messaged you, I messaged Brian, I messaged Drew. I mean, it's just a bonus that Avril, Jeff, and Josh showed up. I mean, fantastic.
Yeah, I don't see Drew on here anymore. He must have had to go to bed. He must have to work tomorrow.
I know he was having some problems with I think maybe he got a little bit discouraged about not being able to get on the channel because.
Well, I think you need headphones. I think the problem was he was using his phone and it was doing the echo thing, and he didn't have headphones available, so it makes it kind of impossible if you don't, if you don't have the headphones, it's going to echo and it ruins it. So I guess maybe he didn't have them available.
So that Orangey Sons guy I was telling you about earlier that started doing the home brewing in his garage and stuff like that, he's in Caledonia, which I know doesn't help anybody except for Jeff and Avril, because you guys don't know where Caledonia is.
Well. Is Caledonia different from Caledon?
From Caledon?
Yeah.
I know there's.
I'm going to say yes, but I honestly don't know.
There's also a place called Caledon. So
it's probably totally different.
It's the original Caledonia in Scotland. We need Don to tell us.
If there are no places in Canada that are not named after usually someplace in the UK.
You know what's odd? Ohio has that, but they pronounce them all weird.
Are you guys hearing an echo, or is it just me?
It's just you.
No echo here.
I'm good.
Do you have two tabs open?
You hearing an
No,
echo?
no. I have two tabs open because she's in the same room.
Yeah.
Oh, well, maybe because you guys are in the same room, maybe it's looping.
Yeah.
Between your microphones.
Yeah.
That could be.
Yeah, me and Anderson did a whole video at a brewery and got electrical interference from their equipment and couldn't air the damn thing.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Yeah. Because apparently
AK, I've become a master of noise reduction. Send it to me. I'll clean it up. Send it back to you. You can release it.
Dude, if you can do it, you will be a hero. I sent it. Anderson actually sent it to a guy who was like a professional sound dude for the metal bands and couldn't fix it. So if you could fix it, you will be my hero.
I just realized that my mic's
let me
been
tell you
off as well.
You see this beer here? This review is going to be coming out Friday.
Oh, Sweetwater.
Sweetwater almond milk stout. And it was a beautiful day. So I went outside to film this review. And what happens when beer reviewers go outside?
People mow
the neighbors
lawns.
decide to work in the yard. So I had a leaf blower over here. I had a weed eater and a lawnmower over there, and a guy up in a tree
Air
chopping
Force is going
chainsaw.
across. Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm like, you know what? If you guys hear any of this noise, I have to film outside because it's a beautiful day. But I'll try to take care of this noise. And I after watching a few YouTube videos, I figured out how to tweak the sound settings to get rid of that. And I watched the playback because I just uploaded it this morning, and it's going to come out on Friday. But you don't even hear the background noise. It's amazing.
That's brilliant.
You guys are going to think I'm lying when I say it's so noisy outside.
I'll tell you, the thing I had was electrical interference. It wasn't like actual noise. Like we didn't hear anything. But I think the sound guy explained the mic cords we had weren't like insulated like professional ones.
Yep.
So I guess the electrical equipment other people was using was sending out whenever, and it was somehow interfering with ours, and it sucks. It was a really
That happens with guitars a lot.
Yeah.
I had that problem.
I've had
with
bad
my,
guitar pedals that played Chinese radio stations in Toronto all the time. Like I turned on my distortion pedal and suddenly my amp was playing Chinese radio.
That's what TikTok does.
Yeah, exactly.
I had that problem with my first couple videos as I was getting this weird noise, and I had it was like a Rode. It was powered through the plug. I forgot how you say that. The same thing works with guitar pickups and stuff. But I had to wrap it in tinfoil because the Wi-Fi.
You got to isolate it.
Yeah, it was all messed up.
You got to basically put a Faraday cage around it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we are attempting to step our game up and buy some better equipment, but I know Anderson reached out to like Sweetwater, like the music company or whatever, and you're like, oh, here's like a $3,000 set, and we're like, yeah, what do you have slightly better than that? Like, I ain't at that level. I'm not spending $3,000 on mics and audio equipment, bro.
Maybe take a zero off that.
Yeah, a couple $100, I'm in that.
Yeah. Hey,
I'm not over that 1,000. I ain't getting that sweet YouTube money.
Before I forget, wasn't Sweetwater bought out by a Canadian cannabis company?
It was.
No clue.
Were
The
they?
Sweetwater Beer Company was, yeah.
Sweetwater had
Oh,
of
Sweetwater-
all
Yeah,
the
like 6 months ago
all
or
the,
something,
all
right?
the U.S.
No, that was
music
last
providers
year.
I've bought equipment from.
Was it last year? Okay.
They were
Last
the
year,
best.
Sweetwater
yeah.
Beer or the music equipment company?
The beer.
No, the beer company.
Well, I mean,
Was
they do
bought
all
out by
those
a
like
Canadian
weed related
cannabis
or
company.
weed sounding beers, right? I mean, a lot of theirs have like dank this and like weed kind of.
Oh, and they got
420
their
this and that.
420 strain.
Yeah.
Right, yeah.
Yeah.
Is
I
weed
think I
legal
read that.
in Georgia?
Yeah, Sweetwater's from Atlanta, where I'm at, and then actually the Canadian cannabis company that bought them out is in Ontario.
So
it
let me ask you
WeedMD?
something.
Yeah, so
Canada.
I can't remember where it is.
Can you buy marijuana in Georgia?
I wouldn't know.
Oh, you don't know if it's legal?
You can buy it up here.
Yeah, well, I mean, you can in Michigan. I'm just wondering. 'cause,
you
like,
can definitely buy it in Georgia. It might not be legal.
I get it, but it'd be like, it seems odd, right? Like if you're a weed company to buy,
A
I
Georgian
guess, a
company.
beer in a state where it's not legal, like Michigan got dispensaries everywhere, right? I mean, it's a different
Yeah.
kind of story. Not that I've been there. I'm just saying I heard they were up there.
Our smallest towns have like 3 or 4 of them. Like you can
Adrian,
throw a
Michigan.
rock from one to the other.
You can't stumble down the street in Toronto.
Oh yeah, it's
Yeah,
throughout
it's-
the pandemic, every single place that closed down was replaced by a dispensary. It's yeah, you go and like there are so many on the same block. There's no way that they're all going to last.
Yeah, and we've got tons of pot shops up here, and
Yeah,
they're all over.
kind of
Like
that.
every single street corner has one. I'm not a pot guy. I don't
Mm.
like it, but I mean, you know, I drink beer. That's my thing.
Yeah.
Everybody's got to have a thing. This is mine.
It just seems odd having those like I guess like weed related beers, like a lot of the Sweetwater ones, like I said, with the 420 and this and that, right? It seems a bit peculiar that you would then go buy a brewery in a state where it's not legal. You think you'd pick a state
Oh,
where
I'm
it
not
is, and you
saying
could kind
that
of-
it's. I'm not saying that it's not legal. I don't know if it's legal. I'm one of those rare individuals who I never tried it. I never wanted to try it. With my day job, I absolutely can't do it. I would never risk my career on something like that because, like Shane, this is my thing.
It says it's
And-
illegal.
Yeah, exactly.
It's illegal for recreational use. It just seems peculiar. Like, I mean, I'll tell you this. I went out to Denver about 2 years ago. I was supposed to go to Iceland and the trip got canceled. We ended up going to Denver for my wife's birthday, and they had the spots. And like, you know, it's just peculiar, right? I mean, I've never seen them. And like literally everywhere you went, it was just a whole place, people smoking weed everywhere. And I was like, damn, like this is crazy. Like in the streets, like everywhere, just it was peculiar. Like I'm a libertarian. I think you do whatever you want to do. It ain't my business. If you infringe upon me, we'll deal with it. But I
Right.
generally think you do what you want to do. But I went out there and I was just like, this is a bit weird. Like it's a bit too much.
Yeah, I mean, I was in California. Oh, it's been back when California was like, I think the first state in the United States that made it legal or whatever. And I was out there for my cousin's wedding, and I think the dispensaries out there, at least back then, they had like the green plus sign.
Yeah.
Like
and European pharmacies have that.
Yeah. So there were actually people like, I'll use the word bum, but you know, whatever, standing out in front of the dispensary holding a cardboard sign that says, you know, I need pot or whatever, like begging for change. And when they get enough, they'd run in there and they'd buy some.
Listen, bud, no one's dying over pot.
Fair
But
enough.
you know what? I have more respect for a guy that has a sign
I'm with Shane on this.
that has a sign that says "I need pot," as opposed to "Hey, I'm homeless, give me money." I would rather know where my money's going, and or some guy who's got a sign that says "Hey, I need a beer." You know what? I'm gonna fucking run over to the LCBO, which is where we buy most of our beer up here, and go grab the guy a couple of beers and go, "Here you go, man." I would rather do that than give him money.
On that Canadian front, man, I didn't know LCBO existed for the longest time, and I was going to what is it like the beer store?
Well,
Yeah.
and this is the
They're
stupid.
both government owned.
But you got to
Well,
buy
except
cases
one's
of
owned
like
by
junk
Andrew
over
Road.
there. Like I went in and I was like, shit, man, I ain't trying to buy a bunch of garbage. And like the beer store
Yeah,
thing seemed to have nothing good.
Well, the
The
stupidest thing
beer
about
stores
Canada.
Jointly
stupidest thing about
owned
Canada is
by
when you-
Labatt's and Molson, so that's why they have really limited.
Yeah.
If you
selection.
want good beers, you go to the LCBO, which is
Right.
Liquor Control Board of Ontario.
Yeah.
Right. And like Avril said, you go if you're not from Canada and you're thinking, okay, I want some beer. I'm going to go to a place called the beer store.
Yeah.
And that's actually what it's called, is the beer store.
Yep.
And they've got, it's all macro.
Nothing.
It's all like,
But I think you can only buy
Molson.
cases too, right? Like you can only buy like larger quantities.
Yeah, you can,
No,
you can buy a
you
couple
can
12
buy
packs and
singles.
6 packs.
Singles?
But if
You can buy
you want
singles,
good craft
you can buy
beer,
6 packs, you can buy whatever.
Yeah, you can buy singles. It's just
If you want 8 cans or 9 cans of something, you can buy that.
but that's only if
Oh,
they
really?
have them sitting
Okay,
out
I
front,
didn't know
though.
that.
No,
But if you want
no,
good quality
you can,
craft
you
beer,
can ask for anything. They'll go in the back and get it. But I
Hey,
mean,
Josh
it's
Ellis
just
is here on the side too. Oh, you see it.
none of the craft beers. Like there is not a single sour that's sold at the beer store at all.
LCBO is pretty sweet though.
LCBO is good.
great.
Have you guys
And-
seen? I mean,
well,
It's
and
all
I
the
mean-
craft sales.
And
I
I mean,
picked
a
up a bunch of
the
ones that were
grocery
hockey ones.
stores now. The grocery stores have to carry local stuff if they carry beer. Not all grocery stores have beer, but the ones that do, it's an agreement to them carrying it that they have to carry local stuff. So they actually have far better stuff than you get at the beer store.
I mean, I remember going up there and they had a series of like single bombers, and they all had, I think it was like a goalie inspired one. So there was like a Jacques Plante one, Eddie Belfour,
Yeah.
all right, yeah.
Curtis Joseph. I remember I was like, I'm a sports fan. I picked up a couple of them. I was like, I needed a Bernie Perron. I didn't see a Bernie Perron, great Flyers goalie, right?
Yeah.
And I'm
well,
thinking like, these are cool.
That's gonna be a tough call in Canada.
Yeah, it's just weird that if you
With
want
Bernie?
if you want a good quality craft beer, you have to go to the liquor store, not the beer store.
Yeah.
And that's
It's so
how
peculiar.
it rolls up here.
I mean, I came from Pennsylvania, which was a fairly repressive state where like you couldn't even buy beer and liquor in the same places. You'd have to go to state stores for liquor, and you could only get beer from beer distributors. Then they only sold beer. And for the most part, in the old days, they only sold cases, and then you'd have 6-pack shops, but you would get ripped off. Now, I know it's changed now. Like now it's a lot different. But back then it was brutal. We're Ohio. I mean, we have drive-through beer distributors here, which is,
Yeah.
I mean, or beer shops. So you just cruise through.
Drive through?
We've
Yeah.
got
What the hell?
drive-through beer
Yeah.
stores.
You got them in Michigan, right,
Shane,
Josh?
have you never been to a drive-through beer store?
Do we have them?
Yeah.
They exist.
Oh my god, I had no idea.
Not in this area.
Oh, well,
Yeah,
that's why.
I don't think I've ever seen a drive-through LCBO, but they are doing the like will deliver to your car sometimes.
Mm.
I had no idea. What the hell? I'm
but-
missing out on
but
all
yeah,
this
there
great
are
stuff.
drive-thhrus.
Drive-through
do
beer
the
store in
drive-thrus.
London. It's been there for
I always
ages.
feel like I'm under pressure. Like if you don't make your decision in like 60 seconds, the guy behind you is getting pissed. And I'm one of them dudes that's browsing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I take myself on a date when I go get beer. Like I like to kind of sit there and look.
Guys,
That's the only shopping I do where I'll spend 3 hours in the store. You know, I don't like shopping because
Yeah.
she spends 3 hours in the regular store, and I'm like, my feet hurt. Why are we here this long? But when I go to the beer store, she's trying to drag me out of the store, and I'm like, I haven't seen it all yet, honey. We
Yeah.
gotta wait.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean, here also, if you're going to the beer store instead of the LCBO, you're going to buy like 24 cans
Mhm.
of something by
Sleeman's.
by
Well,
Labatt.
you know what gets me up in Canada, because I've talked to Beer for Breakfast, Facts for Snacks, is how expensive beer is up in Canada. When he tells me he goes and buys a 2-4, which I guess is that a 24 pack of beer,
Yeah.
Yep.
and it's like $50-some.
Yeah.
I swallow my tongue because I'm like,
No,
how
it's-
can it be $50 for 24
it's
beers?
$58 for a pack, like
Well,
a
and-
2-4 of Budweiser.
I mean,
Yeah,
but
for-
you know, if you
Oh,
think
sure.
about it,
Budweiser.
Well,
Like,
what's
you
the
think about
exchange
it-
rate though? I mean, what's the exchange rate? I mean, the U.S. dollar usually
It's
beats
brewed in
Canadian.
London. It's brewed
the-
here.
Let's look it up. Let's see the
By
exchange
Labatt.
rate.
Yeah, I don't know what exactly the exchange rate
Weird,
is now. I would
right?
expect that would be low 40s.
How much you saying was Canadian?
58 something.
58's $46.
Yeah.
That's
so
quite
I
a
mean,
bit.
if you're at a bar and you were to buy, 24 beers at a bar, of course you're gonna pay.
You're paying like
kind
$8
of
bucks.
money.
But you're
but
paid a
you're-
premium to
you're
be
in
in the
Toronto.
location.
Yeah, but to buy a
For
case
bottles.
of it at the store and bring it home and you pay $50 for it, I can't even fathom that.
Well,
Even
let me
though
ask
it's
you
a
this.
little over
$60
$2 a beer.
How
which
much,
is-
if you were to go to a brewery where you guys are, how much is a beer? The average beer in Ohio is probably about $7 for a
I
pint.
would say between 8 and 10, but it also depends on, like, some places will will do like a 10-ounce pour for that.
Yeah, I mean, we have that too. Like
Depending
if you're
on-
doing the
yeah.
higher ABV things, maybe you get a
Yeah.
snifter or a smaller one. You know what I mean? But if you're drinking just say like a regular kind of run of the mill beer, it's probably about $7 ish. Sometimes you get one a little
Yeah.
cheaper if you're drinking kind of like a crap lager.
It might be pretty even then.
Yeah.
Let me
I
check
would-
it out. So what do you say about 8-ish? So that would be
between 8 and 10,
Yeah.
depending on
So-
where you are. I
And
think
again,
it's-
depending on what it
I'd,
is.
I'd, I,
10 would be
yeah,
$8.
I'd say it's
So probably
closer
comparable.
to 10.
comparable. I mean, maybe a
At
little
a
bit more
brewery.
expensive.
But that's also, I think in the US, most places you have your tax included. Is that true?
Depends where
whereas-
you are.
Whereas ours, it's the tax is always on top. So it's here it's 13.5%.
Well, I think
And
most places
Our tax
include
is
it
on
in the
top.
price. At least in Ohio. I don't know what Josh is
There,
like or
there it's
Brian.
included. Yeah, here it's almost never included.
It's never included here. If you're paying $12.99, they throw it's 6% in Michigan, so they throw
Well,
that.
You're talking about takeout beer, though, right?
No,
No, in-house.
At a brewery,
yeah, both.
I'm going to go pull up some receipts now from breweries and take a quick look to see if I.
If you're buying
Actually, no. If you're buying it, at,
it's included.
yeah, it's included in like if you buy from the LCBO or the beer store,
Mm.
it is included in the price that they show you. But that's the only thing where it's ever included. In all other purchases, it's on
Right.
top.
Right, so
But yeah, if
your
you're
beer
buying
says
a beer at a
375, it's
brewery,
375, but that's after
Yeah.
tax.
All right,
Yeah.
I'm going to look at a receipt here from this past weekend.
And if you're buying booze at a place that's serving food, there's an additional tax cost on top of that as well.
See,
No,
I'm looking at mine this
it's
past
like
weekend. We had
13.5%, Jeff. It's-
we had price tip, and that was a total. Now, maybe it's up to the brewery. Maybe they can, or maybe they can include the tax price in the beer. So I know me and Anderson hit a spot this weekend, and beers were like $8.01 or like ridiculous prices. And I just thought, like, who doesn't work this in? Somebody's paying cash. You want to give every customer 99 cents cash? I mean, it's absurd.
801 means
Well,
they
I mean-
want more tips.
As long as
We
I mean,
also-
as long as
we
they
also
can show
don't
that
have
they're,
pennies
they're
anymore.
taxing it, it doesn't matter.
Would you say you don't have pennies?
No, we phased out
No,
pennies.
we have no pennies.
How long ago was that? A couple of years at
It's
least.
a couple of years now.
7 anyway.
Weren't they going to do that in the U.S. too? I thought I heard rumors of that.
There was
It's-
talk about it because I think it costs more than a penny to produce a penny.
Right.
That's
Yeah.
right, and that's why we got rid of it.
Yeah, it's
So everything
entirely
gets
why.
either rounded up or
So
rounded
it-
down to the nearest 5 cents now, right?
Though I mean, if you're paying digitally, you pay to the penny, but and most people are paying digitally anyway. So
Yeah, gas in the U.S. is still fractions of a penny, which is bizarre, right? You look at gas prices; it's like $3.10 and 9/10 of a penny.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
it's the same here. But it makes
the same
sense
here.
because you're going based on a volume amount. So if you're paying that fraction less of the volume number, it in theory benefits you.
I hate the
But-
fact that you're fucking talking and I can't see you.
I'm sorry. I'm
yeah, I went
smoking.
out for a smoke again.
I'm sorry, Shane. I don't have
No,
the
it's okay.
fancy vaporizer.
Is Josh
that you
Ellis
do.
trying to get in here? Oh, he's talking about
Okay.
the personal URL.
And
Before-
you
before
get
I
a
go
better
too far-
conversation from me because I'm not overlapping with Avril, so I'm not shouting into her
No,
mic
it's all good.
with mine muted.
Before I go too far, I just want to backtrack just a little bit here, guys. Cass says they have to have somewhere to invest their beer profits. That's going back to the Sweetwater thing
Yeah,
with the cannabis company buying
Okay.
Sweetwater. I just wanted to touch on that really quick.
Yeah.
I'll tell
Just
you
to let
this,
her know I wasn't ignoring her.
I'm surprised that that's not a conflict.
Tiger's
because
butt.
Yeah, that.
You know, in the
looks
U.S., right? Like, I
huge
mean,
in front of the
weed
camera.
is still
It
illegal
looks like a
federally.
tiger.
Weed is still illegal federally. So even if every state said it's legal, the federal government can still come in and arrest you and prosecute you for it. And they're very strict laws. Like one of the weird things about marijuana spots in America is they still can't put their profits in banks because the banks are federally backed essentially. So they have a hard time dealing with banks putting cash in. So I'm kind of interested to see how they let a Canadian weed company come in and invest in an American brewery. I mean, that is kind of
I'm curious as to which company it was. Shane, did you
I-
figure that out?
I read it a couple months ago and I can't remember who the hell it was. Like I
Well,
said,
you know,
I find it so weird that in the US you can have something that's illegal on a federal level but
Mhm.
legal on a state level. Like I don't think in Canada things may be kind of nebulous on a federal level and they
Mhm.
decide on a provincial level. but it can't be illegal federally and then legal in one province here.
I mean, I will say it's kind of an odd thing because, I mean, the U.S. obviously started as a very states' right dominated country, and the federal government was never designed to be what it is. And it's become this overarching monster, in my opinion, that kind of invades all our areas of life. And one of the reasons that we are, designed the way we are, the way we set up the way we are, is because the states didn't agree on many things, and we still don't. Like if you look at New Hampshire versus Alabama versus California, there are very little commonalities between these places. Now, maybe regionally you have it. So maybe Michigan and Ohio are similar. But we disagree on many things. And it started with, same-sex marriage, drugs like marijuana or different types of things like that. Even alcohol levels. Like I've talked to some of the Southern guys where a lot of the beers we can buy in Michigan and Ohio are illegal in their states, right? Because of the ABV limits. Yeah. So the U.S. is kind of a very weird place when it comes to the laws. Even in some counties, like I lived in Florida for a while, and the county we lived in, Martin County, you could have tinted windows. We worked in West Palm. And me and my dad would get pulled over in a work truck because the windows were tinted. You get ticketed constantly. So it's like a strange combination of laws, and you never know what you're walking into.
Though here we have a lot of the same things in terms of that. Like alcohol laws are totally different from province to province. There's a lot of things that are super different from province to province in terms of how they're regulated. But I don't think we have anything where on the federal level it can be illegal and then it can be legal within one of the different jurisdictions.
Weed is probably one of the few things here. I mean, because we have something called the federal supremacy doctrine, right? Which means whatever federal law is binding and dominates. Yet you have, I think we're up to like 40-ish states. It's still a minority of states, but we're getting close to a majority of states that have some sort of legalized marijuana. And once you go over that 50, once you go over the 25, once you go over that majority mark,
you pass the majority and suddenly
something's going to have to change. Now what's happened is, I guess in practices, the federal government's taken a hands-off approach and they've allowed the states to do what they want. But if you had a change in leadership or a change in policy, tomorrow they could say, shut all these places down and lock everybody up, and they could charge you federally because we have a dual sovereign system with state and federal courts. I'm going to stop. I'm getting into political. I'm getting into
no. It's not a good direction to go.
Don't
go there. I had a huge thing to say, and it's not. It's not going to be good.
Here it's just a lot more like the federal government will be like, everyone has to have a law on something, but you get to decide how exactly that's going to work in your jurisdiction.
It's just interesting to see how it plays out across different
I mean, even with the alcohol laws, do you guys have differences in ABVs from province to province?
No.
See, we have that. Like I remember years ago.
I don't think so.
No.
I don't know. There might be. Like, there's definitely different rules in terms
of how it's characterized.
Like, so whether it's an ale versus a beer or something.
No, it's whether it's a spirit or a beer.
Okay.
And I think that's
there'll be rules about. So I know that in the states, what is it? You can't, or in some of the states, you can't have vodka. So, Mike's Hard Lemonade, I know in Canada is a vodka-based thing, but my mom bought a bunch of it at some point when she was down in the US, and it's all malt liquor based.
Well,
and
it's
something about the
it's ABV. It's ABV.
Yeah.
But it's something about the laws in that state or something like that they can't, or I don't know if it's across the whole US that Mike's Hard Lemonade is not vodka based.
If you follow, I don't know if you guys follow Ronnie Terrio from he does the Louisiana beer reviews. He talks quite a bit.
I know Ron.
He talks quite a bit about some of the different ABV variations. In some of the southern states, they're a bit odd, and maybe Brian could speak on this. But I remember when I lived in Florida, a lot of the beer caps would say AL for Alabama, and I just thought it meant like it was brewed there or something. And my dad told me no, they have like a lower ABV, so they have to mark the bottles. even like where I live, there's different counties. So I can go to the grocery store, I can buy Jim Beam, but it'll be half of the proof of a regular bottle of Jim Beam.
What?
Yeah. Yeah. And I didn't know that
Oh,
because I
that's
bought it
sad.
initially.
What?
And then
Why?
it's some weird ass county law, dude.
It's old
Do I have a
laws
bottle of
that
Jim
were on
Beam?
the books like
That's so
150 years
From the
ago.
Prohibition days and all that, the Bible
Yes.
days, and everybody's religious and
Oh.
If you need a good bottle of Jim Beam, TK, there you go.
Yeah, I
buddy.
know. Come on.
I got one for you.
Yeah,
Hey, that's from a
we got
dry county.
all set.
Yeah.
I was gonna say my dad went there and couldn't buy any Jim Beam.
Yeah.
80 proof.
Yeah,
I
that's
think
actually
he-
made in a dry
uh,
county. You can't buy it there because
Eat my
it's
Jim
illegal.
Beam.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah,
Another
I think
crazy
here
law.
in terms
I
of
did a ton of
ABV
work
Sorry.
for a well-known whiskey company at one point, and they can't sell where they're from either. So it's
Yeah, so here in Georgia where I live, one of those crazy stupid laws, I was telling TK this last week. They cannot sell a beer. It's illegal to sell a beer that has 14% alcohol.
What?
Which is why I cannot buy the 120-minute IPA from Dogfish Head. It's illegal
Really?
to sell in Georgia.
Oh, right,
I can't get it.
I think
I
we
can't get
have
it.
we have some kind of limitation on the amount of alcohol in.
Well, but here's the
beer.
here's
I don't
the
know if we
thing.
do.
Here's the thing that drives me crazy about it is you can go to the store and buy vodka or tequila that's
Yep.
got way more percentage of alcohol in it, but
Sure.
because it's a beer, it can't have that much alcohol in it. It's illegal here. It's
all
stupid.
tax. It's tax based,
It's
though,
stupid.
Brian.
I mean,
It's
it's like
tax-based.
saying 2 + 4 is 6, but 3 + 3 is not 6. It's the same thing.
But the reason they do
Right.
it, I think they tax alcohol at a much higher rate than they tax beer. So they don't want you kind of sidestepping the beer the regulation was saying, oh yes, this isn't alcohol, it's a beer, but it's 22% or whatever it is, and then you pay that lower tax rate. So all this is really it's a cash grab, right? It's really about
Yeah.
money. I mean, even if you look at home brewing in most places in the U.S., there were very restrictive laws up until maybe the last 10 or 15 years. So you really didn't see much of that. And
Right.
now
And
they've kind of backed off a lot of it, but it was very restrictive of what you could do for home brewing.
Yeah, and that's kind of like what you're saying about the ABV. Like if I was to go over to the States and pick up alcohol, whether it be beer or a liquor or whatever, when I come back across the border, I get taxed on the alcohol content of it.
On what, ABV?
Yeah, exactly. So if I bring over beer and I get taxed, I mean, usually they just kind of like if I'm bringing over one case, they don't care.
Yeah.
Every once in a while, you'll get a guy that just whatever.
He's new.
Yeah, he's new, and you have to pay a little bit, and it's only a couple dollars. But if it's liquor, because the ABV is higher, you're going to pay more taxes per bottle, say, or whatever it is that you get.
Shane, you
Yes.
shouldn't be coming back with the 800 bottles of fucking vodka.
I don't. The only thing I've ever actually tried to get across the border with it, like usually if I go over there, I mean it's been a couple
Or
of years
sorry,
now, obviously.
40 of each. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean I bring a couple beers. I just say, yeah, I got a case of beer, or whatever. The only thing that I've ever been happy to pay the tax on is this bottle that I still have. Hang on, let me grab it here. Oh, is this fucking beauty right here? This is Parfait Amour. Okay.
Where did you find that?
I had the hardest time finding this thing to start with because I again before I got into beers really badly, I was a huge cocktail guy.
Yeah, no, that's
I did like flair
that's
bartending.
not
I
easy to
took a
find.
bartending course and all this other shit. I don't know if you can see it. It's kind of hard to tell, but this is purple. I don't know if you can see it in the neck there.
Yeah.
This is purple. And I did everything. Like I emailed Marie Brizard, which is the company that makes this, and they're in Holland, I believe. I emailed them and said, "Hey, I need this fucking liquor. Like, can you send it to me?" They're like, "Yeah, we can send it to you, but it's going to be by the case, and it's going to be ridiculous to ship. Like, it was going to be like $400 or something like that to ship a case of this. Well, I only wanted a couple bottles. I'm not going to use that much of it. But man, when I found this in the States one day, I was more than happy to pay the friggin' tax on this. It's absolutely amazing.
Have any of you guys done the beer mail service things?
No.
Like I did the Colorado beer drop thing. And I think he paid quite a bit. And it was neat to get beers you can't get, but I don't know.
I thought about it.
To be fair, I was cool. I did like a review or two, and then you start delaying on shipping, and it wasn't showing up. And I was like, "What the hell is this? Like, I'm not paying $65, and then I'm not even getting my beers on time." Like, it was turning into a bit of a mess. But I've been looking for an alternative. Like, I see Don over in Scotland, and I've looked at their ones, and they're quite affordable and quite good, like in the UK. But here, most of them, the shipping just murders you.
It's pretty much the same here. Like, because I've tried to look at a couple of them, and it's like it's so like you said, $65 or $80 a month, whatever the hell it is, whatever package you get.
Yeah, for a
and you're only
12
getting
pack or
like
something.
6 or 8 beers. Now, mind
You
you,
guys get any of the advent calendar things? You seen those?
Yeah.
Yeah, those are pretty cool.
I did a review last year on the 12 beers of Christmas one.
I watched that.
The dude said he was going to send me the thing, and he never did. So I'm a little salty. But luckily, Anderson picked one up. So I actually have the 12 days and the Advent one, and they're actually not a bad deal. I think I paid $40 for the 12, but they are all 16-ounce German beers that you do not see here. So not half bad. Do you see them up in Michigan, Josh?
No.
The Cali ones. I think he picked his up at Costco. I don't know if you're at Costco near you.
Yeah, we just got one within the last year near me.
The closest one to me is Toledo, but I think he paid $60 for the 24 beer one, and they're all 16-ounce beers, and they're all German stuff you will never see. I mean, it's pretty neat. I mean, I don't know. I did the Aldi one too. That one sucked. That was a bunch of garbage.
Because I totally forgot. Now that we're talking to Josh, you were just drinking a stout.
Yeah.
What the hell were you drinking?
Oh, I didn't realize it was a stout.
I saw it it was probably 20 minutes ago. I saw you fucking down in the stout. I'm like, oh my god, I gotta ask Josh about his stout.
It's similar to a review I did on a sour, like a lemon meringue sour, and it said blueberry jelly donut. Even more Jesus is the name of it. So I was like, oh, it's gonna be a blueberry jelly donut sour.
Is that Big Jesus?
Even more Jesus. Even more Jesus.
Yeah, and it's 11% ABV too. So
11?
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
I'm just about to crack open my. Jeff will know what the hell this is.
Oh, it's a bone shaker.
There you go. The Bone Shaker Unfiltered India Pale Ale, 7.1%.
Toronto brewed. Yeah.
I love this beer. It's really good. I
Is
picked up
Bone
a few of them.
Shaker that high? I didn't realize.
Oh no.
Yeah, Bone Shaker 7.1.
Good beer. Good IPA.
I don't know if you can see it there.
Little sharp, but
Blue Ice's preferred
Not a hop.
ABV, 7%.
That's right.
That's it.
nice.
Hey,
That's,
Blue Ice knows what's going on. He knows what's
Yeah,
going on.
that's a go-to for me.
I was actually really jealous because Blue Ice, I think it was today or yesterday, did the 90-minute IPA. And we cannot get that up here. And I've heard so many good things about the 90-minute IPA. Or even the 60-minute or the 120-minute. We can't get it up here.
I'll hunt some of those down when we come up.
Oh, if you can even grab just even the 60. I don't even care which
I
one
can
it
get
is.
60 and 90 easy. 120 you can find. You gotta look a little more, but you can still find them.
That's like once a year they release it, isn't it? That one
Yeah.
point?
Well, like Anderson's out in Cleveland, so he's got a better chance at finding the stuff. Like where I'm at's a little smaller, but I can find like 60 and 90 pretty easy.
Like I said, that'd be awesome because that's something that we can't get up here.
What do these mean? What does it mean to be a 60-minute versus
It's
a
just when they
90-minute?
add the hops in the process, essentially. Like
Except for the 120.
Yeah.
The 120 is the one that's got a 14-point-something% ABV, which makes it off limits to me. I can't get it in my state, but hopefully one of these
We're working
days.
on that. We're working on that.
Oh man, I think TK said they sell it in Ohio where he's at. So man, if he can hook me up with some of that, I'd much appreciate that. I don't have anything that's ever going to touch that I can send you back in thanks.
Don't matter.
But I'll send you back a plethora of Georgia beers that I think are quite fine.
It's one of the few IPAs you can let sit for like a long time, and it gets better.
Nice.
Yeah, well, see, Josh lives in Michigan, where some of the most outstanding beers come from. I mean, geez, Canada and Michigan, I think, are the best beer producing places because, gee whiz. I mean,
Thanks, Brian.
I haven't had a bad Canadian beer yet, and I know probably because all the beer I get comes from Beer for Breakfast Faster Snacks. They sending me the top of the line, top quality stuff, but it's all been fantastic. But I've never had a bad beer from Michigan. Now, of course, I get the bigger things that are available here in Georgia. You know, Founders, I love Founders. I have not had a bad beer from Founders at all. Absolutely love them. But Bell's, I love Bell's. Another great Michigan brewery. I'm sure, Josh, you can say that there's probably a brewery that you think is quite substandard, but that's probably not available to me. That's probably more localized to you up in Michigan.
Yeah.
But so far, I say Michigan and Canada, I think, just me personally speaking, I've never had a bad beer from either of those places. And I know Shane's reviewed some beers where he's said it's been horrible. Drew has dumped some out. Okay, I was poor growing up. Even if I don't like the beer, I cannot pour it down the drain. I have to drink it because I was not raised to waste food, and I'm certainly not going to waste beer that I bought. Even if I don't like it, I'm going to struggle through it and drink it, but I won't buy it again. You know?
Absolutely.
That was actually the original idea I had for the review channel, was drink it or dump it. That was the only 2 ratings that the beer was going to get.
Yeah.
And then I was like, well, I'm not going to dump any of these because I just don't do that.
Yeah.
Yeah. I like that.
That's a failed idea right there.
I've only actually ever dumped one beer on my channel, and it was a beer that I actually got from Drew from Beer for Breakfast Faster Snacks, but it was a year old. And
so that comes into play.
And I think I would like to try and find that beer again and do like a real review of it, like fresh.
Sometimes stuff just doesn't work. I mean, I did that. I don't know if you guys saw the one I did the other day. It was supposed to be some weird malt liquor. It was called Cherry Beer for Pizza.
Yeah,
I remember that video. Yeah,
out of Chicago.
I hope you had it with pizza.
No, I didn't. I wish I had, but I will say this: like, Imperfectly Meat Crafts, they're up in the Chicago area, and they said we tried a bunch of their beers. They're awesome. When I got this, it was my wife liked the label, and I thought when you poured it, it looked like a cherry cola, and I was like, oh, this is pretty cool. Literally, bottom 5 worst beers I've ever had, and I immediately checked the date, and the date was good. And look, maybe it's just a bad one. I don't know what it is, but like, just did not work, or maybe it just didn't work for my palate. But I mean, it is what it is. Different people like different things. Yeah. I like beers you probably don't. Like Shane don't like the sours. I do. I'm not an IPA dude. Most of you people probably are. Yeah, I mean, it is what it is, right? I mean, they're different flavors.
Well, if you give Shane a sour,
but I'm going to drink it. That's the problem.
Will you still drink it?
A sour, I'm going to drink it. I'm probably not going to like it, but I'm going to drink the whole damn thing.
Now, look, Anderson just mentioned this Kokanee, man. What's your thoughts on that? The Canadian brothers in here and sisters.
Yeah.
Kokanee is not bad. That. We got tricked into buying that.
Well, you get tricked into buying Kokanee.
Yep, we come over.
I pollute the room, so we're not going to get the echo.
We come over to Border and we stop at the like the duty free John there, and we were like, hey man, we talked to the kid who was looked like a high school kid, and was like, hey, what do you drink? Because I'm not gonna buy Labatt or stuff I can find here. So we're like, hey, what do you drink? And the dude goes, oh, Kokanee.
Kokanee is the Labatt of the Western child.
Yeah,
I think we had like Kokanee Light or something.
Big brewery lager.
No, we were salty. I thought we just tricked into buying Busch Light and bring it across the border. And I was just like,
this is so good. It's like I walked out of the Echo Cave. It's fantastic. Sorry. That has nothing to do with the conversation.
Listen, the Kokanee, that happened 10 years ago, and this cat ain't letting me live it down.
Yes. Yeah, no. Big Rock Brewing is something you should check out if you're looking for like Western Canadian beers that have some merit to their name. Grasshopper is really good as a wheat beer.
Good luck on that exam tomorrow.
It's not. I mean, it's not a microbrew by any means, but
hey, there's good macro brew stuff, right? I mean, I think a lot of us in the beer community are like, "Oh,
yeah,
macro, it's got crap." There's solid beers.
When I look at the West, it's like some of their microbrew stuff is really nice, but a lot of their macrobrew stuff is good enough that it's worth mentioning.
Yeah,
we can't believe a word that you say because we can't see you.
Yeah, I know. It's because I'm smoking in the backyard.
See, start vaping.
Oh, looks like a fancy
Yeah, I
little
know.
bottle there, bro.
That's I quit smoking about maybe 3 years ago. Got into this vape stuff to help me quit, but now I've been doing this for 3 years, so
Good
it's
job,
not really
Shane.
helping much. Yeah, I know it's not helping much.
Good stuff. God knows what.
I've
You're-
never
you're-
seen
you're just-
a vape that big before.
Yeah.
This one's small.
You
This
get
one's
pulled over if
small.
you smoke that. It looks like a
Shane's
small
just
bottle of liquor.
harboring bigger tumors than I am. That's
This
all.
one's way smaller.
This,
I'm
A lot
used
of the
to
ones
the
I've
like
seen.
little tiny like
Oh, the
pen,
jewels? Oh, those
Yeah.
are fucking terrible.
yeah, those kinds of things.
They're
Or the,
worse than this. I'm going to be like Bob Ross. I'm going to get popcorn lung, and that's how I'm going to die.
if you're gonna be Bob Ross, I'm gonna be listening to you on fucking YouTube. Go to sleep.
You know what? And Jeff, I know you probably don't watch a whole lot of beer review videos. Watch
That's not necessarily true.
right there.
He said
don't
he just
know if
ain't
it-
watching your videos.
I don't know if it's the same.
Actually, no, I've watched
Watch-
all of Shane's videos.
Watch Josh's video, half-ass beer review. He's like the beer review king of Bob Ross. His voice is just
Yeah?
fucking. It's so
Oh,
soothing.
I'll definitely check it out.
Josh, had you heard this previously, my brother?
I have
or
not.
Was
This
this
is
the first?
the first time me hearing it, and it's probably the best compliment
It
I've
is
ever had.
seriously, and
Having heard your voice,
half the
what's
reason
your
I
phone
watched
number? Can I send you a script? And
for
you
sure,
can
buddy,
just
absolutely.
read me to sleep.
Half the reason I watch Josh's videos, A, it's a good solid beer review. B, his voice is just so soothing. Like if you've had a bad if you have a bad round at the disc golf course, go and watch one of Josh's videos. Because it'll just like bring you like because he's just so and as long as you do, little drink, big drink, you're good. Little drink.
What's the sign off line? Is it keep your fridges full and have a great day?
Yep. Oh, yeah.
Is it? It's so damn tough to come up with them punchlines, isn't it? Or like those taglines.
I don't have one. I think my tagline is let's check it out.
Yeah.
Because sometimes I'll do like a little
tagline.
Wait, you said out like a Canadian. Are you Canadian?
To me, yeah.
Figured it out.
Figured it out.
You're gonna have to
we
go.
were
full-
talking-
You know what it's a
Is
boot?
it Bob and Doug?
Let's look about the situation.
You gotta do it. You gotta do a Strange Brew video with Drew.
Oh, for sure. Well, like I said, we've got we got some plans to do some videos in the winter,
Mhm.
and like I said earlier, they're going to be messy. They're going to be so much fun. I love doing videos with Drew. Just the dynamic between me and Drew, like when I go and visit him,
Yeah, you all work well.
We do. We work very well together, and we're just both like, "Hey, what do you want to do? Okay, let's do this. Okay, fuck, I'm up for it. Let's do."
Let's
We're
rip our
both
shirts
just
to shreds. Fuck it, let's go.
all that. That was awesome.
I
don't know
love
if
his.
I'll-
I love his reviews when he's like standing up. It reminds me of like wrestling promos.
Yes, exactly.
Like
Right?
like
Like
Ric
Big
Flair,
John Studd or
like
some shit.
Macho
Yeah.
Man. I'm
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
I love watching him.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like I don't know if you watched the one I did on my channel, Josh, of I think it's called the Brawl in Brantford, and we did like a wrestling fight, and then when we
Yeah.
came back, all our shirts are all ripped and shit. That was, I love doing fun shit like that with people. It's so much fun.
Do you know what though? It's so hard to do it solo. You know what I mean? Like it's so much better when you got someone there. Like when
Oh, for
Anderson's
sure.
in the cave where we did something with Brian. No, it's a little weird because we're doing it via the phone. But when there's someone else to work off of, it's just so much more natural and it flows so much better.
For sure.
And you have a second to think because when you're by yourself, any dead air, your brain starts going into panic mode. Like, oh shit, better do something soon. Where if you got
Exactly.
someone else, they jump it in. You're like, all right, I can think. I got a minute, and you just feel better.
Well,
Right,
we
and-
definitely learned this with comedians during this pandemic
Mm.
when they first started to try to do things online with just silence.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
work off of that. Even if it's a laugh track, I'm sure you work off of it. You know what I mean? There's something there. You hear the crowd. You feed off it. I mean, I can tell you this. Even as like a professor, do you know how hard it is to walk into a class and everybody's masked and you can't read their faces and you don't know if they hate you or if they're feeling it? It's just so difficult. But
Oh,
when you
trust
see
me.
the expression, you get that
You're a
positive
professor?
reinforcement. Yes,
They're
sir.
not
Yeah,
happy.
Huh?
Yeah,
No, I'm the one they like. Please, I'm all right.
Yeah,
Eh,
exactly. And that's why I like doing like little collaboration stuff.
are
like
you
with-
grading their papers? They might not like you.
Listen, I'm not the bad one. I've learned. I'm just trying to get through, do my thing. I'm fair. There's some people that are
Yeah.
brutal, and I think a lot of those guys are trying to just prove their intelligence or something. You know what I mean?
No, I
yeah. I've found I've
I have
done
a
a
lot of props
couple.
for
I've done a couple talks in webinars and stuff, and it's so much harder to just like a completely silent webinar with no one else on camera than it is being in a room with a crowd. It's weird.
right.
No
Okay,
mistakes, just happy little accidents.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I said. I like working with like Drew and doing like the collaboration. I've talked to Avril about coming on and doing a sour beer review because she likes sours. I don't. It would be a nice balance.
I love
really-
I love sours.
I
Avril.
know.
That's
And
what's
so
up,
does
Brian.
TK, and I'm really, really excited to meet up with TK
And
sometime in the.
No.
give me some suggestions. I'd love to.
I say we all meet up
Yeah, like I said, we definitely have to get
and make Shane drink some wine.
Yeah, for sure. Like I said, we really have to do this beer reviewer collaboration, and we can just
Well, we-
all do beer reviews together. It would be freaking super
I wonder if
phenomenal.
we did a mini one. Most of us can probably. I mean, how far is Windsor from you, Josh? It's got to be close, right?
Yeah, it's not that
Hour or something.
2-ish hours.
Jewish. It's about the same for me, maybe an hour and a half from right now. But I mean, Windsor would be a decent location. We
Yeah.
could go up there. We won't get murdered like we would in Detroit. It'd be a fun place to go, drink some
Oh, Detroit's
beers.
not that bad.
How far is
It's
Windsor
Detroit's a
from a
stretch.
major airport?
I mean, Detroit's literally across the river.
Yeah,
Detroit's 300 yards from Windsor, depending on how you cross the
Well,
river.
I wonder if, like I said, I was wondering if we maybe do something a little bit more to the west, just because it'd be easier for Brian and anybody down there.
The west of where? Weston.
West,
I don't know.
west of, like,
I can
Michigan.
fly to any major airport that's up there. So whatever's
We could
closest.
do Detroit. I'm down with Detroit.
We can go outside Chicago too. There's a lot
Okay.
of there's a lot of breweries everywhere, really.
Yeah, Chicago would be a good. I wouldn't mind going to Chicago for a couple days and just hanging out there.
I've never been there other than the airport. I'm down.
Deep dish pizza and Chicago dogs. I'm
that's
in
not-
there.
listen, that's
Chicago
not
style
pizza.
pizza. Yeah, there
I'm
we
East
go.
Coast pizza snob, brother. Come on.
Yeah, I don't need that lasagna.
Exactly. I'll try it though. I won't call it pizza, even if I like it, but I'll try it.
Oh, for sure. How could you not like the pizza?
Pizza's a lot like beer. I could never dump it out.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Right.
Well, I think pizza is very regional, at least in the U.S. I mean, like I said, I'm Philly, Jersey, New York areas where I grew up, so their pizza for me is kind of thin crust. I even don't even like all these crazy toppings. Like my wife be ordering, buffalo chicken pizza. And I'm like, that's not a pizza. I don't know what that abomination is, but it's not a pizza.
Oh, here we go. We're gonna start the big debate right now.
Listen, for me, one topping, that's it. More than that, you're ruining the pizza.
What are your
Whoa,
thoughts
one
on
topping.
pineapple on pizza?
No, don't belong there.
No,
If you live in
pineapple
Hawaii
pizza,
or
no.
something, maybe, bro, but
Oh,
not
you
right
can't come
now.
to Canada then.
No.
yeah, ham
Pineapple,
pineapple.
it's a pizza.
I mean,
Hawaiian pizzas were actually invented in London, Ontario.
that
See,
makes
there you
sense.
go.
That's all we need to
Hometown.
know.
Yeah.
The
Yeah.
Hawaiian pizza.
Oh,
Yeah,
Outside
outside
of
of that
combination,
combination, no one needs to order
order
Hawaiian pizza. Fuck.
Is that dragging out?
I'll judge a pizza place based on
See?
just their cheese pizza.
My
Blue
friend
Ice in
Blue
the
Ice, he
building.
loves pineapple on pizza, dude. We can come and fucking party anytime.
Oh, and now he's bashing sours. Good, great Odin's Raven.
And
Blue.
look,
Come
look at
on.
this guy. He likes pineapple on pizza, and sours suck. How can you not
So-
fucking love this guy?
Blue, you
Sounds like
just
he's
got
sucking
knocked
up.
down a few notches on the scale.
No, he's
But listen, Josh hit it
Blue's
right.
the
Like,
fucking king, man.
if you want to rate pizza, it's got to be just plain old cheese, right? Because you can throw good sausage, pepperoni, all kinds of toppings on it. Can't hide that regular old cheese pizza. Now out here where I'm at, man, I went to this place recently. They had a pizza made with like a cheddar and all this weird stuff. And I thought, sounds good. Had it, abysmal. Absolutely just couldn't get down with it.
Always
I
sounds
don't
good.
think cheddar
Never
would be
is.
good on a pizza.
It was not. It become greasy and it was weird. It was just weird as hell. Now, look, I'm not going to bash Ohio, but the food tastes out here are very different than my East Coast food taste. So it's peculiar for me, to come out here and they'd be like, oh, this is a cheesesteak. And I'm like, no, it's not. You would get stabbed for calling that a cheesesteak where I live. That's not a cheesesteak, my friend. But it's, it is what it is. We all got our regional food taste, and when you try it elsewhere, it's bizarre.
Yeah, like chili. Chili is very different depending on where you get it in the United States. I want to say, is it the Cincinnati chili that's got chocolate in it?
I think, do they put I know they put cheese on it. I'm not a big chili dude. They may put cinnamon. I know some places put cinnamon
or
and some places put
chocolate,
weird
some
stuff.
kind of weird stuff. Some people
I know
have white
Cincinnati's
chili.
a big chili place. I know that, but I mean, I don't really mess with it too much because it's all too spicy for me.
Yeah, I'm not a spicy guy. When I make the chili, I do put a little cayenne pepper in it, but not enough to make it obnoxiously hot because hot spices I don't know if I'm allergic. It just makes me feel like my tongue is swelling. I mean, it's not. I've looked at myself in the mirror after eating it where it feels like my tongue is swelling. I'm like, well, it doesn't look like it's swelling, but it gives me that feeling like my tongue is swelling, and I don't like that feeling. So I just stay away from hot peppers.
Anderson just said they put cinnamon in theirs down that way. Cinnamon. I don't know if y'all have that.
I love cinnamon, but I just can't picture it in my chili.
It's peculiar. Skyline is garbage. That's Cincinnati's chili spaghetti.
Yeah.
Blue Ice is saying
Blue Ice is right about spicy beer. Spicy beer is pretty good. I do enjoy it.
Okay, that's what I want to know about.
All right.
What?
Hey, is Blue trying to jump in here?
Someone recommend me a spicy
He
beer.
is trying to.
I'll tell you this. I'm a
Like, you
hop
only
out.
have
I got to
six.
go handle some business. It was awesome chatting with all of y'all. I'll let Blue jump in on my spot if he can fit him in.
Oh, absolutely, yeah, for sure, TK.
I know. Listen, he'll be much more entertaining than me. He might be much more athletic than me, and I look forward to checking out the rest of the video tomorrow, y'all. Have a wonderful evening. I got a couple things I got to handle.
Hey,
All right,
TK,
see you, TK.
thanks
Nice
for
having a
being
beer with you
on
guys.
Have a good night,
on the
TK.
show. Love
Good
to see you,
night.
buddy. I can't wait to see you in Windsor. It's gonna
Hell
be
yeah,
awesome.
man. I look forward to I'll be in contact. We'll set that up.
All right, for sure, buddy.
Take care, everybody. Have a wonderful evening.
You
Take
too.
care, buddy. Thanks.
You do.
Yeah, since Blue Ice grew up in San Diego, which is basically a border town between Tijuana, it's right there. He probably grew up eating a lot of Mexican candy as a kid, and that stuff has hot peppers in
Oh
it.
yeah.
I grew up in
Mhm.
Florida. There's
No,
Mexicans
that's for
are
love
in
of us.
Florida, so I was familiar with Mexican
Yeah.
candy. And the first time I tried that as a kid, I'm like, this ain't candy. What is this? This is a pepper stick. I mean, I didn't get it because candy's supposed to be sweet, chocolate, whatever. Yeah, but Mexican candy is hot and spicy. So that's probably why Blue has that palate for the hot sauce because he grew up in San Diego.
I love everything spicy. I won't turn down anything. If you say it's spicy, I'll eat it.
Just trying to get Blue in here. Oh, I gotta tell you, this Bone Shaker,
It's got some wonderful lacing.
it's a fantastic beer. Like I said, 7.1%, unfiltered.
Oh, I love it.
Yeah, so it's really, really nice.
No
I'm a
one
fan of the
was
unfiltered.
gonna argue with you.
That
That
was
was
not
not well-made
made
beer.
beer.
Fucking 80 IBU. Beautiful beer.
What is that? A bicycle on the label? What was that?
Yeah, it's like a skeleton. Sorry, hold on.
Skeleton on a bicycle.
It's an old school bicycle.
I was gonna say I thought maybe it was one of those penny
Shaking your
farthing
bones.
deals.
Yeah, it's super, super cool. Okay, I'm gonna pull Blue Ice's out of here. Jesus. Hey, Blue Ice, if you're still watching, click on that link. I'll get you back in here somehow, eventually.
Aaron's just frozen.
Oh, the Cincinnati chili spaghetti. Is it? Yeah, that's like spaghetti, and they put the chili on top of the spaghetti.
Mexican candy, spicy and sweet. I've never had Mexican candy, I don't think.
I love Mexican
it's so
lagers.
good.
I'll stick with Mexican lagers. You guys can have the Mexican candy.
I got a bag of it. I think it's called like, I don't know, Zangy. That's I totally don't know.
I'll go find it.
Well, you got some Mexican candy up there in Canada?
Yeah.
Do we? I have no idea.
I mean, we got it from somewhere.
It came
And,
from Mexico.
yeah, we have some in the other room.
Well, while we're talking about Mexico, up there in
I'm
Canada,
eating all of it.
you guys get the Modelo Negra up there?
We get the what? Sorry?
What is
Modelo
that?
Negra. It's got a cool shaped bottle. It's not like a traditional beer bottle. It's kind of different, but it's a dark Modelo. I love it, man. That's one of my
occasionally.
favorites.
I've never seen it.
I don't know if I've ever seen it. Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen it once or twice, but that's it. Like over the years, like, very rarely. Does not show up on the LCBO often.
I know Blue's trying to get in here. If you can, I'll send another invite link here.
He stopped commenting. I'll send him a text and see if he's having some issues on his end or
Yeah,
something.
I think he might be. Which is too bad because I really like to have Blue on the show. He's a cool guy to have on. Oh, I actually had a whole list of stuff. It's really funny. I had a whole list of stuff to talk about during the stream, and I haven't talked about freaking hardly any of it.
At least you were prepared.
Yeah, I was. I was like, okay, this is what we're going to talk about, and then it just kind of. But I don't care. You know what? Guys talk about beer, whatever. One of the things I wanted to talk about was one of the things that Drew over at Beer for Breakfast Facts or Snacks brought up on one of his videos today was about craft lagers. And I don't know what it's like for you, Brian, or you, Josh, being in the States, but craft lagers tend to be terribly expensive up here in Canada. Like I'm talking Canadian dollars.
Like
$3.50.
$3.45 a tall can.
Yeah, like $3.50, $3.75, $4 for a tall can, which is an expensive beer for us. And they're really not that great. It's a lager, for God's sakes. Like, how hard is it to make a freaking lager?
I think.
I mean, they're just not. There tends to not be anything special about any of them.
Yep, I agree. I think that's one of the things craft beer just in general struggles with is making some like a craft lager. They want to make something for the masses, and no one's really done a great job of doing it. I know a lot of Michigan beers do it, and it's it's a good beer. But if I'm going to drink something like that, I'm not going to pay the premium price. I'll just I'll buy whatever. I'll buy a PBR if I want to drink a beer.
No, they're all making a 4.5, and it's going to be what it is.
Mm.
And that's what Drew was saying on his video. I'm pretty sure it was the one he did today. It's like, you know what, if you're going to charge me $3.50 or $4, like a premium price for a lager, make it exceptional. Don't make it like a run-of-the-mill. It's like malty and sweet, and it's a lager. It's a baseline lager. Why are you charging me so much when I can go get up here in Canada, I can go get a Molson Canadian for whatever it is, $2.30 for a can or whatever the hell it is. Why am I paying $4 for this can when I can get a Molson Canadian, which is it's a macro, I get it, but it's a solid brew for $2.30. Why would I pay $4 for a beer?
But they're broke.
I mean, it better be a lot better than Pabst.
Whoa.
Whoa.
Yeah, I know.
Like Pabst
right?
is $2 here,
angry.
so
You hurt my feelings.
if you're gonna charge more than twice that, it better be a lot better.
It's
that's
Brian.
the point, right?
Your diet. You talk about the diet beers and how you don't like them. You know what I mean? It's the same.
Well,
Diet beer?
there
What
was
are
a
you
time in
talking
my
about,
life
diet
when I
beer?
loved those beers, but
There's nothing wrong with Pabst or
Nope.
Molson or anything else.
What is a diet beer?
They're drinkable beers.
well, for me, they're the really cheap light beers that I drank when I first started drinking.
Yeah.
And But now I don't want to drink 20 beers in a sitting. I don't. Now I buy more.
Okay, I'm only 12 deep. Forget.
I like a more robust. I love a higher. I'm with Blue. I think 7 is a good starting point for a beer because I'm only going to have 1 or 2. I'm not going to drink 6 of them. So if I drink a 7% beer, I'm already there. Whereas if I drink a Bud Light, I can drink 7 of them.
Okay, so what's the 7 that you're drinking?
What's that?
What's your go-to 7%?
Ever since I've been reviewing beers, I don't drink the same thing twice. But let me tell you about this beer I've got right here. Don't know if you guys are familiar with Wayne Allen. Don't know if he reviews beers, but he sent me some beers. He's commented on, a few of my videos and stuff, and he sent me, 4 beers. He's from Pennsylvania, I believe. This beer's out of New Jersey, and I've never had a beer like this before. This one's called Constant Motion, and it's a coffee India Pale Ale. I've had plenty of coffee flavored beers because I love stouts, but this is an India Pale Ale that's coffee, which is unusual. And this is I read it on here somewhere. This is 7.5% alcohol, and this is a tall boy. So this is a pint. This is a beer. I guarantee you. This is just my own personal experience. If you drink the same beer all the time, doesn't matter what it is. If you drink it all the time, I think your body gets used to that. And if you drink something different, the ABV doesn't have to be far off from what you normally drink. But what my experience is, because I'm always drinking something new, the alcohol in it affects me quicker. So, like I say, I used to drink Bud Light, used to drink Coors Light, anything light. I used to drink it. But it came to a point where, like, you'd buy a 12-pack, you drink the whole thing, and I didn't feel like I was feeling anything from it because I think my body got used to it. And, so it's kind of like I drank 12 beers, and all I was doing was running to the bathroom, taking a leak every 5 minutes, So now, because I drink something different, I'm sure the alcohol is all the same. I mean, but it's just because it's different than it's presented in a way that your body's not used to. I can review a beer and I'll feel it. I'll start feeling. I'm feeling a little bit tipsy. I've only had one, and I feel I've turned into a lightweight. I drink a lot of beers, but it's like I've turned into a lightweight because it just affects me quicker. When I shoot my reviews, I do 3 in one day, and I tell you, by that 3rd review, I'm pretty toasted, and it's through creative editing that you don't ever see me looking sloppy drunk.
For sure. For sure.
So I have a question about big macro brewery. So you mentioned Coors Light. Is Coors, regular Coors, available everywhere Coors Light is there? Okay, because here, like, we only have Coors Light. Like, you can sometimes find Coors, but it's not one of our standard beers. Whereas, like, Coors Light is available everywhere.
Are you talking regular Coors? Like just
Here's my Coors
regular, like full, not light Coors. Like never see it.
It's that or Banquet.
Yeah, they call it the Banquet.
Yeah, that's the regular Coors.
Yeah,
Are you guys familiar?
Banquet is.
Are you guys familiar with Smokey and the Bandit, the movie?
Yeah. Yep, for sure.
Okay, so I'm old enough to remember because I had an uncle that lived in just outside of Denver, Colorado, and Coors Light used to be a regional little beer. You couldn't get it everywhere, and that was the whole plot of that movie was the little rich guy, and his son or whatever. That's why they hired the Bandit and Smokey not Smokey, the Bandit, and what was the other guy called? Snowman?
I don't know.
Yeah. They said they're thirsty in Atlanta because you couldn't get Coors Light in Atlanta, but there's beer in Texarkana, which is in Arkansas. So you could get Coors Light there, but you couldn't get it in Atlanta. So this rich guy hired this trucker to go over and load up full of beer and bring it back to Atlanta. if you haven't seen that movie in a while, that's the whole premise of the movie. He wanted beer that he couldn't get where he was, and he was rich, so he said, "I don't care, I'll pay this guy, but you got a certain amount of time to get it." So that's why, you know, the whole thing with the smoking ban was, he's freaking breaking all the speed rules to go get this beer and bring it back to this guy so he can make all this money, right? I do remember that when Coors was not a national brand. It was not. Like plenty of others. I mean, you start out small, and if you make a good product and people start wanting it, you got to start ramping it up, you know? It's great. It's a great movie.
I'm going to have to go back and watch that now that I've heard your explanation of it.
Is that a Burt Reynolds movie?
Yeah.
Yeah, Burt Reynolds was in that. Yeah, for sure.
That's what I thought. Sounds
had
like
the cool Firebird friggin' running down the road.
The Trans Am, yeah.
Trans Am was a Firebird. Just fucking like.
And the cop that's chasing him, you know, Buford T. Justice. So he was breaking all the laws himself because he was just a sheriff, which is a county position. So his authority was in his county, but he was chasing this trucker across state lines and everything, which is funny because he has no authority anywhere. Even though he's a police officer, he has no authority. But it's a movie, and it's a great movie because the way the bandits outsmarting him and stuff. And boy, remind me to slap your mama in the mouth when we get home, because you did not come from my loins.
That is a fucking quote.
Been on TV in a long time. These guys forgot what they look like.
Huh? That is a quote right there.
Uh-oh.
Watching the Braves lose.
That made Lawrence.
You brought the neighbor.
Ray, he hasn't been in my video in a while.
I know.
I got to fix that. I still got your props right here.
Do you?
Yeah.
It's late.
It's late.
Maybe somebody needs to remind me because I've had a couple of beers tonight.
Won both games?
He stole 6 bases.
What do you got to do, Shane?
No, Josh is saying, when I was a kid, my school would serve cinnamon rolls with chili.
Cinnamon rolls and chili? What?
Okay.
I don't know what that's reference to. Maybe something we talked about earlier.
It's kind of blocked off there.
Yeah, we were talking about chili for a little bit.
That's just to keep Tiger out of Wolfie's area.
Josh, did you ever dip your cinnamon roll in the chili?
Oh, no.
Wow.
Is that a thing?
I love cinnamon rolls and I love chili, but I don't want to eat them at the same time.
Someone's putting cinnamon in their chili, so it's got.
I'm a huge fan of cinnamon rolls, but I wouldn't think of dipping them in my chili. But if that's a thing, I mean, Josh seems to think it's a thing. I don't know. Maybe I'll have to try that next time I have some chili.
There you go.
A standard dessert with chili, or are we talking like eat them right together?
What's that, April? I could barely hear you. You're kind of like in the background.
Oh, sorry. I was through Jeff's speaker there. I was muted.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So, like, are we talking a standard dessert with chili, or are we talking like eat the cinnamon rolls right with the chili?
I have no. Now that I've seen cinnamon roll with chili, I want to go next time I have chili. I want to go get a cinnamon roll and just dip it in chili.
There was a kid in that class that dipped his cinnamon roll in the chili. I know there is.
That is a smart kid.
Yeah,
That's
for
it.
sure.
I am that child. Shane's like, I'm never talking to you again.
Is it what? No, you guys are great. Are you kidding me? And the most exciting part is I've talked to Brian over WhatsApp. We talk back and forth every once in a while just to throw around ideas or whatever. But I'm so excited that Josh is here. Like, seriously, big fan. You have no idea. I'm just so happy that you even freaking stopped by the stream, especially being my first one. It's kind of, kind of iffy because I've never done one before.
I had to check it out. I'm like, oh, what kind of train wreck is this going to be?
Hey, and I'm excited that you came and checked out my train wreck.
Yeah, no, I'm glad. I'm glad you invited me to
Like I said,
join, man.
Like I said, I love watching your videos because you do a lot of beers that we can't get up here, and it's just cool. Like same thing with Brian. He gets a lot of beers down there that we can't get up here, and it's just nice to see the different styles, right? Because and I say it all the time. Josh is the Bob Ross of beer reviews, right? I know you're shaking your head. I'm like, but you are. Just your whole demeanor is just very calming. You're like, hey, welcome to Half-Ass Beer Reviews. My name's Josh. This is Half-Ass Beer Reviews, and everything is just so fucking calm with you. Or at least with Brian, he's like, hey, we're gonna do this beer. Oh, there's Tiger, and we're gonna pour the shit out of this beer, which he does. Brian's famous for the hardcore pub.
Yeah.
Which I did earlier in the video. If Brian goes back into it, he'll see I actually did a fucking hard pour. Yeah, it's nice to just see, like I said, just the different beer reviewers coming together because everybody has a different take on what they want to do. Right? Oh, God damn it. I'm trying to get Blue Ice in this stream, and for some reason, I cannot get him in the stream. God damn. And I don't know why. I would love to have Blue Ice on this show. Super cool guy. He does a bunch of really, really cool videos. And I don't know why I can't get his videos. Blue Ice, if you're there, man, I want you on my show. I really, really want you on my show. Super cool guy. Does some great videos.
I know we talk about doing the beer gathering. Now, in Michigan, we have Grand Rapids, and that is Beer City, USA. There's more breweries per square mile in Grand Rapids than there is in any other city in the U.S.
Right.
So that might be. I mean, and if we do Chicago, I mean, it's more convenient because the airport.
Honestly, Grand Rapids, Michigan isn't that far from.
Yeah, like getting.
Where it's just across state from where Detroit's at, so it's probably an extra. I mean, it's an extra 3 hours probably, so that can be a hike.
It's not that bad, but it's worth the run because you got a bunch of shit to go through. There are breweries all along there.
Yeah, exactly, right. Yeah. And that's what I'll drive for a couple hours if I got to go over the States. Not a big deal,
right?
Like if I can meet up with like you, Josh, and Brian and TK, and whoever else, if I can meet up with Blue Ice and just all those guys. And if we can just get together somewhere, rent like a hall for, a night, whatever, we could pop off so many fucking awesome beer reviews and just go to our hotels and party and just drink all night long. And then, into the next day, it'd be awesome. I would have no problem doing like a two-nighter over in the States. No problem. It'd be great.
Yeah, that sounds like a good time. I was always thinking we should do something like that. We could probably even contact a brewery and they'd probably, if they had like a hall or a room there, they'd probably let us take that over.
Yeah, for sure. And we could even do it like right at the brewery. Like we could find a local brewery, like depending where we go.
Right.
Like you said, if we go to like Grand Rapids or something like that, we can find a brewery and like, hey, we want to come in and do like a bunch of videos. Maybe we could do
You can ask.
Yeah, like we could do like a review or a interview of like the brewmaster at the brewery and say, hey man, why don't you walk us through the whole thing? And we could all video that and have it on our channels and then do a whole bunch of shit. It would be awesome. It'd be really, really cool. Trying to get we lost Avril, didn't we? There she is.
He's back.
I'm back.
I got you back in here. Hey.
You're now below me.
I only have Avril
here. It happened just so I could switch places.
Oh, yeah.
No.
You weren't comfortable.
Well, I have you here, Avril, for two reasons. One, you're a girl, and it's always good to have a girl on the stream. And two, you like sours.
Yep.
because I'm the worst person for, talking about sours at all.
Festival of Whiskey.
I fucking hate them.
But Shane, the sours led to one of your greatest episodes of all time.
That is
The
true.
freaking brawl in Brantford was because of a sour. That's one of my favorite videos.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
See, I would fall back to episode 199. If you go, I'm going to throw this in the comments actually, just because it's that great. You guys go back in my beer review videos and check out episode 199. It was for the Kettle Sour Brunch. For me personally, it was the fucking funniest video I've ever done. And I really enjoyed doing it because I didn't realize I was doing a sour at the beginning of the video. And when I realized it was a sour, I got really upset and started throwing shit around. And to me, it was really, really funny.
Yeah.
But yeah, if you guys want to check it, like I said, that's episode 199. I think it was called Kettle Sour Brunch or something like that.
Yep. Yeah.
Super, super funny episode.
I remember losing it while I was watching you. Dude, it's so funny. You would just rant on sours, and it was great. I loved every minute, every time you did one.
Yeah, exactly.
Another freaking sour.
Yeah, and for me with sours, I tend to do like that angry kind of edge to my videos because I don't like sours. I'm very, very slowly coming around to them. I still don't like them, but and again, those are some really cool aspects of my channel that I like. Just the creativity and stuff. And I've just, like I said, over the past maybe 2 or 3 months, I think I'm starting to lose that creativity. And I need to come up with some new ideas and some new inspiration and stuff like that, which is why I want to have Avril on my channel because she's a sour girl. And just she can kind of, I would love to do it like, just a couple of videos with her. Because she'd be like, "Oh, this is the best beer I've ever had," and I'd be like, "This is fucking shit. What's the matter with you, bitch?" And just do like a comedy, funny thing like that. But yeah, Jesus Christ, I cannot do the sours. I keep trying them. I keep trying them.
Loaded with Cubans.
We smoke them, all of them.
But Cubans, what?
Oh, my mic was on. Oops.
You got Cubans, Brian?
No, he's got Cubans.
Ooh.
Aren't they illegal in the States?
Yeah, but I don't got him. He's got him.
Oh, okay. Like I said, I know we can get them up here, but I didn't think the guys in the States could get Cuban stuff.
Well, you can, but they're just illegal. You got to smuggle them in.
We have our connections.
Well, Josh is saying, I've got to go to bed. I'd love to hear more about the beer review meetup. Cheers. Josh, definitely check out my channel, Brian's channel, TK's channel, Josh's channel. I'm sure at some point in time we will have a little thing where we have a definite date. I would love to do this with these guys. Hopefully sometime, maybe next summer. And so stay tuned. Make sure you subscribe to Brian the Beer Snob, Half-Ass Beer Reviews, TK's Beer Reviews, my channel, obviously, Beer for Breakfast, Facts or Snacks. And we will definitely get a collaboration done and do that big friggin' beer review. That'd be awesome.
That would be.
I'm excited.
I don't have a channel, so you don't have to follow that or something.
You have time though, because it's not going to be until next summer, so you have time.
Exactly.
You'll probably beat us all to 1,000 if you start. I mean,
oh, she could. You know why? For one reason only. She's a girl.
Yep.
If she started a beer review channel today, she would be at 500 friggin' views or 500 subscribers in 3 months. I swear
that's
to
no
God.
lie.
No word of a lie. And even if you just did sours, Avril, and that's all you did was and that could be your shtick, right? Hey, this is Avril. I'm doing the sour beer reviews, and this is all that I do. Here's this beer. Here's this beer. Here's this beer. Subscribers like up the yin yang.
Just don't forget about us little people when you've made it big.
That's right.
And I love sours, so collaborate with me first.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, definitely collaborate with Brian because he likes sours, or TK, who was here earlier. I don't like sours, but I will be on your show, much like I want you to be on my show and just do some stupid sours and all that crazy shit that we do.
Well, I'm glad we're planning out the whole future of my channel that doesn't exist.
Your
For
fame.
sure. We're trying to help you out.
We want somebody to start making money so you can start buying the beer for the rest of us.
That's fair.
Well, see, here's the best part, Avril. It's because you have, sorry, I'm trying to point to the right corner on my screen. It's here. You have Brian, who is pretty much a master of the green screen. You have Josh down here, who is just like the coolest dude that can ever talk, ever.
It's like he has an ASMR channel without calling it an ASMR channel.
That's exactly. It's the ASMR beer channel. That's what you should rename your fucking beer channel, Josh.
That's my OnlyFans.
It's good, great. And then you have me. I mean, I do some comedy, some funny things. I do some little graphics and stuff. You'd be set. Like if you guys, God damn it. This is so backwards for me. If you have these guys here, I hope that's on the right side when it telecasts.
Yeah. At least for me. I don't know if it's looking right for anyone else, but
it looks good for me if I do it this way, but it's weird because I'm pointing it to like the totally opposite side. But these guys here, oh yeah. You have a freaking gold mine for a beer review. Like I said, I'm definitely going to have you on very shortly. As soon as you have time, come over. We'll do a couple sour beers. I'll be miserable. You'll be happy.
You should do tick for tack. You got to find one that. What kind of beers don't you like to drink?
Yeah, what don't you like, Avril? What don't you like? Like hoppy IPAs?
It's like stouts and porters. I don't drink coffee.
Come
you
over.
don't
Yeah,
drink coffee?
we're going to get this done.
No.
Okay.
I'll do the stouts and porters.
Okay.
Oh yeah, we'll get this done.
Yeah, I somehow have managed to get this far without ever drinking coffee. So.
Oh my God, what's wrong with you?
I never touched coffee, and then I worked at Tim Hortons for a short stint, and that just changed everything for me.
I guess they have Tim Hortons in Michigan, don't they?
Yeah.
I figure at this point I finished a master's and I didn't start drinking coffee then, so there's not really any reason to start.
You've never even tried it?
I mean, I've tried a sip.
Okay.
How about a coffee stout? It's kind of similar but different.
To coffee? Yeah.
You know what? That's what we'll do, Avril. You'll come over. We'll do a couple, maybe one or two sour beer reviews, and then we'll do one or two, we'll do like a porter and a stout.
Sure.
Because I love
did
porters
have.
and
I did try one porter while I was in London that didn't at all have that roasted taste burnt to me taste to it.
Right.
And it was lovely. It was at Forked River. I don't remember the name of the beer, but Forked River in London, Ontario.
Coffee.
Has a lovely porter.
It's maybe
not
we
like
just have to try
coffee.
some porters and stouts and get you all jammed up on that.
Sounds good.
As long as it's not a Guinness, because I'm not a big Guinness fan.
Oh, what?
What? Oh yeah, here
Yeah,
comes Josh.
I can't.
I don't know.
I can't support that either.
Now, Josh, here's my problem with Guinness. I don't mind it. Like if I came to your house and you
It's a
said, "Hey,
creamy
Darren,"
Irish ale.
yeah, but if I came to anybody's house and they said, "Hey, here's a beer," and it's a Guinness, I'm gonna drink it, no problem. It's not bad. It's just so freaking thin. It's such a thin beer. Like the consistency of it is so thin.
Mm-hmm.
And when I'm having a stout, I want something a little more meaty. I want some more coffee or chocolate or just some
Motor oil.
Yeah, something to it.
Used motor oil.
To me,
It's
Guinness. To me,
It's been
Guinness
a long
is
time since I've tried to drink a Guinness, but I think it was when I was in the UK and I got it on tap, and it was like syrup. It was so thick.
It's total different story over there, and that's probably my love for it because I was over there. I was in Ireland and I had it, and I
Okay.
drank a lot of it.
Oh, what I would like people to help me find. So when I was in the UK, I drank tons of bitters, and since I've been in Canada again, it was like 12 years ago that I was there, and I have not found a good like British bitter since I've been in Canada.
I'll be around until actually I have took Sunday off because it's Halloween. Go trick or treat with the boys.
And I don't know if there's any local microbrews.
That's one of those like weird style like strong ales and stuff like that. That's just one of those. A lot of breweries don't touch it. I know we have one in Michigan that does it, but it's they used to distribute it
because like when you're in the UK, every single bar has a whole bunch of local bitters.
I love bitters,
but here it's not a thing.
Yeah,
you know, really, right? Like even like the English bitter beers and stuff like that, we don't get around here. Like, it's so rare.
Have you guys encountered any of the Czech Republic people who hate on you if you don't like their beer?
No.
I've done a few Czech Pilsners, and to me, okay, Pilsners are the least favorite style for me, but there are some great ones. It's just my least favorite style. But something about a Czech Pilsner, I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's a hop they use over there or what, but
it is. That's what makes it Czech Pilsner.
It leaves the beer in the mouth tastes okay, but once I swallow it, this weird aftertaste comes up my throat, and I just don't like it at all. Yeah. And you know, I'm a reviewer, so I have to give my honest opinion. Okay, just because I don't like a beer doesn't mean you're not going to like it. But those Czech people get so offended. How dare you? How dare you not like that? This is the original Budweiser. You know, it's called Budvar.
It is.
And
that's
they're so
the original
offended.
hop that was used.
I told him, I said, I don't care if it's the original one. I don't care for it. I don't care for that taste. Other Pilsners from other places, I think, are great tasting beers, but the Czech Pilsners just leave a weird aftertaste in my mouth that I just don't like. You know, and it's like for us, you know, maybe you don't like tomatoes, you know, but other people love tomatoes. But if you eat something that's got tomatoes in it and you don't like tomatoes, you're going to say, you know, I really don't like this. It's tomatoey. I don't like tomatoes. And that's like somebody coming back and saying, you don't know what you're talking about because tomatoes are the greatest thing ever. You know,
I mean, tomatoes are the greatest thing ever. So
I had somebody who at one time I considered a friend, but when I started my beer review channel on YouTube, they actually texted me and said, you have no business reviewing beers. You don't know anything about beers. I said, what are you talking about? Do you know what a reviewer is? That's like saying I went and bought a TV.
Yeah.
I don't have to know anything about the TV. I get home, I plug it in. Do I like it? Does it work the way it's supposed to? So I got a bad TV. I give it a bad review. Does that mean all of those TVs are bad? No, it's the one I got was bad. Anybody can be a reviewer. You don't have to have any sort of diploma in reviewership to be a reviewer. All you're doing is giving your opinion on a product. And everybody out there is qualified to be a reviewer. And when this friend of mine, well, I say friend because they're not a friend anymore, because this person is just so negative. You know what I mean? They honestly, they just they're about my age and they have not achieved anything in life, all because they're just negative, constantly negative. You know what I mean? They're a dark cloud. And I that's why I don't call them a friend anymore. I'm like, you know what? Because I'm doing something that gives me joy. I love it. I used to hate reviewing until I got comfortable in front of the camera. Now I love it. I look forward to doing it. It gives me joy. It's a hobby. But for them to come out and say that, you know, I have no business reviewing because I don't know beer. Come on, I'm 52 years old. I've been drinking beer since I was freaking 15 years old. I think I know enough about beer where I can give my opinion on it and it means something, okay? But we all have different taste. So like I say, there's 5 of us on camera. We probably all have a different favorite. That doesn't mean that the beer that somebody else likes is any better or worse than the one that you like. It's just that we all have different tastes. And if we all did a review on the same beer, we'd probably have different opinions on how that beer is. So all we're doing is giving what we think and we feel about it. There's just, I like being happy. I'm not looking to tear anybody down. I'm looking to build people up.
For sure.
That's why I love collaborating.
Absolutely. I actually had my very first negative review about 2 months ago. And it was an older video that I did probably, had to be about a year ago. And when I was doing the review, I think it was for maybe Henninger Lager or something like that. I can't remember what the hell the beer was. I think it was Henninger Lager. And when I was doing the review, I said, I think the word I was trying to say was moderate. And I was like, moderate. And I kind of goofed around with it a little bit because I stuttered on it. Well, this guy came back, and in his comment on below it said, you don't even know how to speak. Henninger is a great beer, unlike your YouTube channel. But I kind of passed it off with a grain of salt. I'm like, yeah, okay, I screwed up, but I put my screw ups in my video.
Oh yeah.
And for you guys who've watched my videos before, every once in a while I'll put like all my screw ups at the end of my video.
I love those. I wish I could do that, but
I
always cut mine out and they end up on the editing room floor, and then I delete them, and I'm like, man, I wish I'd saved those.
Yeah, I thought you were gonna say, but I never make any mistakes.
No, I was waiting for you to say it. I was waiting for you to say it because you noticed it, right?
all of us do. Every single one of us that do beer reviews do. But sometimes, like even when I'm introducing my channel, I always do that. Hey everybody, welcome back to Shane's Craft Beer Review. But I'll screw something up. I'll be like, hey everybody, but I'll take that clip and I'll put it at the end of my video. And sometimes it's like 6 or 7 freaking screw ups that I've done throughout the video. I don't care. I'm not perfect. I just like it's kind of funny because guys like Brian and Josh appreciate it because they're like, oh yeah, dude, I've done that before too. You're like, hey, welcome to Shane fucking Craft Beer. Like you forget you forget the name of your channel sometimes.
We all appreciate it.
Yeah, exactly. And we've all been there. And I like to throw those little just imperfections at the end every once in a while, just because I'm human. Sometimes blah, 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 as Jeff and Avril know, because sometimes I say shit at disc golf and I'm like, hey everybody, we're gonna do whatever.
Impersonality Crafts, which we talked about earlier, they do a thing at the end of their videos where it says, and now here's what didn't go so well, and they'll show their outtakes from their filming, and it's great because when you're watching the review and it's edited, it's clean, everything's perfect. Wow, this person, they're a master of what they do. But then when they include those bloopers, you see, we're only human and we all make mistakes.
Sure.
I'm too quick on my delete button. When I'm filming, I'm in here by myself. I'm filming it myself. And when I screw up, I shut the camera off. I go back, and when I go to upload it, I'm like, okay, that's trash. I get rid of it. And then after I'm done hitting delete, I'm like, why do I keep deleting this? Because
that's
this is
the human
gold.
fault.
It's actually gold to hold on to that stuff.
Yeah, you should.
My screw ups are usually followed by expletives about how stupid or dumb I am that I can't even say things right. So I'm like, I can't even include this. It's duh, and I go.
That's immediately when you know you should.
Probably.
Yeah. Anytime you find yourself swearing at your edit, you have gold somewhere there. Just cut it down.
Yeah, for sure. What's Nictolophiliac? Reminds me of that spicy Szechuan Saison we had at the Exchange years ago. I don't know what he's referring to. The Exchange Brewery. He's talking about the Exchange Brewery, which is a brewery at Niagara on the Lake. which we both had a beer membership to. So basically, you go there once a month, get your growler refilled with whatever you wanted to. The spicy Szechuan was really interesting, actually. It was Saison, but just with a Szechuan fucking punch right in your face. It was actually pretty good. I do remember that beer. God. Yeah, that's right. That's right, Josh. Who isn't?
Saison.
That's it, buddy. I've been really getting into the Saisons lately. We don't get a lot of them up here.
Saison with a punch in the face as a review.
Yeah, like I like the Saisons because Saisons remind me a lot of a wheat beer.
Yeah.
Kind of. And this one, the spicy Szechuan Saison we had at the Exchange Brewery was just, it was everything you would expect in a wheat beer. It was smooth, it was clean, it was just had a nice feel to it. But then you had this Szechuan fucking just heat, just punch in the face all of a sudden. It was really, really good. I don't mind spicy stuff. Necto. I know it says nectophiliac. Is that what does that say? Nectophiliac? I don't know. I'm going to throw it up there. Nectophiliac. I can't pronounce anything, as you guys know. Anybody who's ever watched any of my videos, especially if it's a German beer.
I would have said nectophiliac.
I would have said nectophiliac.
Nectophiliac? Whatever. I should probably know better because that's my kid. Actually, that's my oldest boy. I should probably know what it is.
Just ask.
I would read that just because I'm an American. I would think, oh, that's New York City tophiliac.
That's awesome, Josh. Fuck, that is awesome.
Josh, you're my new favorite person.
Oh, Josh should be your fucking favorite person anyway. He's awesome. Does some great beer reviews. Seriously, Jeff, before you log off, or even do it right now, half-assed beer reviews. Subscribe.
Yeah, absolutely.
Half-assed beer reviews. Click on the subscribe. Click on the all notifications. Check out his beer reviews. They're pretty cool. He does some really good and it's a really cool. He's got some really cool videos to watch, even if you just want to sit and relax. Because he's like a fucking Bob Ross with beer reviews.
Is his name Jeff?
No, his name is Josh.
No, this guy.
My name's probably Josh.
Josh.
Jeff.
So there's two Joshes
Unbeknownst
here.
to you.
No, that is Jeff.
It's Jeff.
Jeff,
how you feeling today?
Backwards. That's Josh.
Oh, fantastic.
I wonder because your shirt says "Today you feel," but I can't read how exactly you feel.
We'll figure that out in a second.
Oh my god! And the more I'm sitting here thinking about this, this beer meeting where we have Brian, Josh, me, TK, Blue Ice, all these guys meeting up on one place. I'm so freaking excited for that for next year now.
Okay, this is my prediction, Shane.
Okay.
We're going to do this, and I think the first one is probably not going to be as big as we hoped, but there's going to be several of us. But then the others.
It's just today I feel happy.
Is that Baby Yoda?
It is a Baby Yoda.
Yeah. I think the people that don't come to the first one are going to see the good time that we're going to have, those that are going to be there, and they're going to definitely be there for the next one.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I said, even if it's just like me, you, Brian, we get Josh there, TK,
possibly not us,
Anderson. Hey, if you guys want to come, it's perfectly fine. And we do a couple beer reviews.
Bring you some sours.
And we'll have to come up with like a cool name, Brian.
Yeah.
For like the
because we'll have to have some shirts made up.
Oh,
I was there at the first annual beer reviewers convention.
For sure. Like I know Josh doesn't have. I don't think you have one either, Brian. But I mean, I have my Shane's.
I have a shirt.
Shane just has a shirt that says Sours are bad.
There you go. Maybe that's what I should have on the back.
You should get a hockey jersey, and the name on the back says "Sours suck."
Well, because I know, because I have one of Drew's shirts.
I have one of
beer
those
for
too.
breakfast, back for snacks, right? But on the back, he also has "Try something different," which
Try
is his
something different.
tagline. He's
Yeah.
always about trying something different. I don't
Always
have
do.
anything on the back of mine because check it out on the back of mine would just be stupid.
Well, I got something on the back of my second generation because my first order of shirts, I think I ordered like 6, and they just said, the Hardport Pub, always open, always hard, and it had my picture on it. Once I gave all those away and I had to order some more, I basically stayed with the same front, but on the back I wrote on-screen talent, and I gave those to anybody who appeared in a collaboration video with me. So
what the hell?
My theory for Shane is just give them out to anyone.
I really should get more of
know
these made up.
so many people.
I know Mad Dan in Australia wants one of these.
Yeah, you might as well pass them out.
Yeah, so I might as well make just like 10 of them.
No,
Just, like
no.
I'll send one to Brian, I'll send one to Josh, I'll send
Just
one to
make a
TK.
whole shit ton of them and send them out.
I've been looking into beer koozies.
Beer
Beer,
koozies.
I don't think beer koozie is a viable marketing scheme.
You don't think so?
No.
Okay.
You thinking about beer koozies though?
Yeah.
I'd buy one.
Right. I wouldn't even. I would just
I'd
give
buy
them up.
one too.
If you get beer koozies, Josh, I will buy one.
Okay.
I don't even care if they're like $15, whatever the hell. If you only make a small amount of them, $15, I'll buy one.
I don't think
It's a 35-cent fucking koozie. Come on.
right. That's like
No, but if he only gets like a small amount of them made, it's like let's say he
They're
makes,
still
like,
35-cent koozies.
No, they're more than that.
yeah, but they're
Fuck
only
off.
35 cents if you order them from China, and then when it comes, it's not going to say half-ass beer reviews. It's going to say the words are going to be misspelled or something.
No,
Yeah,
they're
it's gonna
35
say-
cents if you order
gonna
them
say-
from America.
If he orders them from China, they're gonna say half bum alcoholic tasting.
It gets lost in the
Yeah.
translation.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It's half bum alcoholic translation or something like that.
Tasty twatfish is what it's gonna say on the
It's
fucking
gonna say something
koozie.
stupid.
It's just
Oh,
gonna
hang
make
on.
you want to drink from
Do we
it
have?
faster.
God damn it! I still cannot get fucking Blue Ice on this fucking channel. Jesus.
It doesn't say he's backstage, and you got to click to let him in.
I don't think so. I don't see it anywhere. God damn it.
Hey, Blue, if you're still backstage, if you're not, scroll up and click on that link.
Blue, I'm gonna stick the link one more time in here. 'Cause seriously, dude, I would love to have you on the show.
Get in here.
Come on, Blue.
Actually, I would love to have fucking Blue in here. Because there's a guy who I don't know if you guys have seen a lot of his videos lately, but he's been doing a lot of like him working out and stuff, which I so respect so much because it's like he's making himself like, hey, I'm working out, so you guys keep on me.
It says he's backstage.
He's been backstage all night like a Motley Crue groupie, it says.
Ooh.
They
Oh my
were one
God.
of the best live shows I've ever fucking seen.
This guy has been here's the worst part of it. I've clicked on this link 16 times. I've tried to let this guy in to the live stream like so many times.
How's it going, Blue? Where are you?
Come on, Blue.
You there?
Fuck,
You're
I
my
wish
boy,
I could
Blue.
get you in here somehow.
You're my boy, Blue.
I love
Is
this.
it-
I love Blue. He's freaking fantastic.
I
Sorry, I got
knew-
my camera all fucked up now.
A new spot appeared down there. Is his audio on, but his video's not showing?
Yeah, like it's come up.
Now it's gone.
I've had
That's
him.
just Avril.
I've added him several times, and he
This
just for some
looks
reason it's just not
promising.
clicking in. I fucking want this guy in my show so bad. This guy's just so cool. Oh my god! Fuck.
It looks like it's trying on my end. I see the little swirly.
Yeah, like
it's
it's
thinking.
trying to go on, but for some reason he can't get on. Like, God,
Must be
it's really
sunspots.
frustrating. Really, really frustrating. I want this dude on my show. He's so cool. He's such a cool guy. I love watching his shit. Balls. I wish I could get this guy on. All right. Well, let's do a quick little beer call here. What are you drinking, Brian?
I just finished up with another Hershey. I'm just staying on the Hershey's. The Hershey's chocolate porter. I've had like 5 of them so far, and I think I'm going to have number 6 here.
God, I wish I could get my hands on that. The Hershey's one.
Well, if only you knew somebody who could get their hands on it, they could maybe send it to you.
You know what? If you send an extra one to Drew, I will eventually get one from Drew.
What do you mean me?
Just saying.
What
Jeff, what are
about
you
me?
drinking? Jeff, what are you drinking? Jeff's not drinking anything, apparently. What are you drinking?
Whiskey.
Whiskey? It's a beer review channel. What the fuck?
This ain't that kind of show.
You're so fucking gay.
Listen.
I'm adding 4 strokes to your fucking score this week.
Yeah, no shit.
Avril, what are you drinking, hun?
We've
I
had a long
just
week.
finished up that sour. I've got another one I haven't opened yet.
Okay, perfect. But you're getting into one, right?
So I might drink half that.
Josh, what are you drinking, bud?
I just got it out of the fridge. It's called Trippy Hippie Slushy XL.
Trippy Hippie.
450
Yeah,
North.
let me see if I can read what's in it. They might not have anything in here.
Yeah, some of those slushies, they don't put it on there.
Red dragon fruit, passion fruit, and Cara orange.
That sounds
You
like a
want to know
sour.
what it says on the whiskey?
What does it say on the whiskey? I want to know.
Jack
That's a lot of
Daniels.
fruit. It sounds like a
Fucking
sour.
whiskey.
All right,
Well,
I'm
is it
gonna go grab another food beer, too.
WHISKY
I'll
or
be
is
right
it
back.
WHISKEY? Because they're different.
Whiskey.
Take a nap. It's whiskey.
Whiskey.
All right.
Sorry, Shane.
Like this orangish pink color. It's
You
pretty
even
good
got
stuff.
a 450 North glass to drink it out of.
What's that?
You're even drinking it out of a 450 North glass. Is that
Oh,
the,
yeah.
the mystery machine?
Yep.
This is really pissing me off now because I can't get Blue connected. But this freaking guy is watching and drinking Dogfish 90-minute IPA, which we talked about earlier. I can't get my fucking hands on this shit, and this guy's sitting there drinking it. Son of a bitch.
All I'm gonna do from now on is just send you pictures of me with 90-minute IPAs.
I think I sent the 90-minute to Drew.
Did you?
Maybe it was a 60-minute. I
Oh
don't
my God.
remember.
It was a tall can of 60-minute, wasn't it?
It could have been, yeah.
I think so.
Seriously, Blue, I hope you're enjoying your 90-minute. I would love to get my hands on one. I've heard so many good things about it. I watched your review the other day, or maybe it was yesterday. I can't remember if it was the 90-minute or the 120-minute. I did
Oh
watch
man,
it.
if Blue Ice got his hands on the 120, I'm gonna have to go pay him a visit.
I think it was the 90. I think it was the 90-minute because I think he said something about the 120
It's illegal here.
Yeah, he couldn't. Yeah, exactly. And that's what he was saying. I think he said he couldn't get the 120, but he was reviewing the 90-minute. I think he really enjoyed it, and I just can't freaking get it.
Well, Blue, if you're listening, TK is going to be sending me a 120. So when he does, I'll be more than happy to split it with you.
There you go.
We're not drinking out of the same can.
Why not?
We're out of the same can.
Yeah. And Blue, I'm sure you've been watching for most of the stream. Me, you, Brian, TK, Josh, we're all going to try to get together next summer and do like a little beer. I don't know what the hell you call it. What do you call that, Brian? Like a beer fest?
Yeah, it's a beer fest. It's going to be
beer fest,
a beer reviewers festival. Yeah, that's what it is.
Dude, I would love to have you there. It would be super awesome to just see you in person and just drink a whole shitload of beers with you.
I know that Drew is a master griller because he grills out on his channel all the time. So we can have some good grilled food and some good cold beer, and it'll just be a great time.
Oh, for sure. Drew grills and smokes and does all that shit. We could have some fantastic freaking time. All right. We'll go down here. Sit down in the comments here. Drinking Jack. That's not beer.
Is that a lager or what? Is that an ale?
That's short form for Jack
that's a problem.
What was that word Jeff said earlier? Whiskey?
Problem.
Not that there's anything wrong with Jack Daniels.
You're drinking Jack, you're drinking a problem.
There's nothing wrong with
You're
Jack.
hiding a problem. Let's do that.
I'm just saying, there's nothing wrong with Jack. You just gotta. Oh, did we lose Avril? We did. There we go. Hey, there you are.
I accidentally pressed the login button, which I didn't do on purpose at all, and it kicked me out.
That's a lovely
there you
view
go.
of your keyboard.
I have absolutely no idea.
That's a pretty
Shane.
cool keyboard. All the letters are upside down.
Shane, what's going on here?
Sorry, I'm just trying to move my camera so I can.
It's getting a little weird, man.
Sorry.
It's like, ooh.
What kind of channel is this?
There you go. Sorry.
Where's this going, man?
I had to do it. Sorry.
I don't want to know where it's going.
Oh man.
Why can I not get fucking blue?
It's not like we're tipping you.
Yeah. Are you going to stand up?
It's really upsetting me that I cannot get Blue Ice on the stream.
It's got to be something on his end, right? Because I mean,
I
we're
would
all
assume
on.
so because I've been able to add everybody else. And I would really, really, really love to just sit here
you've been
and have
able to add me like all 5 times I've accidentally left the stream.
Yeah, exactly. And for Blue Ice, I just can't seem to get him in for some reason. I don't know why. And it's the strangest shit. God.
You're clicking like here's the clicking.
Son of a bitch. All right. Here you guys all got your beers out. I'm going to try another
I'm just
Rush
enjoying
inspired
Shane's
beer.
clicking.
You ready for this, Brian?
That's a different flavor from the same Rush.
Same Rush beer. I grabbed a bunch of these because I'm Canadian.
Yeah.
I do love Rush. They're my
Yeah.
favorite Canadian band.
So you're a big Bryan Adams fan.
No.
Wait a minute, he's Canadian.
I understand it. Oh, okay, you ready, Brian?
You
ready,
better
Brian?
have 2 beers to
There we
pour
go.
in there.
Oh,
One's
that's
not-
perfect.
There we
That is
go.
gonna taste so amazing.
There
Smell
we go.
it.
Because I
Smell
know we
that.
missed this earlier. There you go.
That is so
Hardcore
amazing.
pub right here, buddy.
Hey, you're hired. You are hired.
Hardcore pub.
That might be the hardest pour I've ever seen.
Have you ever watched Brian's channel? God. He does nothing but hard pours.
Every style, every time.
And that personally, I have no problem with a hard pour. I know some people do. They're like, "Oh, you're uncarbonating it." It's really not that
true.
bad.
You know what gets me
Magic.
though, is the name of my bar is the Hard Pour Pub. And I get people who comment in, you need to tilt the glass 45 degrees and pour it down the side. I'm like, dude, it's called the Hard Pour Pub. Why would I tilt it 45 degrees and pour it down the side of the glass?
Listen, boss, if that your bar,
Yeah.
you don't gotta do shit. You can pour that beer any way you want. Tell them to fuck off.
Yeah,
it's like going to the Hershey chocolate factory and saying that you want friggin'
is that chocolate enough?
I want a Chico stick or a friggin' Twizzler.
What's with the fucking bubbly weird shit in my chocolate? No. You get chocolate the way I fucking say you get chocolate. That's it.
Right? Yeah, exactly.
I'm with that.
Now I gotta ask you, Brian, because I know you do a lot of hard pours because it's the Hard Pour Pub. Is there a reason you do that? Like, is it just like a?
I did a whole video on that called "Why I Pour Beers Hard." I was actually in.
As you were saying,
I was in Frankfurt, Germany, back in 2000. And it was in July. It was hot. I stepped into a bar just to get a beer. And I bellied up to the bar and I ordered a beer. And the bartender, put the glass down on the bar. And the tap was, I swear, it was like 1.5 feet higher than the glass. And when she poured it, it shot down. And it was like 10 inches of head and 1/2 inch of beer. And then she just sat back and crossed her arms and looked at it. And I'm like, what are you doing? I mean, is the keg empty? And she said, no. I said, well, I'm thirsty. I mean, what's going on? And she said, I have to guarantee this beer before I can serve it. I said, you have to guarantee it? What are you talking about? And she says, the head has to last at least 2 minutes before it melts or I can't serve it. And I said, well, I'm an American and we don't like head on our beers. So if you could just dump the foam out and tilt the glass, I'd appreciate it. And she says, no, I cannot do that. Absolutely not. So I respect German beers. And maybe this bartender was just blowing smoke, but she did it for everybody, not just for me. So I'm like, okay, if this is how it is, I'm going to start doing it. And I just fell in love with it. I think that doesn't matter what the style is. You got these hardcore people who, I mean, where did you guys learn to pour down the side of a glass? Because I'll tell you where I learned it. I learned it with a bunch of teenagers in high school when we were out drinking in the middle of the woods somewhere. I don't think they're the most knowledgeable people on the planet, but maybe that's how it's supposed to be. But that's how I used to do it. But then I found a way that I liked better. And the hard pour to me was better. I think, it doesn't make it flat. I know Drew has done a side-by-side comparison, but he did his different than I did. When I did a side-by-side comparison, I used the same can, and these beer reviewers that'll tell you how many finger head foam is on a pour. To me, that's useless information. And the reason I say that is because it all depends on how you pour it, how much foam you're going to get. I can pour a beer that has absolutely no head on it. I'll just tilt the glass extremely and pour it in, and you will not have a head. So if you tell me it's got a 3-finger head, that's meaningless information to me. I don't need it. All of my beers have way so much head. Wait, it's got, I think it's got 12.5 fingers of head, because I pour it hard. And if you look at old, you can go to YouTube and type in old commercials, old beer commercials. None of them poured it down the side of the glass in the old days. I don't know when that started and when that became a thing, at least in the United States. But now there are people who are so like, you're pouring it wrong. Or God forbid you pour an IPA into a freaking stout glass. I mean, these people are just so uptight. I mean, if all I got's a stout glass, I'm pouring it into a glass, because that's the one thing, when you're first starting to drink, you're drinking out of the bottle, you're drinking out of the can. You don't even know what it means to get it into a glass. because you don't care. When you first start drinking, you're not all about that experience. You're just about getting a buzz so you can make a move on that girl or whatever, so you can have the liquid courage. You know what I mean? But now that I'm old, for one, I'm not dying of thirst. So when I pour a beer, I don't need to drink it immediately. I can let that head settle down for a few minutes because, you know, if I'm dying of thirst, I'm going to go drink some water anyway. I'm not going to be drinking this beer. But I love how it looks. There's nothing like watching the beer filter its way down through the bubbles in a head, especially the darker beers. But it's just nice to look at. It makes a sound. If you pour the beer down the side of a glass, it doesn't make any sound. It's, you know, I love the sound pouring a hard beer. That glug, 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 that sound. It's a great sound for me. I love it. So I get, you know, I get the sound of it, the look of it, the smell of it, and then the taste of it. Because, you know, if you taste a little bit of the foam, it gives you a precursor of what the beer is going to taste like. But some people just can't see doing it any other way than the way that they do it. And so they have to make comments about it. And you know what? I don't care. I don't even respond to those negative comments. Like somebody was talking earlier about, you know, getting a thumbs down. You know what? I've watched plenty of videos that weren't beer channels. It was good, wholesome content. And there's a thumbs down on there. And all I can think of is somebody out there is so miserable and they think that it's so great to go watch a video and give it a thumbs down. Hey, you haven't made it until you've gotten a thumbs down on your video, because you know you put out some good content. I mean, the fact that somebody didn't like it and they had to say, oh, that's a thumbs down, when you know there's nothing negative that you did in the video. To me, I feel sorry for that sad person who felt they had to do that. I mean, if you did an honestly horrible video and somebody gave it a thumbs down, I could see that. But I watch all you guys. None of us have done horrible videos. Even the videos that we don't like aren't horrible. You know what I mean? Some people just, I don't know, they're keyboard warriors. They feel like they've got power. I have the power to give this person a negative. But what they don't understand about the YouTube algorithm is it's called engagement. It doesn't matter if they give you a thumbs up or a thumbs down. It's engagement. Somebody engaged in your video. So comments don't even matter. They can give you a good comment or a bad comment. It's engagement. If they comment, it's called engagement. And it actually boosts your channel. They might think they're hurting you, but it doesn't. All the research I've done shows that in the YouTube algorithm, the more engagement you have, the more people are interacting with your videos. It doesn't matter how they interact, whether it's positive or negative. As long as they engage, YouTube sees it as engagement. So it's actually a plus. So they think they're getting over on you, but in actuality, they're helping you out, even though it's in a negative way. YouTube doesn't see that. So
yeah, for sure. And that's what I was saying earlier when I had that one negative review on the Henninger log or whatever the fuck it was. I don't even remember. The guy had said, oh, you know, you can't talk and, you know, this beer is great, not like your beer review channel. Yeah. When I replied, I basically just said, hey, man, thanks for checking out my channel. I appreciate it. Every view helps. And that's all I said. Because
it does.
like you said, it doesn't matter if it's negative or positive. As long as they leave a comment and just say something, it helps us out a little bit, right?
Yeah.
And like Blue Ice here is saying, I love it when I get a thumbs down. Dude, I don't know how you would ever get a thumbs down. Your videos are great. You do some great stuff. And I fucking wish I could get you. I don't know why I can't get you in the video here. He also says, if they give me a thumbs down, they watched it. Still took time to watch. And that's exactly it. If they give you a thumbs down, they at least watched the video. And
you know what I also love is when somebody comments and says, you know, oh, your videos suck. I've had that comment before. So I'm like, okay, who is this person that tells me my videos suck? So I click on their name, and you know what they have? They don't have videos.
No, none at all.
They have an account so that they can now like or dislike or comment on videos, but they're not producing comment.
Right.
Or content.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So they don't know how hard it is. And then I had a guy who told me back when I had like maybe around 100 subscribers. He told me, dude, you're a joke. I have more people subscribed to me, and I don't even make videos. So I clicked on his name to see. Okay. He had like 16 subscribers. And honestly, he had no videos. So I'm like, dude, people are subscribing to you and you have no videos. What is that? What are they subscribing to? Your channel is the joke because you're not even producing content. And you think you're somebody because you have followers or subscribers. I said, you're the joke.
Sure.
You're just coming on to harass honest to goodness content creators when you're not one of us. So it's easy to come out and tell somebody, oh, you suck at your job. Well, are you better at my job? No, I don't do your job, but you suck at yours. Oh, okay. Right. So you're one of those people. You know what I mean? Some people are just miserable human beings. And God forbid somebody's doing well at something that they love to do. Some people can't stand to see other people succeed. I can only look at it as they've probably failed at everything they've ever tried. So they've become bitter and miserable. So they want to share their bitterness and miserableness along the YouTube. But you know what? It doesn't bother me because I just look at it as that's a sad individual. He made his comment. And what I'll usually do when I get a comment that's really outrageous is I'll pin it to the top so that anybody who looks at that video, that's the first one they're going to see. And I'm like, I'm not ashamed of your bad review of my video. I just want the world to see what an idiot you sound like, and pretty soon they'll come on and they'll delete their comment. I'm like, I wasn't going to delete it. I can delete any comment that you leave on my videos, but no, you leave a bad review. I pin it to the top and then they get embarrassed, I think, because they know everybody's looking at it and they get embarrassed. So they'll come through and delete their own comment. So,
Do you ever get any weird requests or comments? Someone left me a comment saying, man, I really wish I knew what it was like to smoke cigarettes and drink beer. You should do a review on smoking cigarettes and drinking beer. And I'm like, what? I'm like, I don't smoke, man. And, I'm not going to smoke in my basement. I don't.
Yeah, for sure, right?
I totally smoke and drink beer.
Yeah, I don't know.
Well, guys, it's been lots of fun. It's getting a little late for me. So,
what do you got to work tomorrow?
I do, yes.
Hey, here's the thing.
Someone's more important than I am.
Just quit so you can stay up with us, and then reapply on Saturday because they can't fill your position that quickly.
Work like that.
They can't quit.
Have a good night, guys.
Nice seeing you. Remember to look me up when you do that sour. You need a sour collab.
Oh, like I said, I'm gonna get Avril in. Sorry, she's over. Oh, she's not even there anymore.
She left.
She's over here somewhere. I'm gonna get Avril in for a sour review because she likes sours and I don't, and I think it would be a good balance. But that's gonna come soon.
For me, the worst part of a sour is that very first sip because it can be really obnoxious.
Cool.
No, it can be awful.
Well, I explained this to somebody, like if somebody handed you a sour to say, hey, try this, and you took that first sip and said, oh no, and handed it back, you're missing out on that second and third sip. Because once that initial sourness kind of hits you, all the other sips kind of taste really good.
I'd finish it.
There's a handheld portion of that where it's like, if the first one's really good and the second one is armpit, and the next one is beyond armpit.
I got to give a quick shout out to Blue Ice here, really quick.
Yeah.
Only because he's been trying. He's come up in my stream to add to him like fucking 100 fucking times during this stream.
Yeah. I'm topping up then.
Like, dude, I'm trying to get you in. I wish you could get in because I fucking love to have you on this fucking channel. Like, oh my god, like literally 100 times he's come up in my thing and I add him. And as you guys can see, he's just kind of sitting there circling in the bottom.
Yeah.
We all want you in here, Blue.
Love to have you, Blue.
Yeah.
You're fucking great guy. We'd love to have you, Blue. Get on here.
Well, Blue, if you're still on here, you still coming over this weekend? I got those beers for you. You gonna come over
in 3 seconds, guys? I'll be right back. Go ahead. Keep talking.
I got those beers from Dave's TV for you.
Which ones are those?
I don't know if you watch Dave's TV. He's down in Florida. I was down there a couple weeks ago, and he just gave me some beers to give to Blue Ice when I came back up here. So
Nice.
I don't remember what they are. They're in the fridge.
Couple treats from Gatorland. Good old Gatorland.
Yeah, he's a Gator fan.
Yeah. I hope so. It wasn't meant to be offensive.
How long has Dave's TV been doing beer reviews?
Not very long.
Okay, I was going to say.
Yeah, we're from the same hometown in Florida, and we actually dated the same girl. He's a little bit younger than me. I think he's 5 years younger than me. And when I graduated, he's a stud because when I graduated, he became a freshman in high school, and he was dating my ex-girlfriend. So he was younger and she was older than him. Yeah, so he's a bit of a stud, but thank God we both got rid of her because she was
no good.
No good.
Oh, look at Blue Ice. Never mind. Keep telling me these great stories. Dude, I wish I could. I don't know why I cannot get you on this stream, dude. Like, I have no idea.
Shane, you disappeared and I ran your fucking panel into the ground.
You did what? Sorry?
I just ran your panel through the floor.
Oh, okay, cool. I think
Yeah.
I'll take a piss. What can I say?
Sorry, bud.
It's all these beers I've been drinking. You know, this.
Yeah, I know how that goes.
hardcore.
Sorry,
That's a
guys.
nice-
no
that's a nice
offense
glass
to
you
any
got,
of you.
Shane.
Did not mean any offense by anything.
No,
that
no.
Came up.
No offense ever taken from any of you guys.
What
I
kind of
love all
glass
you
is
guys.
that, Shane?
What's that?
I saw some kind of logo on that glass. What is that?
Oh, that was a steam whistle.
Steam whistle.
Sorry, there we go. Can you see it?
Is
there?
that, is that honestly a steam whistle mug?
It is.
It is. I
got
see it written there. Steam whistle.
It was like a last Christmas. It was like a you got a 4-pack of
them?
steam whistle cans, and you got
Yeah,
the
you ever got in and met
glass.
the old lady who works up in the office there? No.
One that works in the office. What?
Yeah, it's steam whistle. She's known as the queen. I don't know.
No idea.
One day I'll take you through.
Hey, Brian, Blue Ice is coming Saturday night.
All right. I will. The Hardcore Pub will be open, and
Son of a bitch. I would love to be there for that. That would be awesome.
you can come on down. It's always open. It's always
Dude,
hard.
Saturday, I'm working Saturday night.
Well, like I told her, you can quit and then reapply on Sunday. They can't replace you that fast. Trust me. So they'll hire you back. Probably at a lower rate, but you know they'll hire you back.
My job, they can replace me really fast.
I'm gonna sign out before I get fucking fired myself. So
You got to work tomorrow, Jeff? What the hell?
I have to work every day.
You suck.
Yeah, tell me.
I
about
love
it.
you, buddy. Really.
Yeah, we'll see you Saturday.
No worries. We'll see you on Saturday, buddy. Take care.
See you, Jeff.
Cheers.
Thanks for stopping by.
Have a
Well,
good
I
night,
wonder-
guys.
I wonder now that you're down to 3 on screen. I wonder if Blue Eyes can get in. I know you can have 6, but I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, I don't know. There's something with his connection that's not, like I said, like I've just added him here. Sorry, here, as you can see.
Yeah, I get the swirling.
But it just swirls. Yeah, and I'd love to have this guy on my show. And he keeps trying, like literally, he's tried 100 times. And I feel so bad because he'd just be a big asset to just coming and hanging out and drinking beer with us. God.
In the chicken box. What's going on here?
I don't know. All right, well, seeing there's only 3 of us here, what are you drinking now, Josh?
I'm still drinking the trippy hippie.
What? You're still drinking that?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, these could be drank really quickly, but I try not to. So I've kind of conditioned myself not to drink them too fast.
What's the ABV on that one?
It doesn't say on the can, but I know they average at like either five, like high fives or low sixes.
Okay.
They had to they were having a problem with their ABV for a while, so they had to send samples to Sun King Brewery, which I think is in Kentucky.
How do you have a problem with your ABV?
I think it had something to do with how much fruit was in their beer. I think. How much fruit they were putting in their beer. They were just having, like, some people were complaining that the ABV wasn't as high as they said it was. It wasn't as high as they said it was.
Oh my God. Buy a fucking hydrometer and just fucking figure it out.
Yeah.
What
yeah.
brewery
I
is
was
this?
thinking, I was like, how do you not know this?
Now that we're talking about hydrometers and shit like that, you homebrew, right, Josh?
I have a few times. It's been a long time since I have. It's hard to find the time to.
Okay, what about you, Brian? Do you homebrew?
I used to homebrew for years, and then when I moved, all of my brewing equipment came up missing. And the funny thing is, we didn't hire people to move us. I think my wife accidentally, on purpose, threw all my brewery equipment away, and I haven't replaced it yet.
Oh shit! I homebrew probably 8 times a year. I started off as an extract brewer, as most of us do. Moved on to all grain, and the last beer. Well, I shouldn't say the last beer that I did. A couple of beers ago, I did I think I did a video of it. It's a beer called Where's Waldo? And I think I did the recipe on the screen. God damn, I could drink that beer all goddamn day long. It's like 4.5 or 4.6% session IPA. Absolutely fantastic. Love it.
I ordered some snacks for the Hardport Pub, and they misprinted the labels. They only called it Pub Mix. It's supposed to be Hardport Pub Mix.
Sons of bitches.
I mean, the food's still good, so I'm going to eat it, but Tiger's trying to be all up in the show.
Of course.
This ain't my video, buddy. You ain't getting paid for this.
Tiger's always in the video, regardless of what happens.
Best co-host on any beer review I've seen.
He lets me be in the bar, so I have to be thankful for that.
It's actually pretty funny, like when you're doing your beer reviews, Brian, and Tiger comes up on the bar and just, you're like, oh, hey, here's Tiger. She's, checking out the beer.
The one I did, I don't remember if it was one I edited today or maybe it was the one that came out today where he came up and stuck his nose in the glass and he backed up and kind of licked his lips. So I said, oh, yeah, this one smells good. It's making his mouth
I think that was
water.
today. I think that was your beer review today.
He doesn't drink it, though.
Yeah, it's kind of funny because it reminds me of Mad Dan over at the Angler's Grog, because he always holds up his beer to his budgie Marty, and his budgie's like just freaking always right in the foam, which is kind of cool. I mean, I have a dog that he's old, and a bearded dragon, and neither one of them would be interested in doing anything with beer.
Yeah, but you should do a review with that bearded dragon on your shoulder or something.
I was thinking of doing that.
That'd be kind of cool.
Yeah. Because he's maybe I'll do that for the next beer. I'll do that just for you, Brian. I'll do hey, this is a special dedication video to Brian. I got my bearded dragon Spike, because everybody and their grandmother calls their bearded dragon Spike.
Well, it makes sense. I mean,
it's just a big fucking lizard with spikes all over it. Everybody calls it Spike. It's the most non-original name you can come up with for a bearded dragon. That's for sure.
Well, it's like this guy that I work with. He's like 6'8", 300 pounds. He's a big dude. But his nickname is Tiny.
Oh, yeah, exactly. Same thing, right?
First time I met him, they said, go talk to Tiny. And I'm like, I went up to that guy. I said, hey, I'm looking for somebody named Tiny. He's like, yeah, what do you need? I'm like, well, I need Tiny. I need to talk to Tiny. And they're like, well, that's me. What do you want? And I'm like, dude, you're a freaking giant. What are you talking about? He's like, my nickname's Tiny. It always has been. And I'm like, well, that makes no sense.
Yeah, exactly. And that's like when you get like a tall guy and you call him Stretch.
Yeah.
Right.
I am so excited for this get together.
It's going to be awesome. I can't wait for it. Like if we can get it to come together, like I said, between like me, you, Josh, TK, Blue Ice, even just get like, 6, 7, 10 of us together. That'd be super awesome.
Yeah, I mean, because with you and Drew being in Canada, and then Josh, you being in Michigan, I don't know how far you guys actually are from each other. But if it's up north, up there somewhere where it's more convenient for you guys, I'll come wherever. I'm lucky that my day job lets me do things, so I'll be there. Wherever it's at, I'll be there. The most convenient for the most people. Don't even consider me because I'll be there regardless.
Yeah, for sure. And like I said, I would have no problem going down to Michigan or Chicago or any place that's convenient for everybody.
Right.
And that's what we want. We want it so it's like, yeah, I've got to drive for 4 hours. Brian, you might have to drive for 4 hours. Someplace central that we can all get together and just have 2 days, say.
Yeah.
And just have a good time.
Honestly, the most convenient place probably would be Ohio somewhere. Just kind of where we're all at.
Right.
We could meet up in Detroit and travel down to Ohio together and meet up with TK and Brian and Blue. They could come up. And then whoever else. I mean, who is there? Imperfectly Craft, right? They're close by, I think.
They're in Chicago, I think.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, for sure.
So.
And that'd be perfect. Like I said, I could drive from Niagara Falls, basic where I live.
Right.
I could go pick up Drew, who lives in Brantford, travel down to Windsor, go across the border to Detroit.
Yep.
And then, Chicago's only, not that far from there.
Right.
Well, the only problem with Ohio is that it's high in the middle and round on the ends, and somebody might fall off. I don't want anybody to get hurt.
Ohio. Wasn't that like a Looney Tunes cartoon? What's round in the middle and high in both ends? Ohio. It's like Yosemite Sam or something. I seem to remember that being like a Looney Tunes cartoon at some point in time.
I love the old, Bugs Bunny. In the old days, he was.
Oh, for sure.
He was such a smartass. Nowadays, very politically correct and all this stuff. But in the old days,
Sure.
Man, he was the best.
Well, back when my youngest boy was like little, he's 15 now. But we used to, we had a little DVD player, and we could, put a DVD on his TV in his room. And he would watch like some old black and white, like old Bugs Bunny and like old Mickey Mouse and shit like that. He loved that stuff.
Oh yeah.
And it was great because it was not politically. More beer.
Well, my kids, actually, we were on a road trip and my kids were watching it was a Looney Tunes DVD. And I said, this doesn't sound like the modern stuff. This sounds like when I was a kid. This is the real deal stuff. And so I looked at the DVD, whatever you call it, the cover or whatever, and it said that it was made in Canada. And I was happy about that because, see, in the United States, they've gone off the wall mad. So, you had Speedy Gonzalez. Well, that's racist. Well, he had his cousin, Slowpoke Rodriguez. No, you can't do that. That's racist, too. They neutered all of they got all the
Is
Oh.
Brian getting neutered right now?
Yeah, I think he did. Every once in a while, Brian gets neutered.
Yeah.
Which is weird because I've never heard of Slowpoke Rodriguez.
I never have either, actually.
So
I used to watch a lot of Looney Tunes when I was younger.
Oh, so did I.
Yeah.
So that was maybe like obviously it was a Speedy Gonzalez off take.
Right.
I've never heard of that.
Yeah, that's strange, man. I'm gonna check this out. Oh, type in Slowpoke, and the first thing that comes up is Slowpoke Rodriguez. Okay, he looks familiar.
Now I'm having
there's Brian.
technical
He's back.
issues.
Sorry, Brian. You kind of
Yeah, I lost my connection there.
Yeah, for sure. Well, because me and Josh were talking about Slowpoke Rodriguez. We'd never heard of that.
Oh, really? Yeah, that's Speedy Gonzalez's cousin.
It's funny
Right.
because Speedy's short and kind of chubby, whereas Slowpoke Rodriguez is like tall and skinny.
Yeah.
Like he would be
Yeah.
the fast one.
Yeah, but
You would think it was different, right? Like
Speedy Gonzalez would talk faster, and
Yeah.
Slowpoke Rodriguez would talk really slow, and yeah.
it's kind of weird.
One of the funniest movies of all time is Blazing Saddles.
Oh, I
But by
love Blazing
today's
Saddles.
standards, it's way too offensive. They could never show it because it just offends so many people. But that's the funny thing of it. It didn't offend one group of people or one type of person. It offended everybody
Sure it
equally.
did.
So you could just laugh at it because it was funny. Oh, I just got offended. But now he's offending that bad. It's just funny.
Yeah.
People are so uptight nowadays that if they're offended, they don't want anybody to be able to enjoy what offends them. And it's just sad that that's where we're at. I mean,
And it's funny you should mention that movie because I remember I went with my dad to the theater to actually watch that movie. What was that, like 79 or something like that?
yeah, it was in the 70s. Yeah.
Somewhere in there. So I was like 6 or 7 or 8 years old. And the scene that I remember the most is when they're all sitting around the campfire eating beans.
Oh, yeah.
And they all started farting. And they're like, and I thought that was the best shit ever. And again, 6, 7, 8 years old, whatever the hell I was. I loved that movie. It was great. And even watching it like in my, 30s and 40s, it was like, this is fucking funny as shit. But like I said, my 15-year-old, if I was to show him that, I'm like, hey, this is the greatest movie ever. To have him sit down and watch it, he'd be like, this is dumb.
He'd probably lecture you on why it isn't funny.
Yeah, exactly. And that's exactly what it is, right? And it's so funny that just the different times, like, when we grew up is so much different than when our kids are growing up. And just the different values and things that they think are funny.
Yeah, I was in New York City. It was probably like 2004. And we went to a Broadway musical, which musicals aren't my thing. I went because I was there with a group, and that's what the group decided to do. So we went to one. And it was called The Producers. So I don't even, what is this going to be about? But as I'm sitting there watching it, it's about World War II. And, it had Nazis in it. And they were talking about Hitler being gay. And I'm like, what is this that I'm watching? I mean, what is this? Well, it turns out that play was written by Mel Brooks. Okay. Mel Brooks, from Blazing Saddles. Okay. He's Jewish. And what it is, he was making fun of the Nazis and of Hitler. And that's why in that thing, Hitler was gay and everything. But I thought, as I'm watching it, I was thinking, man, I know there's a lot of Jewish people in New York City. They're probably offended that there's Nazis on the stage and stuff. But it was funny because then they released it as a movie. And I watched the movie, and I didn't think it was as good as the play. Let me tell you, if you've never been to a play like that, it's like being at a movie, but it's live. and like
Right.
they're not reading cue cards or anything. When they do a scene, it's all from memory. And then when they have to change the, like the background or the location where they're at, like the curtain closes just for briefly and it opens back up and the stagehands have moved stuff around to make it a different location. It opens up and it's like, I was just so blown away because this was like watching a 2-hour movie. But these people, these actors had their lines memorized perfectly, where they're supposed to be on the stage, what they're supposed to say, all this other stuff. And I was just blown away. I was like, man, and the tickets for us back then were $100 a piece. And the theater was full. I said, man, this is a lot of money for this one show. But then I'm thinking, well, all these actors in here, and how long does it take them to memorize their lines and where they're supposed to go and who they're supposed to interact with? I mean, I'm sure it's a big deal.
For sure.
I wouldn't want to spend $100 every time I wanted to go see one, but I'm glad I saw one because then I could appreciate it. Like I say, it was not my thing. Like sours. I didn't think sours would be my thing. I don't like sour things. When I tried my first sour beer as a beer reviewer, I had to try one just because I had to. It's a beer and I had to review it. And like I said, the first sip totally put a pucker in my puss that I almost couldn't get out, but you can't just stop after one sip when you're reviewing. You're like, man, this is horrible. I got to take this. But the more I sipped it, I thought, oh, this is starting to taste better and better. And then it's like, that's how I fell in love with sours. It was something I didn't think I was going to like, but I had to try it.
What was your guys' first interaction with craft beer? What was your first craft beer, I guess?
Oh man.
Like I was saying earlier, the one guy that was on the stream earlier, Jeremy Huseman, I went to his house one time and he got me involved in the Untapped app.
Oh, right. Yep.
And I think, I want to say it was the Sawdust City Lone Pine, even though I know that's not the first. I think it's actually the second beer that I ever checked in on there. But he got me into trying different beers and stuff like that. And it was really cool. And I have to, sorry, before I go on with that story, I got to laugh at fucking Blue Ice because he typed in and said Blazing Saddles was pre-Spaceballs. And if you guys have ever seen the movie Spaceballs, you know what the hell I'm talking about.
Yep.
And then his next comment was this: ludicrous speed. And I literally was like, when I think Brian was talking, I started fucking chuckling because it was like warp speed. I can't remember what the hell it was. It was warp speed, ridiculous speed, and then ludicrous speed.
Well, he spelled ludicrous like the rapper.
I don't care. I can't fucking spell. I'm Canadian. What the fuck? I don't know anything. I don't know anything.
Why didn't you guys tell me my ass was this big?
It was, yeah.
Surrounded by assholes.
Fucking Spaceballs was the fucking. It was such a great movie. You either loved it or you hated it, and if you hated it, you're an idiot. And that's all there was to that. But yeah, holy crap, that was a great movie. Barf.
In the Winnebago.
Yeah, that's right. Barf in the Winnebago. And I can't remember what the hell the lead guy, what was his name? Shit.
I'm trying to remember. You talking about Dark Helmet?
No, the good guy.
Oh,
it was Dark.
I can see his face.
Yeah, there was Dark Helmet. There was Barf, which was John Candy.
Yeah.
And there was the girl, Princess Druidia, or something like that. Because remember the one time she was in the car and she's like, "Oh, I got to call my dad. 1-800-Druidia." What the fuck? Oh, Lone Star.
Lone Star.
That was his name, Lone Star.
And yogurt.
Right too.
Oh, Pizza the Hut. Come
Pizza
on.
the Hut, yeah.
Yogurt. Yeah, I fucking remember that now.
There was wasn't one of them called Colonel Sanders too?
Yeah, because he said, "What's the matter, Colonel Sanders? Chicken." That's right too. I remember that now. Yeah. What do we got here from Blue Ice? Sweetwater 420, 2018 was my first craft beer after drinking nothing but Heineken and natural ice. R.I.P. John Candy.
Oh yeah.
I mean, we lost a legend in John Candy. A great Canadian comedian.
Do you guys have a holiday because of that, Canada?
Surprisingly enough, we don't. And we have fucking holidays for fucking everything.
Well, you have a lot of famous comedians came out of Canada from some theater that was up there. Like, what the heck was that show? Like, we had Saturday Night Live, and you guys had what was that called?
Bizarre, I think. There was a show we had called Bizarre, and it was a lot of Canadian comedians. With John Candy, we had all those guys.
I just watched that a couple weeks ago. What was? I'm gonna have to Google it here.
And it's funny that he says, was his first craft beer after drinking nothing but Heineken. Because, like I said to you guys earlier, I was always a cocktail guy.
Yeah.
Obviously, because of my bar. I drank nothing but cocktails until I started to get into craft beer. So for me, Heineken was a fancy beer. Right? And to me, that was like I'm going to be really fancy. I'm going to drink a Heineken. Until I started getting into the whole craft beer world and realizing that Heineken was not a bad beer. Don't get me wrong. It's not a bad beer, but it's not a craft beer.
Right.
But when I drank Heineken, I was like, oh yeah, I'm really fucking snobby here. Here I have my, my can of Heineken. Oh yeah, I'm better than you because I pay $4 for my beer instead of $2 like you guys.
Yeah. I'm not a huge Heineken person. It's like on the skunky side, I feel like. And it's like the last drink of like a warm beer right from the beginning.
Yeah.
Like that Heineken. I mean, I'll drink it. If it's offered to me or if it's there, I'm gonna.
I like it better out of a can
Yeah,
because honestly, the green bottle beer is skunky. I don't like a green bottle Heineken. They do have the Heineken in the brown bottle that I liked, but it's hard. I hardly ever see that.
Heineken in a brown bottle?
There's a Heineken brown. Yeah. It's rare. I hardly ever see it, but I've had it before and I liked it. But me and Drew, actually, when I went up to his living room and did the review, the Heineken review with him, before I graciously spilled some on his floor, it wasn't bad, but it was in a can, so it wasn't skunky. It was, I don't know, just most green bottle beers have that skunky flavor that I don't like. And I'm, like these dank beers, I don't like that flavor. To me, a dank beer tastes skunky, and I don't like it.
Yeah.
Well, and that's it. A lot of the European beers, especially the lagers, have that skunky smell, like Heineken. And when I do my beer reviews and I'm doing a European lager, I say, oh, it's got that smell like that European Heineken skunk smell, because that's what a Heineken is, as far as I'm concerned. The skunky smell. Not a bad beer. Don't get me wrong. I don't mind a Heineken, but it's got that skunky kind of smell to it.
Yeah. Yeah. I think my first craft beer was from Founders, and it was at Buffalo Wild Wings, and it's called Dirty Bastard. It's a Scotch style ale. And it's just this brown, thick looking, it isn't thick, but it's when it's your first time having it. But it's like, I think it's like 8 or 9% ABV. And I had 2 of them, tall boys. And I just there eating wings and drinking beer. And then I go to stand up and I go, oh, this is a different beast that
Exactly. Exactly.
That Canadian comedy show was called SCTV. And I'm scrolling through the cast of it. I mean, this is just a list of comedy legends.
Is that where Wayne's World started too?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, 'cause it was Dana Carey and Mike Myers.
Yep.
Whether you'd know these people's names, you'd know their faces. It's just tons of legendary comedians got their start on that, including Dark Helmet. Rick Moranis, he got his start up there too.
Yep, for sure he did.
And that's where John Candy got his start. You know, they all were in that same little.
Yep.
It was a theater. It was a theater that did comedy, but then it got picked up on TV, and those guys they all took off. I mean, they were all.
It was kind of like. It was kind of like Saturday Night Live, like
Yeah.
the American version, right? But it was SCTV.
Right. It was the Canadian version, yeah.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
You had to be somebody to make it on there, and these guys, you know,
For sure. Yeah, absolutely.
they were all somebody.
Yeah, exactly. And all of them went up to have amazing careers as comedians or actors, whatever, right?
Yeah.
What's Blue Ice saying here? Stella is identical to Heineken, minus the skunky smell.
Interesting story. While I was in Europe, I was informed that Stella they call wife beater beer.
Wife beater beer.
And they laugh because over here we market it as like a high class fancy beer.
Right.
But over there they call it their wife beater beer because it's just their low class. I mean, this is what they're gonna drink kind of beer.
And it's funny that you say that because I don't know about you guys down in the States, but up here, whenever we serve Stella, it comes in we serve it in like a fancy glass with the gold rim, probably much like you guys do.
Yep.
It's probably not much different. So it's perceived as a high class like beer, right? Because I have a special glass, and as you guys know, I did a video on this already. I'm not a beer snob. You know, I'm gonna fucking pour a beer into any glass. If it's a IPA, it goes in this glass. If it's a Pilsner, it goes in this glass, which is the exact same glass without the fucking Calgary logo on it.
Hey,
if
as long as it's in a glass.
If it's an IPA,
better.
it goes in this glass. I don't care. And like I said, I did a whole video on this, and I think it was called "Why I'm Not a Beer Snob," because I don't care. I will put it in any glass because I don't care. Just give me the beer, give me the taste, right? But I don't know if I 100%. What's Blue Ice saying here? Belgium versus Holland. I don't know if I 100% agree with Blue Ice that Stella is the same as a Heineken minus skunkiness. Like if you took a Heineken and a Stella, but took the skunkiness out of the Heineken, is that the same as a Stella?
Maybe. I think Stella tastes more skunky than it smells.
Yeah, I'm not a Stella Artois fan. However, Josh, have you tried the Stella Midnight Lager?
I have not, no.
My wife bought that for me last summer. It comes in a black, well, she bought me the 12-pack. It's all black. It's got gold writing, and it looks fancy. It says Stella Midnight Lager. So I'm like, it just looked fancy. And I opened it, and it's a dark lager. And I absolutely love that beer. But, when we hear Stella Artois, that's a European beer, right? But I looked at it. No, this was brewed in New York. And I talked to people that lived in Europe, and I'm like, have you tried the Midnight Lager? And they're like, no, we've never heard of it. We looked online. It's only brewed in the United States. That's a pity because I really like that much more than the Stella Artois, but yet here it is. It's only available in the United States.
Yeah.
But, maybe they wouldn't like that over there. I don't know. Dark lagers are a thing. I've seen some reviews on them. I love them. Some people don't like them just because of the mere fact that they're dark. And for some people, when they see a beer that's dark and not beer colored, they don't even want to try it. It could be the greatest tasting thing ever, but no, that's dark. That's a dark beer. It's a lager. It's not a stout. They're going to taste completely different. I don't even want to try it,
Yeah.
God damn it. Look at this. I'm still trying to get Blue Ice.
You've been struggling all night.
Oh my God. I feel like such a shitty host because I can't get Blue Ice on this channel.
It's probably not even your fault, man.
I know it's probably not my fault. I'm sure it's something at his end. I'd like to think it's something at his
Right.
end. But I'd love to get this guy on my fucking channel. Like, shit. Come on, Blue Ice. Come on, dude. Get on here. I don't care what you got to do. Fucking give it a little fucking pull. Whatever you got to do. Get on here.
Hey,
Jesus.
Blue, if you're on your phone, maybe you should try like shutting your phone off and rebooting it, turn it back on, and see if maybe you can connect. Maybe there's a glitch in it or something.
That's not
Maybe
a
an
bad
update.
idea.
Maybe an update on your
Or even just sometimes
Yeah.
resetting it will get rid of all the shit that you have built up in the cache and stuff like that, right?
funny story about Heineken is I used to play music in a band, and we were lucky enough to get invited to tour in Europe. And the first night there, we flew into Frankfurt, and the first show was in Frankfurt, and they got us. I think there was like cases of Heineken backstage for some reason, probably because it was cheap. And the singer the vocalist of our band goes, "Oh, I love your beer." Like that was his opening thing. And I'm like, I just put my hands on my head and I was like, this isn't a German beer. But you know, you see Heineken and you're like, oh, German, right? But then we got a lot of boos when he said that. But as a reward, I guess, these German guys are like, we'll show you German beer. And they took us next door where there was a bar. And
Sorry to cut you off here, Josh.
No.
Isn't Heineken from Holland?
yeah.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah, that's why. Yeah, that's, you know, he goes, that's why he said, I love your, Germany, I love your beer. And then they booed us and we
Okay.
played, and then they cheered, and then they took us to the bar next door and proceeded to get us tore up on like 3 beers because it was just like the darkest, heaviest stuff that they could give us.
Of course. Why
Yeah.
wouldn't you?
Yeah. So he learned his lesson pretty quick. But yeah.
I would love to travel to Germany, especially in like October. Do like their whole Oktoberfest. 'Cause
Yes.
they've got a lot of really cool shit going on in Germany in Oktoberfest, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Munich would be the place to go. I looked into it. Who is it? Eggs, Flour, Yeast. That's a YouTube channel, right, Brian?
Flour, eggs, and yeast.
Yeah.
Yep.
They've been there a couple times for Oktoberfest, and they say it's a great time.
It would just be cool just for the experience.
Yeah.
Even if, just hanging out with everybody and all the German people and just having a fucking good time drinking big fucking 1 liter fucking
Marzens, just
Well, Shane,
For
you
sure.
know, because you've got one of those. I got my big liter mug on the other side of the bar over there, but that liter mug, when it's full of beer, is heavy.
Oh yeah.
And
5
it's just-
pounds.
for sure.
You just have a newfound respect for those women who come walking through carrying freaking
Oh my
20
God.
liters of beer out to the tables. And it's like, my God, these women have to have freaking arms like me, right? I mean, look
Yeah.
how big this is. Can you see how big that is?
Huge.
It does not show up on
Huge,
camera.
buddy. and it's funny because I actually have, I think on my older videos, I have a little clip in my intro video of girls get the old, just fucking tons of beer glasses like this. Even this empty,
It's
I mean,
solid. It's
it's
a
not
solid
light.
glass.
it is not light. I couldn't imagine fucking trying to grab 6 of these in this hand and 6 in this hand, full of beer. Ridiculous.
We just recently had a conference for work, and I had to do an activity, or I had to do a presentation about focus. And I bought a couple of the Paulner beer mugs with the beers in it.
Oh,
and
yeah.
I took it with me, and I had a couple of volunteers come up, and they had to do the competition where they hold the beer mug straight out, because it's a Oktoberfest tradition where they have these competitions, and it's like 5 pounds, and they couldn't even hold it up for 3 minutes, and the world record's like 22 minutes.
Oh, that's insane.
I know. I'm like, holy crap! Like, how could I hold an empty glass out, and I'm like, I can't do this. Like you watch somebody do it, and you're like, oh, that looks easy, right? And then you go to do it, and you're like, I can't do this.
Yeah, exactly. It's crazy. Like, just like I said, even just this empty,
Mm-hmm.
and I think this holds 1 liter.
Yep.
Yeah.
it's heavy. Like I wouldn't want to be fucking having this full and grabbing fucking 12 of them all at once. Like,
but they do it and smile. Those girls that do it, they do it with a smile.
yeah, and in all fairness, and I'm not trying to be sexist at all, maybe a little bit. They got really big fucking tits. And if some girl's got in this ability beer, you know what? If some girl is grabbing 12 of these for you and your guys, and she's got a low cut top and her tits are hanging out, you're gonna be like, "Oh, that's you spilled a little. Oh, it's okay, baby, no problem."
Yeah, see, I think they get their strength from those. Whereas as a guy, when I see it, my strength all just goes away. I just melt, you know.
I wish I could remember there's a YouTube video. It's a Canadian show called Just for Laughs. I don't know if you guys have ever seen it.
Oh yeah, I've seen that.
Yeah, okay. And they do like little gags against people and stuff like that. And it was basically they would serve guys a full beer in like a fucking glass like this, 1 liter, full of beer. And there'd be some girl with just amazing tits, low cut. And she'd come up to the guy and be like, "Hey, do you know what time it is?" And the guys would be like, "Oh yeah, I know what time it is." And they'd fucking spill their whole entire fucking beer on top of themselves. And it was funnier than shit because all the guys would be like, "Oh yeah, I'm gonna look at your fucking tits. Yeah, I'm gonna pour my beer all over myself." I'm gonna have to put that on my next video. I swear to God, I'll put it on there for sure. But it was definitely a Just for Laughs little clip. It's amazing.
You know, we should do this. We should make this like a monthly thing.
What's that? The live stream?
Yeah.
Like I said, after 250 videos or so, I don't mind the live streams. I've been on one with who the hell was the last one I did? Maybe Rod J or something. Yeah. I like them because like I said, I get to talk to Brian, I get to talk to you, which I don't get to do very often, which is awesome. I'm so excited that you're here, Josh. Seriously, you have no idea. Because I talk to Brian quite often on WhatsApp.
Okay.
And we just throw some shit around. I'm so excited that you came along. Check out the video. What the hell?
Yeah.
Had some beer. Speaking of which, what are you drinking, Brian?
Yeah,
it's empty, motherfucker. Kind of like mine. It's empty. I gotta go grab a new one.
Right, here we go.
What are you drinking there? Some carrot juice?
What do you got, Josh?
Hey, what's up, Doc?
That's empty. What do you got? What's next?
Another sour.
That 11% put me in. I tell you that. That
11%?
Jesus donut stout I drank. Holy crap!
Oh
okay,
man!
Hang on. I gotta go check my fridge. I'll be right back.
Who makes that?
Go grab another beer.
That's Evil Twin.
Okay. I don't know
Out
if
of
I've
New
had
York?
an Evil Twin yet.
Or no, Connecticut. But yeah, they've I don't think I've had a bad beer from them yet.
Yeah, I like Duclaw. Do you get any Duclaw up your way?
Yeah, we do.
We're
Yeah,
out of Baltimore.
I think the last couple months we started to get it. 3 or 4 months maybe now. But yeah, they just showed up, and that Sweet Baby Jesus is real
Sweet Baby
good.
Jesus, that's got to be my favorite porter.
Sweet Baby Jesus.
That is just so
I
delicious.
wish I could get that up here. Jesus Christ.
It's solid.
It's like my favorite barbecue sauce is Sweet Baby Ray's.
Oh yeah.
I love it.
I'm gonna come back in about 2 seconds, guys. I'm gonna take a quick break.
You got the Theater of Madness.
Theater of Mad.
What is
Josh,
that?
can you-
What kind
can
of
you get
pumpkin
this
beer
in
is
your
that?
area?
That's a Flying Monkey beer.
Right.
Flying Monkeys.
I haven't had that one. I don't think I had the Flying Monkey, the one that had all the scary like movies back in the
Yeah.
80s.
If you haven't had this beer, and I'm I find pumpkin beers kind of hit or miss.
Paranormal. I had the paranormal.
Yeah, though I just did that one. Yeah.
You had the paranormal? Okay. This is fucking 20 times better than any pumpkin beer you've ever had. I swear to God.
I love the pumpkin beers.
I used to be a big fan of the GLB pumpkin ale. And me and my oldest boy, we would buy it every year. This is new this year. I picked it up because Drew had picked one up and did a review on it. I'm like, oh, that sounds great. I picked it up. This is the only beer that has got a 4.75 out of 5 on my channel. This is the highest rated beer I have ever done on my channel.
It looks like it's got an impressive label on it. I like it.
You could put it in a friggin' plain I don't even care about the label. The beer itself is phenomenal. Highly recommend it if you can get your hands on it. Brian, maybe if you can get Drew to send you down one of these. Amazing. Absolutely amazing.
Yeah, I'd like to try that.
Oh, it's if you like pumpkin beers, this is the beer to get for sure. Having said that, I will be back in about 15 seconds, guys. Feel free to talk amongst yourselves.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that would be nice if we did, the little meetup somewhere and everybody could bring some stuff from where they're from that nobody else can get where they're at and share the love. Because, I fly with beer all the time. I brought back, when I came back from California in July, I had so much beer in one suitcase. When I went to check in and they weighed it and they said, yeah, this thing is way overweight, because you get 50 pounds a suitcase.
Yeah.
And this one was like 90 pounds. I'm like, why is it so heavy? Oh, I remember I shoved all the beer in that one. So I had to open it up. I had to open my other one up and throw some beer in the other one and pull some stuff out and put it in my carry-on, just to, so I could fly. And I barely made it in on both of those, but that would be nice.
I think that would be a good time, especially, there's always beer in your state that you can't, that is good, that they just don't distribute everywhere else. And it'd be a good opportunity to get our hands on that stuff. But yeah, I'm always looking for, we go to Tennessee every year, and it's not always great in Tennessee, like the kinds of beer you can get, but out that Jungle Gyms in Cincinnati, we'll stop there, and it's crazy how much beer they have there. That's where I picked up Blue Ice likes that 6-point resin.
Yeah.
It's a double IPA, and I was so happy to see that. The last time I had that was like 5 or 6 years ago, and I was pretty pumped on it.
Yep, I was out for my parents' 50th wedding anniversary several years ago. They wanted to go on an Alaskan cruise, so we flew to Seattle. And before we boarded the ship, we got there a day early, we went out to, what's it called? Yard House.
Okay.
And there's 200 taps. This bar's got 200 taps. And I had a beer.
Oh, wow.
I had a beer called Blackened Salmon Stout. And I thought, okay, Blackened Salmon. That's just a name, right?
Yeah.
No, this beer, when I put it in my mouth and swallowed it, I felt like the aftertaste, it was in my mouth, was if I just taken a bite of blackened salmon and swallowed it. I'm like, how did they get this flavor in a beer? But it's delicious because it's like you were drinking the meal, because when you swallowed it, you got the flavors like you just ate a blackened salmon. But then, of course, the beer was there. It was fantastic. And I'm like, you hear about a lot of these smoked beers. I've got one in the fridge. I haven't tried a smoked beer yet. I've had my Killer Tomato Attack of the Killer Tomatoes beer. That's a smoked saison, and it had a slightly smoked tomato flavor to it, which was really, really good. But I think Drew just did one that was smoked, and he said, wow, how did they get that that smoked flavor in there, because that is what you get. This is a smoked beer, and
Mhm.
I love, you know, when I love barbecue, I love smoked meat. I mean, you know, the thought of a smoked beer is intriguing to me, but I haven't had one like the one Drew had. So I'm hoping that the smoked beer that I've got in there, somebody gave it to me. So I'm hoping that it's got that really good smoked flavor.
Do you know what it is?
I'll see here.
See, now I love a good smoked beer, as long as it's done right.
Yep.
Yeah, you know, get that nice smokiness flavor in there.
Right.
Fucking fantastic.
I know Alaskan Brewing Company had a smoked porter that they did every year.
Right.
Ooh.
That'd be
Tall, dark, and smoky.
I like that artwork too. Like just the
I got
style
3
of it.
cans of it here.
Yeah, 3 cans.
Actually, a
We'll
local
crack one
Atlanta
open. Let's
beer.
go.
This is in collaboration with Phillips Barbecue Company.
Ooh, okay.
Oh, nice.
I'm really intrigued to try this. It's a smoked porter with vanilla and cocoa nibs. So,
But it's in collaboration with a barbecue company, so that might be okay.
Yep.
7.5% alcohol. So I'm digging it already.
That's that magic number.
Hey,
I
Brian,
might have to review this one tomorrow.
Brian, if you've got 3 of them,
You know what?
you
I've
should
got
just
3
crack
of
one
them.
right now.
That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking that
Do the review tomorrow. Crack it right now, because I'm really excited to see what you think about this.
You know, I originally came downstairs to do a review to post tomorrow, but hey, threw that out the window.
Sorry, Josh.
No, hey, it's cool.
Sorry, buddy.
This has been a good time. Too good of a time to pass up.
Yeah, for sure.
I got to get a different glass because this had my Hershey's chocolate porter in it, and I don't want to adulterate what's in this with any of that flavor.
Oh, Brian, you're being kind of a beer snob.
Well, that's his job, right? Brian the beer snob. Having said that,
it looks like the same glass.
I'm going to
but
crack
it's
another
not.
Theater of Madness. Can you get this in your area, Josh?
We have Flying Monkey here, yeah.
Can you
I
get the
haven't
Theater of
seen that
Madness?
one though. It's
If you like pumpkin beers,
yeah.
this is by far, and I've tried a bunch of them.
Yep.
This is the king
Okay.
of pumpkin beers,
Okay.
for sure.
Like I always see their chocolate manifesto.
I smell
That's a decent beer.
Yeah. Yep.
That's
But
decent
the other ones are just kind of real hit or miss.
Yeah, but this one, like I said, I used to do the Great Lakes Brewery.
Yep.
For the past, say 3 years, and every time I would, grab like 12 or 15 or 24 of them.
Yeah.
And I would love them.
Yep.
Until I had this.
That one.
And now I won't buy any other pumpkin beer besides this. Hey, Brian, are you watching? Here we go, buddy.
I'm watching.
Here you go, buddy.
You are an expert, Shane.
Hard pour, buddy. Hard pour, Theater of Madness, just for you.
Did somebody have a plate of ribs over here? Because that's what I'm smelling is ribs. Barbecued
ribs over there?
smoked ribs. Oh, I gotta
dude, if you
taste
got
this.
ribs, I'm driving there.
She's black as night.
She is.
God, these are really tiny bubbles here, but the ones inside the glass are pretty big and they're popping kind of fast.
And what's that you got there, Brian, again? Sorry?
It's called Tall, Dark, and Smoky.
Tall, dark, and... Oh, okay. Yeah, definitely try that out and let us know what you think.
Mm. It does have a smokiness. It's heavy on the chocolate. That's kind of the only flavor I get in my mouth is chocolate till I swallow it. Then it gets a smoky. I just had a nice smoked rib. Mm.
Nice.
That's the thing. Some people that aren't into the craft beers, there's different types of alcohol. There's beer, there's rum, there's vodka, there's tequila. There's a million different types of alcohol. Well, all a craft beer is a different type of alcohol than what, it's a beer. But people think because it doesn't taste like a beer that it's somehow not something that's desirable, but you know,
Right. Yeah.
you want a
Absolutely.
pina colada, you know, you got the pineapples and the coconut in there and the rum and stuff, but maybe you want a margarita, which has got tequila and lime and stuff. It's alcohol. It's all alcohol. It's just, it tastes differently. You know, craft beer is still alcohol. It just has different
For sure.
flavors. And there's a flavor out there for everybody, you know. If you
Yep.
don't like barbecue, if you don't like meat, red meat, you're not going to like this beer because that's the flavor that's left in your mouth after you swallow it. Like you just had a mouthful of that.
Who
I
doesn't
don't
like
like
barbecue?
I
Like,
don't
seriously, who doesn't like barbecue?
I know. Like Drew did a beer and it was I don't remember, it had a weird name like Joey lost his avocado sack or something, and the label just had avocados all over it. Well, I
Right.
am not an avocado person at all. I wouldn't buy it strictly because it's got avocados on the label. It might be the best tasting beer ever, but I don't like avocados and I'm turned off by
Well-
them. So I wouldn't even entertain tasting that beer. But he thought it was great.
Oh, and see, here's the thing. I like avocados, and I actually researched a little bit of like avocado beers because I like avocados so much. And it's really hard to actually do an avocado beer because an avocado doesn't have very good fermentable properties. So you won't, when you ferment it, you're not going to get that flavor of the avocado in your beer, and that's why you don't see a whole lot of avocado beers.
I know it's supposed to be a fruit, but to me, I don't know. I just, my wife loves avocados. I don't use guacamole. I love Mexican food. I will not put guacamole on it. I'm not a big sour cream fan, but I love tacos. I love burritos. I just prefer them without those things on them. But people love it. I mean, I've been to those fancy Mexican restaurants where they come over to your table and they got the avocado and they peel it and scoop it out and then they squeeze lemons. They make the fresh guacamole right there at your table. Maybe that's good. Avocados are just it's not a flavor that I enjoy.
It's
all right, guys. I got to take off. I got to work. So
hey, Josh, always awesome to see you, buddy.
Yeah, it's a
Thanks
good time.
for coming on the stream.
Yeah, not a problem.
Look forward to all your cool beer reviews in the future.
Thanks, man.
Hey, both of you guys practice moving over a little bit to one side so that we can collab.
Okay, that works.
Is it that way? Is this the way I gotta
I'll be
go,
on
Brian?
either side. Well, you sit where your good side's showing. I'll be on the other side.
I don't have a good side. Both my sides are bad. I don't have a good side, buddy.
Have a good night, guys.
All right, take care, Josh. Thanks for coming on, man.
Yep, not a problem. Thanks for having me. We'll see you.
Take care, man.
That is an interesting beer.
Oh, for sure.
Not a chugger. Would not want to chug that. There's just
I'm always hit or miss on chugging beer. I like when I go down to see Drew. He's like, "Hey, you want to chug this?" I'm like, "It's a fucking like 8% IPA." No, I
Yeah.
don't want to.
I've seen
but I
him
will.
chug sours. I would not want to chug a sour.
Oh my god,
Yeah.
fuck no, absolutely.
I
not,
like the flavors. You know, when you're chugging it, you're just kind of bypassing. It's just going in your stomach so fast.
Sure.
That's for cheap, flavorless beers. Is what chugging is for. The beers I like now, they just taste too good. I just want to sip it. You know.
Yeah, for sure. Like I said, if I was gonna have like a Miller Genuine Draft or Molson Canadian or Budweiser or something, like, yeah, you could chug that, no problem. But these beers that we're paying, $4 or $5 a can for, yeah, I don't want to chug that. I want to enjoy the flavor of it, the little intricacies. But yeah, definitely not chuggable for sure.
Yeah, I saw some of the beer reviewers had some kind of a chug challenge a while back, and I'm like, man, I'm thankful nobody called me out on that one because
Oh, for sure.
I'm just not a chugger anymore.
No, and I never was. I was never a big chugger. And I'm like I said, unfortunately, when I go and see Drew, he'll always, one of the beers, he'll be like, "Hey, you want to chug this?" I'm like, "Fuck. Okay, let's do it."
Well, I got to ask you this, because that brawl in Brantford, the fight scene was perfect. You guys started out, you got together, then you went over to this side of the screen, and then you came back to this side of the screen,
Right.
and you came and fall over in the middle. That was expertly choreographed.
Yeah, and that was all pre-planned. I said to Drew, I'm like, you know what? Grab a shirt that you want to, an old shirt that you don't mind getting ripped. I said, because this is what we're going to do. And I said, we'll talk about the beer. You're going to introduce the sour, which I hate. As everybody who's ever watched my channel knows, I hate sours. And I said, we'll kind of escalate a little bit. And then I'm going to come and jump at you. And then I said, what we're going to do is we're going to go to this side of the screen. We're going to go to this side of the screen. And then we're going to go down. And then when we came back, it was like, okay, let's pause the video. And then we're going to cut up the shirts, make it look like we're, in a big fucking...
Cut up the shirts. Wait, you mean this really wasn't ripped and torn in the brawl?
No. It was all pre-planned.
It's Hollywood.
Yeah, exactly. It was Brantford. Right? And then we cut up the shirts and fucking did the stuff, which was really cool because in the one at the end of the, on my channel, on the video, when we actually fell to the ground, you could just see Drew's feet kind of come up, and then it went to the test screen, which is kind of funny.
That is funny.
I thought it was kind of funny.
Who edited that? You?
I edited that one, yeah. And then it was just it was just stopping it all together, and we went into the beer, which was fantastic. The beer that we did was actually really, really good. But yeah, I love working with Drew. He's so much fun, and he's up for, doing anything.
Oh yeah, that beer watch when I did it, he asked me, he said, should I wear a bikini top? And I'm like, yeah, that works.
Well, it's funny because the one episode that we did for his channel, the first time I came down to visit him, he was like, "Oh, I'm gonna do a little thing in the kiddie pool." And I said to his wife, Amber, I'm like, "Amber," I said, "do you have a bikini top?" She's like, "Yes, I do." I'm like, "Go fucking get it." And we stopped it on Drew, and I think that's the first time he actually wore the bikini top. And it was so funny.
It is comedy gold.
It is. And like I said, we have last time I went down there about 2 weeks ago, we started talking about he's getting a hot tent, which is basically a tent that has a little fireplace basically inside it. And we started talking about, oh dude, I said, in the winter, we're going to come down, we're going to do a couple really cool videos, and they're going to be messy. We're talking 4:00 in the morning, super drunk. Hey Drew, we're gonna do a fucking beer review. Come on, they're gonna be messy, but it's gonna be so much fun to do. He's a great guy to hang out with. And I'm really looking forward to doing those videos with him.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what you guys do during your what I would consider a brutal winter. You just probably consider it a normal day, but for a Southerner like me, that's a brutal winter. I half expect him to do a review, or you building a friggin' igloo in your backyard and doing one, while you're building your igloo, you're like, man, working up a sweat, need a beer, while you got these blocks, you're friggin' building an igloo in the backyard.
Well, I think I did 1 or 2 videos last year where I was out in a park and it was just all snow covered, and I had my toque on and I was freezing to death because I'm a terrible Canadian. I'm going to admit it. I'm a terrible Canadian. I once it gets below plus 15 degrees Celsius, I'm done. Like, just fucking check me out. I'm ready to go to Florida, hang out where it's nice and warm. But yeah, I'm so excited to go do these beer reviews with Drew in this nice little hot tent and just be, like I said, they're going to be messy. Messy reviews.
So 15, I had to do my conversion. 15 Celsius is 59 Fahrenheit, which for where I'm at, that's cold.
Yeah, exactly. And like I said, when you messaged me the other day and you said you were at your son's baseball game and it was like 53.
Yeah, and the wind was blowing. That's what made it brutal. The wind was just blowing, and it was just it was horrible.
Oh yeah, for sure. That would be. And I actually, oh my God, look at this guy. When the hell was that? Oh, that was just now.
Terry's Quick Beer Reviews,
Oh my
established
God.
2014. This is the first I'm hearing of this guy. I might have to go sub.
You've never heard of Terry?
No, and he's been around for a while.
Terry has been around for a long time. I used to watch his videos like religiously. And I don't think he's done a video for maybe a year and a half or 2 years. God, he had some amazing videos. It's so awesome to I'm going to give him a quick little.
Well, he says morning, chaps, and I know I'm going to assume he's in the UK then because they're 5 hours ahead of us, which would be 6:48.
Yeah,
in the morning.
Terry he's over there somewhere, but he used to do beer reviews all the time, and then he stopped doing them for a little while, maybe about a year and a half ago. I'm not privy to exactly why he stopped doing them, but every once in a while I would get on his YouTube channel and say, "Hey Terry, haven't heard from you for a while. Just want to make sure everything's okay." He's doing good, apparently. And he was talking about getting back into it. I don't think he has.
Yeah,
sadly.
I just subbed to his channel and I click on his videos and his last video seems to be a year ago.
Yeah, like he did some really good beer reviews. I used to love watching this guy back in the day. I know you're watching, Terry. I would love it if you just did one beer review. Just come back and do, because I know it's been like a year and a half. Just do one. Throw it up. Make this old guy happy. Throw one up. Terry, if I'm not mistaken, Terry was a big fan of red ales, amber ales. I think I got that right, Terry. Right? Is that not what you really liked? It was the red ales, amber ales, really malty kind of stuff. Yeah, but he did some great beer reviews. Brian, if you haven't seen his show, like just subscribe. I know.
Yeah, I just subscribed. I'll have to watch his videos.
Like I said, it's been a while since he's done a video. Go back, watch his videos. Very nice man. Very well mannered. As you can, like when you watch his videos, you will see. I really miss this guy. He did some great videos. Nothing like I try and do, like with the special effects and shit like that. His was just straight to the point and beautiful.
He loves the red ales and bitters. I have to say, I love those myself.
Yeah, and it was great. I think he's... God, I'm going to feel like a complete asshole if I get this wrong. I think he's Southern UK. I think. Sorry, Terry. If I get this wrong, I feel like a complete dick. But yeah, like I said, go check out some of his older videos, Brian. They're fantastic. They're just informative, straight to the point, and done.
This is what I'm loving. I'm loving his channel already because look at this one here. Look at the beautiful head on those two beers that he's poured right there.
Yeah, it's perfect.
Terry, I don't know if you're familiar with me, but I am a hardcore lover. I have the Hardcore Pub. That's where
Hardcore
I do my
Pub.
videos from. All my beers I pour
That's right.
hard. You made me smile when I saw that thumbnail. That is how I like to pour my beers. Everybody else misses out that doesn't pour their beers hard. They're just missing out.
Yeah, like I said, I used to love like when I first started doing beer review videos, Terry was one of the guys that I watched all the time. He had some great videos. He was just he's just one of those guys that you watch and you're like, oh, I want to watch more of this guy's videos. Really, really good. And I'm not going to lie, I got a little bit upset when he stopped doing videos for whatever reason. And hey, Terry, it's absolutely cool. If you stop doing videos for whatever reason, it's all good, man. It's all good.
If you want to get back into the game, though, man, this is a good place to be.
Well, it's funny because I actually went on one or two of his older videos, and I said, "Hey Terry," I messaged him and I said, "Hey Terry, hope everything's okay. Hope you're gonna get back into doing beer review videos. You know, miss your show." And I think he messaged me back, and I can't remember what the hell it was. He did message me back, and he was just, you know, much like you, you know, and me, life gets in the way, right? Like sometimes we can't do videos once a week or once every couple of days, whatever the hell it is. I would love to do a beer review every other day. And I did do that for a while, but life gets in the way, right?
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. And yeah, but definitely check out some of Terry's older videos. I'm pretty sure he's in the UK. God damn, I feel like such an asshole now. I think he's definitely in the UK somewhere. And I don't remember where. And you know what, Terry? I'm going to blame this on you, buddy, because you haven't done a video in so long. I can't remember where the hell you're from. So I'm UK somewhere. I'm sure. And I mean that with all the love in the world. Seriously.
Well, it doesn't say on his about me. It just says he's just a fella who loves to drink and talk about ales.
Yeah, like I said, he was probably like the first, like when I started doing my videos, he was probably the first 3 guys that I ever started following. And I think it was Terry and maybe Dean's Beer Review. I think he still does videos.
Yeah.
And Mad Dan, I think, out of Australia. I think that's the first 3 guys I started to follow and regularly watch their videos was Terry, Dean, and Mad Dan. Oh, so there you go. He lives in Gillingham, Kent.
Okay, so Terry, you got to school me a little bit. I assume Gillingham is the town. Is Kent like? I know in the United States where I'm at, we have states, and where Shane's at, they're called provinces, right?
Right.
You're in. Is it Ontario Province, or what is your province called?
I think Kent is the province or state where it is, and Gillingham is probably the city. Again, forgive us, Terry. We're again ignorant Canadian. Sorry, this way, ignorant American.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Well, County of Kent. Okay, there we go.
Oh, the county. Okay.
See, and that's so weird. And I don't mean it in a bad way. It's weird because I don't know what it's like for you, Brian, in the States, but we don't do like counties.
We do.
Do you do counties?
Yeah. So you got your like towns and cities, and they're in a county, which is in a state.
Okay. See, like if you were to ask me where I'm from, I would say I'm from Thorold, which is just outside Niagara Falls, but whatever. let's say Niagara Falls and make it fucking easy for everybody. I'm from Niagara Falls, Ontario, Canada. That's it. That's all you get. You don't get a county. I don't even know what fucking county I live in. How do you like that? We do actually have counties in Canada.
Well, because your provinces are fairly large, right?
Very large, yes.
Ontario is a city, but it's also the province, or is it just a province?
No. Ontario is just a province.
Okay.
So think of Ontario like a state in America. So, like if you lived in, Christ, I don't know, Pigeon Forge, Tennessee. I live in Thorold, Ontario. So it's the city and then the state that it's in, basically.
Yeah, so this is my state, and those are all of the different counties that are in my state.
And look at this. Terry says, sorry, chaps, but I've got to go to work. Nice talking with you both. We'll post a review soon. God damn it, Terry. I have been waiting for a review from you for... God, I don't even know how long it's been. Has it been 2 years? It's been probably...
Terry, the game has changed since you left. You have over 100 subscribers, so you too can get your personalized YouTube Earl.
Terry does some great beer reviews. They're just straight to the point, no bullshit. He says, "Hey, I like this. I don't like it." Fucking boom, boom, boom.
Yeah, I see. Like most of his reviews are like 3 minutes. They're quick and to the point.
They're quick, and that's basically what I try to mimic my videos after. I try to get my beer review videos like 4 minutes or less, because I don't want to watch a 10-minute video. Like if somebody says, who's bad for that? I can't even think of who's bad for that. It doesn't matter. But if I click on a video and somebody's doing a beer review and it's like 10 or 11 minutes, I'm probably not going to watch the whole thing. It's just, I want to, see what you think of the beer. Here's your rating or whatever the hell it is you do. Which is another thing, Brian. What do you think about this? I've really been toying with this over the past little while, because I do my ratings based on like a Untapped, the app. I do mine at a 5. Some guys do them out of 10, like Drew does his out of 10. Now TK does his totally different. TK does his thumbs up, yeah, I drink this again, or thumbs down, I wouldn't drink this again.
That's how I do mine.
And I'm really, yeah, exactly. And I'm really toying on whether I should just drop the whole like point scale and just go to a simple, yeah, I'd have this again, or no, I wouldn't have this again.
Well, here's my thing, because I used to watch beer reviewers before I became one.
Okay.
And I noticed that a lot of beer reviewers did the same thing. They pull up Untapped, or they pull up Beer Advocate, or a site like that where everybody can go on and put their own scores, and they'll say, okay, this beer has a score of, whatever it is on Untapped. And my whole reason for not using those websites was because a majority of the reviewers out them, and I didn't want to be like everybody else.
Sure.
And
yeah,
I really only had one audience in mind that I wanted to target with my videos. And, not to steal Drew's line, but, try something different. I wanted to try the people that were just like me when I was younger. I had my brand. That's what I bought. That's what I drank. I didn't want to try anything else. Didn't want to buy anything else to find out if it was better. I just stuck with what I knew. Right. Those are the people that I'm trying to get to open their minds up and, try some of these other things, because you don't know how good or bad something is until you try it. But some people just won't try it. And the whole reason that I call myself Brian the Beer Snob, it's not that I'm a snooty, turn my nose up at anything that's not an expensive, top quality beer. It's just that I was the guy who drank the cheap swill for decades.
Right.
And then it just, I don't know. I woke up one day and said, there's got to be something more than just this same old, same old. So when I first started my channel, May 1st, 2020, I didn't like IPAs. I tried them, didn't like them. Hops were not something that I thought tasted good.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
But once I started reviewing and I had to start tasting all these other beers, it kind of woke up my taste buds. And now, I mean, anybody who watches my videos, you can watch. I think I've only given a thumbs down to maybe 3 beers. I've done 225 reviews, I think.
Right.
And I've given a thumbs down to 3. So I'm easy to please.
Sure.
There are beers that aren't my thing, but that doesn't mean it's a bad beer.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
I try to say, like if you like Miller Lite, this beer kind of tastes like Miller Lite with more flavor. So you'd probably like this beer. Just trying to get those people to, go out and try something different. Because I'm sure, like most people, if you go to somebody's house and they offer you a beer, it doesn't matter what beer it is.
Right.
You're going to drink it.
For sure.
Because that's just, that's how it is. And, maybe the beer they offer you is going to be something that you like way better than what you normally buy. So that might turn you on to that brand.
Sure.
But if there's that brand that tastes good or better than what you're used to, there's probably some other ones out there that taste good too. And like I say, with craft beers, they come in every variety of flavor, look, smell. So it's alcohol. It's just, some people think beer should taste like beer. Right. And there's a place for beer flavored beer. I love beer flavored beer.
Sure.
But there's also a place for those IPAs that have the citrusy, flavors. It's no different than like a screwdriver or, some alcohol drink that's mixed with orange juice or grapefruit juice or whatever.
Absolutely.
It's alcohol, not all IPAs taste like that. There's IPAs that taste different. I got a IPA in the fridge that's got coffee in it. Now that's normally a porter or a stout flavor.
Sure.
You don't normally find coffee flavors in any other style of beer. So the fact that is a IPA that's got coffee, it intrigues me. So
for sure. Yeah, absolutely. And I agree with you 100%.
I'm looking at the fridge. I got 2 more beers in my fridge that Drew sent me that I need to review, but I know I've done a collaboration with you before on my TV shows, but I haven't done a review collaboration with you. Let me go see what I got. I know one of them is Master Bruce. Let me go see what the other one is.
Oh, I did that one just I shouldn't say a little while ago. I did that maybe a couple of months ago. I did the
Let me go see what my other one is then, because if you haven't done that one, I'd love to do a
for sure. Yeah, and we can do we'll do something for sure. Absolutely. Well, I'm going to sit here and I'm going to, while Brian's gone along, I'm going to review my second or third Theater of Madness because you know what? What the hell? Oh, Headstock.
Have you reviewed that one? Nickelbrook.
I'd like God, that's that what Headstock is the one beer that I think I've reviewed, but I probably haven't. I'll have to go back on my channel and look.
Hey, this is right up your alley. It says on here, get ready to rock with this West Coast IPA. Like an overdriven guitar, this hopped up brew cuts through the noise to deliver a face-melting solo of bright citrus and tropical. This is like a rock star.
It is a rock star beer.
You've been in a band.
Yeah,
You've been
for
in
sure.
a band.
Absolutely,
so
I have. Yeah, absolutely.
This is, you know,
I think I've done a review on that beer, but if you haven't, it's perfectly fine for you to throw that up on your channel. And I'd be okay with that.
so like you'd be in it and I'd throw it up on my channel.
Yeah, like I could do like because headstock is pretty readily available up here. I could go pick one up anytime and say, hey, yeah. And then we could do like a collaboration. You could do the split screen, green screen thing.
Oh yeah. Well,
That'd be
that's why I
perfect.
was saying like the view that you're at now, I can tell you're in a similar location to where you normally do your reviews.
Yeah, like I
Like
always.
okay, there's your refrigerator.
Sorry, yeah, it's over.
So
over
like
there.
how you normally do your reviews, like your camera, it always appears to be like at the same height and everything else.
Yeah,
So,
absolutely, yeah.
So I can look at that like that review. I don't know if you watched the one that I did with TK that came out the other day.
I did, yes, that was awesome.
I had to watch his videos because he always has his camera in the same spot, and then I
Right.
had to get the angle just right for the table that he sits at, so that I could match it up. Because when I was using the green screen, I had a table in front of me, but I had green screen over the table, so I
Right,
could make
yeah.
it disappear. And I thought it looked pretty good.
It
It looked like we were sitting next to each other. So what I would like to do on a collaboration with you is I would like to make it look like I'm there with you, because
Right.
I can't put you here with me because you don't have a green screen. So
Right.
everything around you would just be around you. But with me and a green screen, I can take me out of this background and
Right.
put me there with you. So like when you shoot your videos, I know you're always standing right in front of the camera. But like I told TK, if you could just stand to one side or the other and
Right.
just imagine that somebody is next to you.
Right.
And then I
exactly.
would just edit myself in next to you. So it would look like, we're there together. And the one thing that I know after we finished filming, me and TK, Anderson was there behind the camera for him. And I heard
Right.
his conversation. He's like, TK, you didn't look at him enough. Great director. Because that's one of the things. Like if you watch the Heineken review I did with Drew in his living room,
Yeah.
all
That was a
I
while ago,
told
yeah.
Drew was, because we have earbuds in because we're on the phone. It's a live conversation, but we're not in the same room with each other. But we have to
Right.
pretend. So I said, if I'm talking for any length of time, just occasionally look over at me so it looks like we're in the
Right.
room together. And I said, don't worry about how tall you are or how tall I am. Pretend like I'm the same size as you are, because when I
Right.
edit it, that's how we're going to look. We're going to be the same height. So you don't have to worry about, like looking up or looking down. You just look straight over, because that's where I'm going to be. And then when you're talking, I'm going to do the same thing. I'm not going to look at you the whole time you're talking because
Sure.
I'm looking at the
Yeah,
camera, but I
absolutely.
will occasionally, I'll look over, I'll shake my head. That last video I did with TK, kind of, you get the feel. I mean,
For sure. Yeah.
that was the first time TK had done the video like that.
Right.
So he wasn't as proficient as I was.
But
like
but
when
it
he
turned
would
out
look
pretty
over,
decent though.
yeah. Well, when he would look over at me, instead of looking at me, he would look over in that direction, but he was kind of looking down.
Right.
But it still looks
Whereas you
great.
need to go like totally 90 degrees and just every once in a while just give you a little head shake, right?
Because it makes it look real.
Exactly.
When you're looking at somebody, and the masterful thing is when it's over and edited and you look at it and it's like, wow, that looks like these guys are really there together. You're in Canada, I'm in friggin' Georgia. I mean,
And
it
you know what?
amazes me.
That video looked amazing, except for the fact, and maybe because I was being overly critical, because I know that you and TK weren't in the same room, and that's
Wait,
the
we
only
weren't?
reason that I was being overcritical. Just the light source that was on you was a little bit brighter than the light source that was on TK. But other than that, and it was just minuscule, like seriously, minuscule.
Yeah, I don't know what he uses for a light source in his beer shed. Me, I've got this. Matter of fact, I'm only using one of my lights for this, and I think I look pretty bright.
You do look bright, yeah.
I bought this at an auto parts store. It's meant for working on your car in the garage or something. It's just an insanely bright light that's on this stand, and there's 2 lights. So right now I only have one on, but when I film my videos, I have 2, because that's the one thing using a green screen is you have to be lit up, but the green screen has to be lit up. And if you've got shadows or anything on it, it just makes the editing a lot more harder to get rid of. And my early videos before I bought that light, it was a lot harder. My green screen looked bad. But now that I've been doing it for a while, I've learned some tricks along the way to kind of make it look a lot better. And
yeah, absolutely, yeah.
It's like a TV show. I mean, nothing that I do is real, but I try to make it look as real as possible.
And see that's the problem that I've had with using a green screen, like a background green. I mean, I've done some green screen graphics stuff on my show, as you've seen, but to do like a green screen background, my lighting is just shit. I can't quite get to light the green screen properly and then light me properly.
Yeah.
So, and when I took a break there a little while ago, that was what I was going to work on, was doing, light the green screen, light me. And I just couldn't get it to work for some reason. I did a couple of test videos.
Well, so you have a green screen.
I do, yes.
Well, see, that's great, because you can now, that's one of the requirements for the entry to the Hardport Pub, is you have to have a green screen and know how to film with it. So you could film me some green screen footage, send it to me. I could edit that for you, and you could be right here.
Well, I could, like I said, the only problem that I have is my lighting, because I can't quite get the lighting adjusted quite right. I either have like some spill because I'm too close to the green screen. You get that green screen spill.
Yeah.
Or if I get too far away, then the lighting that's on me isn't quite right. And I've
been tell you this
for a while.
I can tell you this, that because the lighting that I have it's on like a stand, and then the lights are about this far apart, and they pivot around, but still, no matter how I've done it, I always have shadows on my green screen. But I've learned how to edit out. What it is when you have shadows, it's a different shade of green. So the shadows are going to look darker, and the well-lit areas are going to look lighter. So if it was a perfect green screen, there was no waves in it, no wrinkles, no shadows, every square inch of the green screen would be the same color. So when you went to key it out, you just click it and boom, it would disappear. That's not the world I live in. I have to click on multiple areas of it because mine's not well lit.
Right.
But like I say, I've learned how to use some of the features on my editing software to compensate for that. And I think it looks decent enough where I'm sure if you looked at it close enough, you're going to find problems with it. But for just a general person just watching it, you'd think, oh, wow, that's good. This looks real. It looks like he's really there. So if you wanted to shoot a green screen video to where it looked like you were at my bar, you could just send me your clip of you with that green screen footage. I will edit the green screen out for you. And next thing you know, you're right here in the Hardport Pub.
Right. Well, here, just because we're talking about it, let me show you. I'm just going to turn this around really quick. So I have two of these style lights.
Okay.
and I only have 2. I should probably have 3. And that's usually what I do for when I do my videos. I have this stupid fluorescent thing that's above the bar. Oh, got bugs in it. And then I have the one thing here. I would love to have a third light, because then I could use two lights for the green screen and then just one for me. I think that would work out a whole lot better. I just haven't been able to kind of balance it out very well.
Let me turn my Billy Whopper around here. So
Jesus Christ, that's, you know what, that now that you've just done that space is a whole bunch bigger than I thought it was.
Let me turn that off. So now you can see it. So it's 2 lights, you see.
Yeah,
I
so
bought this on clearance at, do you have a, it's an auto parts store, Advanced Auto it's called. There's like
Right.
AutoZone, Advanced Auto, stuff like that. This was $19.
Oh shit, that's a good deal.
It was on clearance, and I'm like, well, let me buy it. If it doesn't work for what I need it for, I'll just use it when I'm working on the car in the garage, right? But
Yeah, for sure.
so I mean, the lights are this far apart, but they pivot, both of them, and I can
Sure, yeah.
turn them like, away from each other, which I kind of try to do to minimize my shadows.
Right.
But it's not perfect. That's not what these lights are meant for. My wife, when I met her, she was a photographer, and she's got like 2 of the lights like you got, and then she's
Right.
got these other different types of lights, which are kind of, I mean, I met her back in 2005, so the equipment that she had is kind of from that era. There's much better things out there now, but she doesn't do photography anymore. So I'm like, well, you got the stuff. That's where I got the green screen. Her green screen, I have it. It's in the other part of the basement because it's long. It's I don't know, like 12 foot wide and like 20 feet long. And that's what I use. Okay. That's what I use. Like if I have to cover up what's around me, like this green screen that I have here, I kind of built a little rig for it. I'm having your problems. I can't point to anything. Okay. So this is, it's like a shower curtain kind of.
Sure. Yep.
And that's for behind me. Anything that I want to put behind me, that's what I use. But if I have to be, like if I wanted to be at your bar, I would watch your videos and see like this part of the bar. Like this is what it looks like. So I would have to get my camera to kind of, or my camera angle to match a table that I would use to simulate this. Get it at the close angle, and then I have to put my green screen over my table so that when I'm leaning on my table like this, when I edit the green screen out, it looks like I'm leaning on your bar.
Right.
That's what I did with TK.
Oh shit.
That we're sitting at.
Right.
So it's I kind of like it. It's all new, but the challenge of pulling off something process of it. So I like to do it, and that's what I say.
Sure.
Drew sent me those beers. He sent me like 5 of them, and I try to review them, but then I have other people that send me stuff, and it's like I mix it. I try to mix everything up. I didn't want to do 5 Canadian beers in a row, so I kind of spaced them out, and I still got these 2 beers I got to do. But yeah, I haven't done a beer collaboration with you. So
you know what you need to do? You need to do a beer with just a plain background. Because I know a lot of the times you have like the green screen, and then you'll have like the picture of the can over here.
Yeah.
All that other stuff. You need to do 1 or 2 just plain background. So there's no can or stuff like that. because I've been thinking about doing that beer for buddies.
Was
I
on
did
the,
that episode a little while ago where I had TK and Drew and Mad Dan.
yeah.
Where I just basically steal, literally, I just steal clips of old videos that you guys have done.
That was an amazing video.
It was great.
Because
And-
you did it all in like one take. And then
Yeah.
you would say, TK, and then he would say something, and then he would stop, and then you kept talking, you'd say something else, and Drew'd be over here like, try something different.
And
Okay,
it-
we'll do
it
this
was-
sour. Try
was
something
actually-
different.
It
Okay,
was
we'll
actually
try this
really,
stout.
yeah, it was actually really hard to do that video because I had to grab the clips from TK and Drew and Dan, and I had to like, okay, what are they going to say at certain points, and how long is it? Okay, so TK is going to say something that's going to be 15 seconds. So I'm like, okay, hey TK, what do you think of this beer? And it's 15 seconds, and I have to sit there and go 1, 2, 3, right up to 15 seconds, and then go, okay, well, I'm going to put my response in now. And it was hard as shit. So, and then I started looking, I was thinking about doing the other one shortly, and I started looking at a lot of your videos, and all of your videos have like the beer can in the background. And I'm like, well, that's not going to work.
I'm getting predictable. I'm going to have to change that up then.
Yeah, and I was like, oh, I can't use Brian's videos in my video. Like, I can't steal any of your videos. Like, let's say I want to do a logger, whatever. I'm like, hey guys, we're going to do this logger, but then in the background you have a completely different logger in the background. I'm like, oh shit, I can't even freaking use that because your background says it's this beer when we're doing this beer.
Ah.
But whatever.
When it's a blue sky day, I like to film outside. Then you got those challenges of the different noises and cars driving by.
But that's fine because because like I said, when I do the beer with buddies clip, I'm just taking little clips of what you're saying. Like let's say we're doing a milkshake IPA. And I say, okay, we're doing this milkshake IPA. We're going to crack it open. Hey, Brian, what do you think of this? And then you'll be like, hey, you know what? It smells creamy and like cranberry. Great. Okay. Fantastic. And that's all the little clip I'm going to take out of it, right?
Mm-hmm.
But like I said, if you have that background and it's who the hell knows? It's a Dogfish Head, whatever, milkshake IPA, but I'm reviewing this. It doesn't work. So I actually went through a bunch of your videos and I'm like, okay, what can I use for if I'm doing a lager? And I'm like, oh, fucking Brian's got all this fucking beer cans in every single background. Because, like I said, I did TK, Drew, Mad Dan in my last video. I'd like to have you, maybe Blue Ice, and who knows, somebody else, just to mix it up a little bit, but have everybody do a lager or IPA or whatever the hell it is, and just take little clips of what you're reviewing. Like I said, the last one I did, it was a mango IPA. So I took
I love mangoes.
Yeah, and it was I did a clip from TK. He was doing was he doing a mango lager or something? And he was complaining about how he didn't like mangoes. And then Drew was doing like the mango Bud Light or something like that. And I took little clips from that, and Mad Dan, who doesn't like fruits in his fucking beer at all, he was doing something with mango, and I just edited that all in, right? So it was just really cool. It was a cool concept to do. It worked out pretty well, but I have a better idea of how to do it next time I do it.
Well, if you ever need anything in particular, you can just let me know, and I can shoot for what you need.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, absolutely.
I did enjoy that video that you did because like I said, I was totally amazed that it appeared, at least on your part, that you did that all in one take. And I'm like,
I did that absolutely in one take.
I want to say it's been a while since I watched that, but yeah, so you had, somebody, I don't think you showed clips of the videos. I think you just showed a clip of them.
Right.
And it was just their voice that came out over it.
Right. And like I said, after I did that, and after watching it, I'm like, I learned that, oh, you know what? Maybe I should have like some actual video of them, like when they actually talk, to have that video actually playing in that little box.
Yeah.
So that when TK, like, let's say TK says, oh, you know what? I really don't like mangoes because of this, blah, blah, blah. I'd like to have that video go from black and which is what I had. I had black and white, and it would switch to color. And I would like to have him say, oh, you know what? I really don't like mangoes because my dad, when he lives in Florida, blah, 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 blah. And then, go back to black and white when he stops talking.
Yeah, it was still genius the way you did it.
It was hard though. Like literally, like I had to go through. I took, okay, what clips from TK am I going to use? What clips from Drew am I going to use? What clips from Dan am I going to use? Okay, let's, listen to them. Okay, Dan's going to say this thing that's 12 seconds long. So I had to write it out on paper. Dan says this at 12 seconds long. Here's my response. So when it came up in the video, I'd be like, hey, Dan, what do you think of this beer? And then while he's talking, I would be silently counting to myself. 1, 2, 3, 4. And after he was done his 12 seconds or whatever the hell it was, I'm like, hey, Dan, you know what? You're right. This is blah, 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 blah. And it was actually quite a bitch to do. But the end result turned out really, really good. And I was really happy with it.
Well, I had to do a similar thing when I did my Pabst Blue Ribbon review. That was my news style cast. Looked like you were watching the news.
Right.
And I had my on the scene reporter who was my buddy, who he sent me his clip. I told him what I was going to do. And I said, I just want you to be like the on the scene guy. So just film it because he loves PBR. Right. I'm not a fan.
Yeah, me neither.
Leave some moments of silence. Like if you ask me something, leave some moments of silence for me to respond. And then however long that period of silence is, I'll just have to figure out what I can say in that amount of time.
Right.
And that's probably my favorite video that I've done, just because it's way different than any other video I did. I didn't even know how to edit that. I mean, I'm a newscaster. I'm sitting at the news desk, and all of a sudden, on the scene, we got Rod. Let's go to Rod, and boom, his video appears like right over my shoulder, like on a newscast. And then he starts talking, and then of course it takes over the whole screen. But then it goes back to over my shoulder as he says something to me, and I have to respond to it. And like you say, you just have to gauge the period of silence when they say something to when they start talking again.
Right, exactly.
How much time do I have to talk, and what can I say that's going to fit? I was harsh. I was harsh in my opinion of the Pabst Blue Ribbon, only because
shit, I think you locked up there, Brian.
Here I am.
Oh, there you go. Okay.
Maybe there's a storm brewing. It's supposed to rain. I say tomorrow, but that's actually today. It's 2:30. This is the
Yeah.
longest stream. This is great. You've been streaming for 6.5 hours.
I know. I was expecting to only stream for like 2 hours. Like seriously, I was only expecting to stream for like 2 hours.
Yeah, so I wanted, to have an opposing. I wanted, a pro and a con. So he was pro PBR, so I wanted to be the con. So I
Right.
was, a little bit harsh on it, but I've admitted to that. It wasn't an honest review because that was more of a show. You know
Right.
what I mean?
Yeah, for sure. Absolutely.
But I was happy because I was learning how to edit that way. And I mean, I don't know what you use to edit or how you edit, but I use editing software. It's called DaVinci Resolve.
Okay.
And the first video that I ran into trouble with, it was called a UFO boarding pass.
Okay.
And I had my kids draw me pictures of UFOs. And I wanted them to look like, so I downloaded this picture off the internet of just a grassy field. And I wanted these UFOs to look like they were behind me. And when I edited them, back in those days, I used to walk in, my video would start and I'd like walk in from the side and I'd be waving. And I have this lady introduce me. But when I walked in waving, the UFOs were actually in front of me.
Okay.
Because it has something to do with the layering, like where you put it in the editing software.
Right. Yeah.
Will determine where it's going to be. So I had to figure that out. So if I have to put it somewhere so that it looks like it's behind me. So when I walk in front, like if there's a UFO here and I walk by, it looks like now it's behind me. But if you do it in the wrong layer, this UFO now becomes here. So when I walk by, the UFO is still in camera when I walk by. So it looks like it's a really tiny UFO.
Right.
That's not the look I was going for.
Yeah,
so
absolutely. Yeah.
Those were challenges that I didn't have anybody to teach me. I was just learning. So if I didn't know how to do it, I'd have to look up a YouTube video on how to put these things, how to edit. And most of it, I was self-taught. It was trial and error. So I would spend hours editing a review that was a 6-minute review. I'd spend hours just trying to get it right, a lot of work went into it.
I'm sure that's what most of us have had to go through. Like you're trying to get a certain image or, effect. And, you got to go through and like, oh my God, I need to get this looking like this. And, how do you layer, like you said, how do you layer like the UFO from here to here? Because I want to be behind it or in front of it or whatever. And it's tough for sure.
Yeah. Cause some people don't even really use any editing whatsoever. I mean, some people just turn, they'll turn the camera on and when the review's over, you'll see them go like this as they reach up and shut the camera off. They don't even edit that part out.
Well, and that's basically what Drew does. And no disrespect for Drew at all, but he just like hits, here, we're going to record this. Hey, it's Drew. We're going to do this video, blah, blah, blah. Straightforward. But his videos are okay. There's nothing wrong with Drew's videos at all.
I sent him I don't know what you call those things, but it's basically a like, comment, subscribe little blurb that pops up on the screen. And it's got his channel picture and it says, like, comment, subscribe. I sent that to him months and months ago. He's never used it.
And you know what's funny? Months and months ago, same as you, I actually, because I like Drew's channel. Don't get me wrong. I love Drew. I love his channel. And I actually went into my video editing software and I did a whole intro for him. So it was like, because it's beer for breakfast, facts for snacks, right? So it was like kind of breakfast oriented, like somebody's cooking eggs, flipping some pancakes and stuff like that.
Right.
And I came up and it said, beer for breakfast, facts for snacks, blah, blah, blah. And I said, hey, Drew, I said, I love your channel. Why don't you use this for an intro? But he doesn't have the knowledge for doing the video editing to do that. Because it was beautiful. I had the background music. I had fucking everything all set up for him.
Yeah, I don't know what he uses to edit, because I noticed he did start putting in the I don't know what you call those things, but like towards the end of the video, like a little screen will pop up and it'll be like one of his other videos. You know, you can click on it to watch. He's got his little channel icon there.
That's just on YouTube though. You could do that simply.
Yeah.
That's not even video editing as per se. And
Right.
again, not to take anything away from Drew, because his videos are, pretty solid. It's like, hey, here's the beer, here's what it tastes like, blah 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 blah. Done. Thank you so much for guys. Be kind to your neighbors, and off you go.
Yeah. Well, I like that, he did his earlier videos like from a place in his house. And then he did a couple of videos where he was in a different place in his house. And then he said, do you guys like me sitting here, or do you prefer the old place? And I responded, I said, I like seeing variety. When I go to somebody's channel and I click on their videos and all these thumbnails pop up, I don't want them all to look the same, because then I'm not drawn into any particular one, because to me they all look the same. So I says, if the thumbnails are different, then it makes me want to click on all of them. So I said, different locations. So I love it when he's outside, like sometimes he's got that by his house, got that big tree back there. Sometimes he's by his barbecue grill. Sometimes he's around the side of his house. It's different. And I like that. I like the difference.
Yeah, exactly.
A lot of reviewers, all their thumbnails, when you look at them, are very, one guy, and he's probably the most famous American beer reviewer, Greg's Beer Reviews. I think he's out of like Virginia. He's been doing it like just as long as Ronald Theriot has. He's got like 50-some thousand subscribers. He's, as far as beer reviewers go, he's up there.
Right.
But as far as his thumbnails, he never puts graphics on his thumbnails. It's just a picture, and it's of him, and he's always in the same pose. He's like turned to the side, got his head like this, and he's just holding the beer. Every single one of his thumbnails look like this. The beer is just a different color. They're all the same. And I'm like, but who am I to judge? Because he's got so many subscribers.
Absolutely.
He's well known. He's a legend in the beer review YouTube community. But I didn't want any of my videos to look the same. And you've pointed out to me, and I kind of knew it was coming, but having you say it, pointed out, I do a lot where in my background, here I am standing at my bar, and I got the beer can over here. I need to mix it up, because I don't want all of mine to look the same. Yeah, the can is different, or the bottle is there, but they're the same. But it's like me standing in the same spot, but I'm wearing a different shirt. I mean, I don't want them to look that way. So
and like I said
earlier, you said do a basic background. It can be just a picture of anything, just not the beer can or bottle.
Right, and that goes back to what I was talking about earlier from my creative block. Like I'm trying to figure out something different to do, not only for the people that are watching, but just for me. Like it's one thing to say, hey guys, I'm gonna try the Bone Shaker, blah blah blah. It's 7.1%. Let's give it a taste. Yeah, it tastes pretty good. I'm gonna give it a 375. Thanks for watching. And that's the rut that I've come into. I need to find some creative little juices that just boom, 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 right? And now that I've said that, I think here is. I'm hoping this is
Drew's intro.
This is the little intro I did for Drew.
That's a great intro.
Like it's very simple. But
it says exactly what his name is, though.
I'll play it again here, apparently.
Now I gotta ask you this. Did you film all of that, or is this like stock footage, or what?
No, that's all stock footage. That's all stock footage that I could grab royalty free, obviously.
Yeah.
And I put some music behind it from Zapsplat, which is royalty free as well. And I made it, and I said, "Hey, Drew, you know what? I like your channel. It could be a little bit better if you put like a little intro in it." And I'm almost coming at an impasse now. And I mentioned this earlier, where it's like, do I do like the rating system anymore? Like, hey, this is like a 3.5 out of 5, or do I just do, hey, yeah, I'd buy this again, or no, I wouldn't buy this again. And I'm kind of struggling between that and why the hell is my camera going all weird like that? I apologize.
Yeah, so like if you do a score, like say whether it's on a scale of 5, I want to say that Josh from Half-Ass Beer Reviews, I want to say he goes off of a 0 to 6 scale. Don't quote me on that, but
Right.
I think he does. And then you got like Drew, who does it on a 0 to 10 scale. So
yeah.
in order for that to mean something to, let's just say I'm just me, I'm just an average beer drinking viewer. I found your channel and you tell me it's a 3.75.
Sure.
But I don't know what that means. I kind of
Right.
think that it's like you speaking Celsius and me speaking Fahrenheit. I hear a number, but I don't really know what it means. I have to pull out my phone and do the conversion to figure out what it means. And
Exactly.
I think that's where maybe you could lose some people who won't know what you mean. It doesn't matter if you're on the scale of 0 to 5 or 0 to 10 or 0 to 100, because some people do that, 0 to 100.
Sure.
I know that like in Alcohol Legs, that group on Facebook, some people will post a beer and then somebody will ask, how do you score it? And, scores mean something to people who know what the scores are. But
right.
I think, like when somebody says, oh, I smell Simcoe hops. Oh, I smell Mosaic hops. I just try to remember me before I knew what any of that was. I didn't have a clue. So what does a Simcoe hop smell like compared to a Mosaic hop? I couldn't tell you. Tell you. So to me, it's using words that maybe some of the viewers wouldn't understand, which is why I try to just be basic with what I'm saying. I just try to taste what I'm drinking, and I've tasted a lot of beers, and so I'm like, I think you would like this beer if you like these beers, and I'll mention them. You would like this beer.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah,
you wouldn't
absolutely.
find this to be an offensive flavor. This is still going to taste like beer. It's going to be a little bit stronger than, say, a Miller Lite, but it's not going to be so strong that it's going to turn you off. Because I'm only going to speak for my experiences. And growing up in high school, the first beers most of us tried and drank were light beers.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely.
And we continued that into adulthood. But the thing is, light beers are light for a reason. They're lighter on the flavor. They're lighter on the alcohol. You're not going to get any bangers. And I know that's an American word, but that's a high alcohol beer. There's not a light beer out there that's high alcohol. So you're not going to get that. So if you grow up thinking that a light beer is what beer tastes like, you're going to miss out.
Yeah, for sure.
But I was there. I would try regular beers, and I thought, no, this taste it's too much beer flavor. You know, it's not light beer. It's too much. But the thing is, like I say, you'll trend. Some people go into old age drinking a 12-pack a day, but that's not where I'm at, and that's not where I want to be. Like I say,
Right.
it used
Yeah,
to be
for sure.
most beer for cheapest price. Now it's I only want a beer or two. I just want it to be a really good beer. So I don't mind paying. And I know the
Right.
price difference between the United States and Canada, you guys pay an insanely high price for beers. Like
Yeah, absolutely.
$14 for a 4-pack of 16-ounce beers, pints. I will spend on a 4-pack of beers that are 7% alcohol or up that have really good flavors, as opposed to spending, $10 on a 12-pack of Bud Light that I know is light on the flavor, light on the alcohol. I could probably drink this whole 12-pack and draw a straight line. You know what I mean? So
yeah, and that's it. Like you said, as you get older, you want more value for your buck.
yeah,
Like you don't mind spending $3 or $4 for a can of beer if it's a solid beer.
right.
Right? Exactly.
And that's where these reviewers come in with some helpful ideas, because
Yeah,
they'll,
sure.
they'll tell you, as far as the value for what they paid, is what I'm drinking worth what I paid. If I spent $14 on a 4-pack of beers that were like 4% alcohol, I would probably say pass on that one, because that's a lot of money. There's not much alcohol, and it's not going to be the most bang for your buck. There's better beers out there.
Oh, where's that beer I
price.
had earlier? So I had, like I said, this beer I had earlier.
Bloke? Oh, blonde.
It's the Amsterdam Blonde. I think I paid $2.20 or $2.30. Right? It's a 568 ml can for $2.30, and it is drinkable. It is absolutely drinkable. I don't mind this beer at all. Like I said, for $2.30, yeah, I'll drink these all freaking day. It's not a fantastic lager. It's not terrible. It's definitely drinkable. But for $2.30, yeah, I'll drink this all day. For sure.
I got two choices to make. I could either go that way and go to the bathroom, or I could just step outside the Hartport Pub and water the bush. I'm going to water the bush because we haven't had rain in a couple days.
Okay, well, let's both do that, and we'll totally blank this whole friggin' video for 30 seconds. All right.
All right. Hey, buddy. Let me put this up.
Oh.
Yeah.
All right. We are back. And for anybody that has watched for this long, you will probably realize that, yes, I have the bladder of a 12-year-old girl. And two, why the fuck are you watching this so long? Like, we've been live for like, oh my God.
It's almost 7 hours.
10, 11, 12. 7 hours? Who the fuck watches a live stream for 7 hours? You guys should be embarrassed.
Well, I'll tell you what.
Live stream for 7 freaking hours.
The funny thing, Shane, I think we both admitted to our ages several hours ago.
Yes, we did.
But we were the two oldest guys in here. And
We were.
all of the young ones have been tucked into bed hours ago,
Ah,
and we're
frickin'
still going.
Pussies, Brian. Unbelievable. God damn it. You guys don't know how to drink.
I got to wake up at an hour and a half to go to work, but you know what? It's okay. No, I'm off. I'm
What,
off
seriously?
until Monday, so I'm good.
You got to get up in an hour and a half to go to work?
No, I'm off until Monday.
Oh, okay.
No,
I am off until Friday, so we're good.
I'm gonna film some videos tomorrow, and then my middle son, his birthday is actually November 1st, but because that's a Monday, we're gonna celebrate it on Saturday.
Devil's Night. Nice.
I'm gonna do that during the day, and then Sunday, of course, is Halloween, which
got
to go out with the kids on that. My kids are still kind of young. My oldest is 11. My middle son is going to be 9 on Monday, and then my youngest son is going to be 7, December 16th.
Oh, dude, you have such a world of hurt in front of you. You don't even know.
But you know what? I waited so long to have kids that it's okay. Yes, I don't have the energy, but at least I'm not in the financial burden of somebody who's 20 that has a kid,
Right. Yeah, for sure.
So,
well,
life
like
is good.
My oldest boy is 29. He obviously lives on his own. And my youngest boy is 15. Still lives at home, but I mean, he works. And
so you got 2 sons?
2, yes, 2 boys.
So your oldest son is the one who I've seen in a couple of your videos.
Yes, that's
matter of
correct.
fact, he was on your live stream earlier.
Yeah, he popped in earlier. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, he was actually pretty excited. He was at the LCBO, which is like the best place to get beer up here. And he messaged me, or he called me earlier, and he said, "Hey, I got the Theater of Madness. Blah blah blah. They actually had some, because it's actually pretty hard to find up here." And he's like, "I was thinking of picking up a couple." I'm like, "Dude, I'm like, what do you mean by a couple?" He's like, "Well,
they
2.
got.
Yeah. He's like, "Well, I was thinking of picking up 2. I'm like, "No, dude, pick up like 8 or 12. I said, "You're not going to be disappointed," because him and I, we have the same taste in beer, especially when it comes to pumpkin beer. And we've really been in love with GLB. Do I have a can of it around here somewhere? No. For the past like 3 years, we've just, like, when GLB pumpkin beer comes out, we're like, "Oh my God, we got to go out and buy as much as we can." And I said, "Dude," I said, "don't even buy GLB pumpkin beer. Just buy Theater of Madness." And he's like, "Oh no," he goes, "You're stupid." I'm like, "No, like literally grab a bunch of them." And he did. And half an hour later, he calls me and he's like, "Oh my God, this is the best fucking beer I've ever had." I'm like, "I know." And the Theater of Madness, which is weird. It's a pumpkin ale, but judging it as a pumpkin ale, it got a 4.75 out of 5 on my channel, because if you're going to make a pumpkin ale, these guys did everything right. And it was so amazing. I almost gave it a 5, but I don't believe that any beer deserves a 5 out of 5 or a 10 out of 10 or whatever the perfect score happens to be, that, whatever you rate it out of. Because there's always that little teeny room for improvement.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know. Have you ever rated a perfect beer, Brian?
Well, since I don't give a score with my ratings, I'm just a thumbs up, thumbs down guy.
Right.
But I have, like last year. I didn't do it this year. I mean, I have done some pumpkin beers this year. Not as many as I did last year. But last year, I think the week leading up to Halloween, I did a pumpkin beer every day. And then at the end of say I did 5 of them. At the end of it, I kind of put them in order of my preference, which one was the best to the least favorite. That's all I did was say that this, and oddly enough, because I'm not a hot spicy person. I don't put hot sauce on my food. I'm very sensitive to hot peppers. My favorite pumpkin beer that I did last year was the Voodoo Ranger Atomic Pumpkin. And I know that Wayne's Beer Delivery just did it. And the one I got last year tasted like a pumpkin pie in a glass. It just had that
Perfect.
burn because I think it's got habaneros or something in it. So after you swallow it, you don't taste that in your mouth, but when you swallow it, you get that burn. And
Right.
I'm like, who puts hot sauce on a pumpkin pie? I didn't get why they put chilies in there in the
Right.
beer, but it was a fantastic pumpkin pie flavored beer. You just had that little burn. But Wayne just did it this year. And he said he really didn't get pumpkin pie in the mouth. He got the burn, but he didn't get the pumpkin pie in the mouth. Like he could taste cinnamon and clove or something, but he didn't get the pumpkin pie. Now, granted, I tasted it last year and he tasted it this year. So, you know, the recipe could have been a little different or something. But,
Yeah, of course.
you know, like this Hershey's chocolate porter, when this first came out, and I finally could get it near me, I grabbed a 6-pack and I drank it. Now, it was the same 6-pack. However, some of the bottles tasted different than the other bottles.
Oh,
and I don't
really?
know if it came down the bottling line or something. Maybe 2 different batches got put in the same 6-pack because
Right.
to me, some of them were sweet chocolate.
Okay.
You know, kind of like a Hershey Special Dark. It's a sweet chocolate. But then the other ones were more of a bitter chocolate. And it's like, you know, I drank one and thought, okay, this is bitter, but I like dark chocolate. So if it's a bitter chocolate, that's okay. I like that.
Right.
But I drank one and then I grab another one right out of the same 6-pack and I crack it open, I drink it, and I'm like, oh, this is sweet. This is like really sweet chocolate. So I was kind of like, is there 2 different recipes? Do they brew them in different, you know,
Yeah.
bats or whatever?
You got
But then
2
when they're
different batches in a
when they're
6-pack.
bottling it, is some going in this bottle, but they're ending up in the same 6-pack, or
Yeah, that's
or
kind of
what?
weird.
Because as a matter of fact, when I was in Florida in January, and that's when I first mentioned Beer for Breakfast, Facts for Snacks, because I had watched his videos and, you know, his name, Beer for Breakfast. I had family out that we were all vacationing in Florida. They were from California. So they're, you know, 3 hours behind us time wise. So when they came to Florida, I woke up at 6 o'clock in the morning, but to them, that's 3 o'clock in the morning. So they were still in bed.
Sure.
So I came out one day, I grabbed a beer, I went out on the dock on the lake and I started filming, and I said, this is a good breakfast beer. You know, this reminds me of a channel that I watch. And I didn't say his whole name. I just said Beer for Breakfast.
Right.
You know, I said, if you haven't seen him, you know, look him up, Beer for Breakfast. Well, there's a few channels on YouTube called Beer for Breakfast, but he's Beer for Breakfast, Facts for Snacks.
Yeah.
And that's how I met Drew. Is I mentioned him, and I think he might have watched a video, and he said, "Oh, you know, thanks for the shout out." And then, you know, we started talking and doing some collaborations and stuff. And but there are some beers that really are breakfast beers.
Oh, absolutely.
This is not one of them.
No.
This barbecue collaboration, tall, dark, and smoky,
Yeah,
not a
there's this
breakfast
one.
beer. But there are plenty that are. And it sounds weird even to me to say that to this day, because I have people tell me, oh, your videos come out at 9 o'clock in the morning. Like you wake up and you drink. And I'm like, no, they're scheduled uploads. That's just when I have them set to come out. I mean, I usually film 3 reviews in one day, and then that's it. I'm done drinking for the week. The next day I edit them, and the next day I upload them, and scheduled to come out every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. So, I mean, it looks like I'm drinking every day, but I'm not.
Right, exactly. And I think most of us do that. We do 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 in a day and then kind of stagger them as we upload them, right?
Yeah.
Now, this episode right here, I've just tagged in. Hopefully somebody watches the 7 hours, whatever the hell we've been doing this beer review. Shane's Craft Beer Review, episode 199. This is by far the funnest and funniest, in my opinion anyway, beer review I've ever done.
I'm writing it down right now.
I'm sure you've seen it already, Brian.
I probably have, but since I don't know what you're...
199 was the episode where I did a mystery beer.
Oh, I remember that, yeah.
I do this in quotes. I think I tagged it as the angry beer review or something like that. So it was a mystery beer. So the premise was I didn't know what the beer was before I reviewed it. Obviously, it's an angry beer review, so it was a sour. And I throw shit around and I get really mad and stuff. It was actually pretty funny to watch. But the beer, it was a mimosa sour, which I actually didn't mind too much at all. It was like orange juice mixed with beer, and that's all basically what it tasted like. And it was decent, but it was only 3%.
Yeah.
So at the beginning of the video, I'm like, "Oh, this fucking thing's only 3%. Jesus Christ, it's a piece of shit." Blah 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 blah. And it's a sour, and everybody knows I hate sours. Anybody that watches my channel knows I hate sours. And I drink this thing, and I'm like, you know what? This is okay. And it's like, oh yeah, and all the thing I said before about sours being, shit, and it's 3% alcohol, and it's a piece of shit because I can buy water that's 3% alcohol, blah blah. And then in the last half of the video, I'm just saying, oh, this is a nice beer. If you don't want to get drunk, you have a 3%, blah 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 blah. And it's so funny just the contrast in the video. And I absolutely love that video. It's probably one of my favorite videos that I've ever done.
Yeah, that one beer for breakfast. I mean, as soon as I tasted it, that's what I thought. I didn't realize it was 2.5% ABV when I picked it up off the shelf. But it's in an orange can. It's a German. It's like Schäferhofer or Schafferhofer, something like that.
I know which one you're talking about. Yeah, absolutely.
I drank it, and that one is a blend. It's like 50% beer and 50% orange juice.
Right. Yeah, absolutely.
And it's 2.5% alcohol. That's why I say it's a beer for breakfast.
Yep.
So you don't get any like alcohol flavor in your mouth. It's like it's orange juice that's got that little bitty beery flavor to it's got a little beer flavor to it, but it's orange juice.
Right.
And it was really good. It was refreshing. I was disappointed. Like I say, when I picked it up, I didn't look at the ABV until I was reviewing it. And I'm like, well, for what it is, it's a beer for breakfast.
Yep.
Because there's hardly any alcohol in it, and it's got a really good flavor. I mean,
And I've actually come across a couple of beers like that. Like you're probably much like me. You go in the liquor store, beer store, whatever the hell it is, and you're like, oh, this looks good. I haven't had that. I haven't had that. Haven't had that. And you just pick them up at random, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then you'll go, okay, I'm going to do this beer review today. And then you actually look at the can, and you're like, what the fuck? 0.5% alcohol?
Yeah.
It's alcohol free? Like, what the hell? How am I supposed to do a beer review on a friggin' alcohol free beer?
I grabbed a couple of I was just going through like, oh, that's a cool label. I grab it and I throw it because I buy singles.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I do too. Yeah.
They got the 6-pack holders, you just pick one, you open it up, and I'm just and I'm just sticking it in. I'm not like doing research on them. I'm just I'm just getting it.
Exactly.
Then I get home and I'm like doing the beer review because a lot of times since I buy a single, I'm not trying it before the camera's on.
Yeah, exactly.
I get home, I throw them in the fridge, cool them off, and then when I do the review, I just pull it out and I start drinking it. And the first sip, I mean, it looked like beer. It looked like beer when I poured it in the glass, but then I took a sip and I'm like, the heck is this?
Beer.
This is not beer. And then I looked at the label. Beer. Oh, this is a cider. Ciders are not bad. but
They're fine, yeah.
they're not beer. So if you go into it thinking that it's a beer and you take that first sip, you're like, no, something's wrong here. This is not
Right.
it. And it's like, when I was growing up, I don't know, do they use Tupperware or did they use Tupperware in Canada?
Yeah, we got Tupperware, yeah, for sure.
So my mom had this pitcher. It was a brown plastic pitcher that always had unsweetened iced tea. I was raised on unsweetened iced tea.
Okay.
So you can't see through this brown plastic cooler pitcher.
Right.
I go one day, it's dark. I don't turn the light on in the kitchen. I just open it up. I grab the pitcher and a glass and I pour some in there and I take a sip. And instantly my brain tells me, this is gross. What is this? Somebody had made Kool-Aid and put it in that cooler, in that pitcher.
Right.
Kool-Aid's not gross, but I drank it thinking it was unsweetened iced tea.
Sure.
And when
Absolutely,
it didn't
yeah.
taste like that, and I couldn't see it, like if you pour it into a clear glass and it's red or it's blue or green, it's Kool-Aid.
Right.
But
Yep.
it was nighttime. It was dark. I didn't turn on the lights or anything. So I just poured it into a glass and took a sip. So the whole time I'm thinking unsweetened iced tea, but that wasn't the flavor I was getting. And I couldn't tell you what that flavor was. It was just my brain thinking it was tea said, something's wrong. This tastes bad. So I turn on the light. I see it's red. So I'm sniffing it and I'm like, oh, this is cherry Kool-Aid, which is not bad. But when your brain thinks you should be getting this flavor and you get a different flavor,
Sure.
I think you're confused.
Absolutely. And
You don't immediately pick up, no, that's cherry Kool-Aid.
I seriously know exactly what you're talking about because I had a similar situation when I was in like my, I don't know, early teens. I don't know if I was drinking or something like that. And I went into the fridge and I poured a glass of milk. And for some fucking strange reason, between the time of me pouring the glass of milk and me actually drinking the milk, I thought I had poured myself like Coca-Cola or something like that. So when you go to drink the Coca-Cola, right, but it's actually milk, it's fucking gross and you just spit it all over the freaking place. It's exact same thing. You're expecting one flavor, but getting another.
Yeah.
And it doesn't work at all.
Yeah.
But yeah, for sure. Oh, God, this is a big freaking glass. I almost got her done though.
Yeah.
Even though I did the hard pour, so it should be okay.
Well, I hate to ask you. You say when you got that glass, it came with a 4-pack of beers. Like, you remember what you paid for it?
I want to say, like I said, I got this last Christmas. Sorry, wrong angle. It was like a 4-pack of Steam Whistle cans, and with the glass, and I want to say it was $22 Canadian or $25, something like that.
Yeah.
Steam Whistle's like, I don't know, let's say $3 a can. So 3, 6, 9, 12. So $12 for the beer and $10 for the glass or something like that.
Yeah, so this is mine. And this is the Paul Anner.
Nice.
I brought one of these down to Dave's TV down in Florida. And so they had these on, I don't know, was it a special? But you got this glass. And inside of it was a quart can. So the quart can, filled up the glass.
Right.
And it was $10. And I'm like, man, that's a steal. I was expecting this to be some kind of cheap, flimsy glass. It was probably going to last me maybe a couple of weeks before I'd break it. Right. But no, this empty, nothing in here glass is a substantial glass. It's heavy.
Yeah, and it's probably the exact same as this one. It's just a substantial, heavy freaking glass.
Yeah, this thing is not going to break very easy.
No, same as the other one.
The fact that, this glass alone was worth more than $10 to me, but
Sure.
it came with a liter of Paul Anner Munchin, their Oktoberfest beer.
Perfect.
which was like delicious. So I was really happy. I was really happy to get that. I bought 3 of them. I took one down to Dave's TV, and I kept 2 of them. I reviewed one, and then I reviewed one down there with him. But I brought the glass back so that way, if anybody was over at the bar and we wanted to have liter mugs, we could do it.
Yeah, for sure. And I made sure that I had this particular glass clean and nice and shiny just in case, because I wanted to do some hard pours in this.
Oh, yeah.
And I knew that if I poured it, like I said, this will hold like a liter probably. If I hard poured in this, any beer that I poured in this would be fantastic.
It's not going to overspill.
No,
so
it would be perfect.
Is yours a sticker, the steam whistle, or is it etched in the glass? Because it looks like the steam whistle is etched.
I don't want to say it's a sticker, but it's, I don't know what you call it. It's not etched in the glass, that's for sure. But it's, like I said, this has been washed a couple times, and the steam whistle logo is still pretty solid on it.
Yeah, it is. It's
so I don't know what the method that they put that on with, but it's not, like I said, it's not a sticker, but it's not etched into the glass either. So it's
this is definitely a sticker, and it feels like a paper sticker. I haven't washed it like in a washing machine. When I drank, I rinsed it out like in the sink. You know, I washed it mildly. I didn't, because I'm pretty sure. I think Matt and Trevor down at Legit Beer Reviews, I think they said, you know, they washed theirs and their sticker started coming off or something. So I'm trying to baby this one because I want that sticker to stay on there. But I mean, if it comes off, this is still
it's a solid glass.
It's a nice looking glass, you know.
With this one, it seems, I don't even know what the hell they did with this. It's very smooth though. Like you can feel a little bit of the raised printing on it. But I like, much like you, I just, you know, rinse out the inside. I'm very careful with it just to keep not that I care about the steam whistle logo, because steam whistle's good, but yeah, who cares? But I think this would probably put up with a good amount of punishment.
Yeah.
And that's why I always stick with my, like I said, a lot of my videos, I use the Molson Canadian glass.
You do?
As you know, the Molson logo here is like molded into the glass.
Yeah.
The Canadian part is, I want to say, maybe laser etched,
like sandblasted or something.
Yeah, whatever the hell the system they use for that. So I use this glass a lot.
Well, you don't use the glass that you left at Drew's because he uses it.
Yeah, well, you know, it's really funny because Drew has the exact same glass, but he just says that it's mine. I quite often use my Calgary Flames glass because, you know, Calgary Flames.
Is Calgary in Ontario?
No, Calgary is in Alberta, which is two provinces over.
So
states.
How did you become a Calgary fan?
I have no idea. It's a really funny story because when I was a young kid, like 9 years old, my one uncle, he's only 10 years older than I am, he was a big Islanders fan. So I kind of cheered for the
Islanders. Are from the States.
They are. But he was a big Islanders fan. So I kind of like, okay, I'm going to cheer for the Islanders because, you know, I hung out with my uncle because he's only 10 years older than me. And then once I got a little bit older, it's like, you know, you got to pick your team. I'm like, oh, I'm going to pick Calgary. I absolutely have zero idea why. So by the time I turned like 12 or 13, I'm like, I'm going to be a Calgary Flames fan. And then they won the cup in 1989, I think it was. And I've just been a Calgary Flames fan ever since. I
Yeah,
know.
see.
Go
Well,
ahead.
I know. Well, Drew has mentioned because he likes the San Francisco 49ers and the Cleveland Browns, and I'm like, how does that even happen? You're from Canada. You're supposed to like Canadian football. And I used to watch Canadian football a lot because the season was different than our season.
Yeah,
So
absolutely.
when the
Yeah.
season ended here, I could still watch it. They showed it on TV here, and I thought, okay, it's a little bit different. You got the 55-yard line instead of
Right.
50-yard line, and the end zones are deeper. It's basically the same thing. It's just the field's a little bit different. But I
Yeah,
used to love
exactly.
to watch it, and I asked him, about it, and he said, "Yeah, I don't even watch Canadian football. I watch the NFL." And I'm like,
See, now I'm not a big football fan myself. I like hockey because in hockey, there's always something going on. Like there's always movement. Whereas as football, there's like you do a play, and you got that little wait time.
Yeah,
which is fine. I don't mind watching even like soccer. I fucking hate soccer.
Oh yeah.
But I don't mind watching highlights of soccer because I appreciate the skill that these guys have. And when they do the highlights, like, oh, this guy, hit this thing and hit a 60-foot goal. I'm like, dude, that was awesome. It was so cool the way you did that. But to watch a hockey or a soccer game, not gonna fucking happen.
Yeah, I mean, to me, I wasn't raised with soccer, so I was introduced to that late in life. I didn't know anything about soccer.
Right.
And it's like the soccer net, I don't know. I'm going to exaggerate because I don't know, but it's like 60 feet wide. So I'm like, why are soccer scores so low? Because you think that it'd be easier to get it in there.
You would
but
think
it's like
so.
when somebody scores a goal in soccer, it's like they've just cured cancer. I mean, the whole place just erupts.
Exactly.
I'm like, that's what I don't get about it. And like over in England, they have their things where like a soccer team loses, so the fans burn the stadium down. I mean, I don't get that. I don't get it.
It's like, I know I'm the same way. Like, I don't understand. Like, it's really not that cool of a game.
Yeah, I don't get it. And to me, when they show those soccer players, to me, they don't look like professional athletes to me. I mean, I guess I'm just conditioned to what our athletes look like here. And they're large, muscular people. And like soccer players aren't really large, muscular people. So it doesn't even strike me that these people are athletes. Now, I understand that when the clock starts in soccer, it's constantly, like I say, it's not like American football where there's a play, they blow the whistle, people walk back to the huddle, they walk up to the line, then they play for a few seconds and it stops. Soccer is a constant motion deal.
Sure, but I mean,
I just don't get it. And I had a buddy when I was in the Marine Corps. He was from Minnesota, so I wasn't familiar with ice hockey. I mean, I grew up in Florida. They didn't have ice hockey in Florida.
Sure.
Of course, they do have teams there. They got the Tampa Bay Lightning and the
Florida
I guess
Panthers.
they call them the Florida Panthers now.
Yep.
But I wasn't raised with it, so I don't know the sport. So he tried to teach me, well, you got the blue line and you got, this, and this is offsides. And then there's a fast break and this, and I'm like, it was like a foreign language to me. I didn't understand it because I guess I didn't learn it growing up. So trying to figure it out as an old man, it was just hard. It was hard for me to follow. I mean, I get it.
Right.
So it's 5-on-5, but if somebody messes up and they get put in the penalty box, now it's 5-on-4, right?
Right.
That's how that works. So is that what they call what do they call it? Like a power play or something?
Power play. Yep. For sure.
Yeah. So the odds are you got 5 guys on the ice and this team only has 4. Obviously, if you're on the 5-player side, you got the advantage.
Yeah,
but
exactly. And that's what the penalty's for. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm watching and I'm trying, and they'd call offsides and I'm like, what's offsides? And he's like, well, you can't go ahead of this line before the puck does, and I'm like,
yeah, exactly.
it all happens so fast. How do you even know when it's offsides?
And you know what? And that's the one thing I love about hockey. Like, there's two sports that I watch religiously. One of them is hockey, and I don't care who's playing. Like as you know, I'm a Calgary Flames fan. Just before COVID hit, my buddy is a Edmonton Oilers fan, and Edmonton and Calgary are rivals because they're from the same province.
I thought the Edmonton Oilers was a football team.
Edmonton Oilers is a hockey team. Anyway, so we were sitting there talking, and we're like, hey, we should go check out a hockey game, because Buffalo is just like literally like half-hour drive across the border from us. So he's an Edmonton Oilers fan. I'm a Calgary Flames fan. We went and watched a hockey game. It was Buffalo Sabres against Pittsburgh Penguins. Neither one of our teams, but it was like, it's hockey.
Yeah.
We're Canadian, and we're going to go watch it. We paid, whatever the hell it was, like $100 to go see our seats. But hockey is it's just an amazing, amazing game.
Well, what is Edmonton's football team?
They have a CFL team, which is
the
Canadian Football League, the Edmonton Eskimos.
Oh, the Eskimos. Okay.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. It's actually not called the Edmonton Eskimos anymore. It's called the Edmonton Elks, because Eskimos is apparently politically incorrect.
Oh, geez. Canada's following down that road too?
Oh, yeah. So they had to change their name from Edmonton Eskimos to Edmonton Elks.
Yeah, like I say, I used to watch the CFL. I didn't really have a favorite team. I just liked watching it. I remember there was like the Winnipeg Blue Bombers.
Yep.
The friggin'
and it's a different game. A lot of, and no disrespect for you, Brian, a lot of American guys don't like CFL because the Canadian Football League is only 3 downs. So it's basically, hand off for a run, pass, or hand off, pass, kick. Hand off, pass, kick, because it's only 3 downs.
Mm.
And a lot of American guys are like, oh, that's fucking boring because you don't have that.
He's gone. I'm the star of the show now. This thing is about to put me to sleep. What did I say? This is like 7.5% alcohol. Yeah, 7.5% alcohol. I had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I had 5 of the Hershey's Porter's chocolate, which are what's the ABV here? It doesn't say.
Oh, there we go. I don't
There
know
he
why
is.
the hell it just kicked me out like that. That's kind of weird.
I was trying to fill the gap, saying I had 5 of these, but there's no ABV on the bottle. So now that just upsets me when they can't just put the ABV on here.
Well, what do you got there, Brian?
Well, that I started out with these Hershey's Yingling chocolate porters.
Oh, I gotta get my hands on one of those.
So I'm counting the bottles. I got 5 of these, but I don't know what the ABV is on it because it's not on the label. And then I got this thing here is putting me to sleep. This is 7.5%. My
check on
all
that.
dark and smoky. This thing's freaking knocking me out. My eyes are getting heavy.
That beer, I'd be very interested in this. Tall, dark, and smoky.
I got 2 more left in there. Maybe I'll have to send you up one.
Oh, for sure. Like I said, if you don't want to send it to me directly,
I don't mind sending it to you.
Send it up to Drew.
Well, then you got to drive an hour to get it.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Like I said, I don't mind hanging out with Drew. Drew's always good to hang out with. He's so much fun to hang out with. Like I said, our chemistry together is when we get together is just it meshes so well. We have such a good time together.
So you say you're just on the other side of Buffalo? You're on the closest place to you is Buffalo?
Yeah, I'm just outside, like literally I'm a 15-minute drive from Niagara Falls, Canada.
Okay. So I want to say there's an airport in Buffalo.
Yeah, and that if I'm doing any international flights, like if I'm flying anywhere in the States, I just drive to Buffalo because it's way cheaper than going all the way up to Toronto.
So in a post 9/11 world,
Yep.
They give you any grief when you're trying to drive across the border? And they say, "What are you coming across from?" It's like, "Well, I'm taking a flight out of Buffalo," and they're like, "Oh, okay, come on through."
You know
or
what?
They still give you grief or what?
You know what? My wife is a big cross-border shopper, and because it's like literally 20 minutes from where we live. But she only goes over there for stuff that we can't get up here. So like,
Canadian bacon?
No, we get Canadian bacon up here. But like just over the border, you guys get like different cereals and beer and meat and different stuff that we can't get up here. It's just not available up here. So she goes over there, every couple of weeks. Well, she doesn't now, but she goes over there every couple of weeks and picks up some stuff that we can't get here. And that's the only reason she goes over, is to get stuff that we can't get up here. Like
So I'm assuming one of the items you can't get up there is the maple syrup that has no maple in it. It's just corn syrup.
We can get that.
Cornstarch and Arabic gum number 5.
No, we can buy whatever the hell it's called, Aunt Jemima or whatever the hell they rebrand it as.
People don't eat fake maple syrup up there, do they?
They do.
Why?
They do. Because maple syrup, like we talked about this earlier, maple syrup is expensive.
It's expensive.
Like actual maple syrup is expensive.
I think I pay like $16 for. I mean, I don't know how big the quantity is, but it's a tiny little jar. But you know what? I love knowing that I'm getting the real thing. There's nothing artificial in it. It's real maple syrup, and that's it.
Exactly. Hey, have you ever tried maple sugar? Now, usually it comes in like these teeny little, looks like a maple leaf.
No.
And they're like this big. They're like so fucking small. And you can usually buy, especially in Niagara Falls here, because it's a tourist destination, right? You can get like 8 little pieces of maple sugar for like, God, who knows, like $20 or $30.
Wow.
But it's the best shit you've ever had. Like they'll literally like, it's a 1 bite thing, but you could probably do like 2 bites, like take 1 bite of it and you're like, oh my God, that's the best shit I've ever had in my entire life.
Yeah. Do you guys get like sugar cane up there? Because I'm sure they don't grow it up there.
No, I think you can get sugar cane in like the Caribbean stores or stuff like that.
Yeah, like so where I'm from in Florida, they have sugar cane fields. And
Right.
sugar cane to me, it kind of looks like bamboo almost. I mean, it's a big, but
right. Yeah, exactly.
like
It looks like
any
sugar.
road, there's roadside stands that'll sell that, and you just buy a piece of it, and you just chew on it.
Yep.
I mean, it's sweet. It's you don't want to swallow that because it's not wood, but it's a fibrous plant. So I mean, you can chew on it. You're going to get all the juice out of it, and that's what you do. You chew on it to get the juice out, and then you spit the fibrous part out.
Right.
But it's sweet and delicious. Love.
It's actually funny that you say that, because when I was in like, I want to say like grade 6, so we're going way, way back. our teacher was he had just visited the Bahamas. No, not Bahamas, Barbados. And we did a little thing on Barbados and stuff like that. And the one Korean kid in our class brought in some sugarcane and kind of sliced it up. And we all just kind of, tasted a little bit of the sugarcane. And I'm like, oh my God, because you can get it in Barbados too, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, this is pretty decent. This is like raw sugar, like where sugar comes from.
Yeah.
So it was pretty good. I didn't mind it at all.
Yeah, like they'll have some kind of a device that kind of squeezes the sugar cane, so you can like put the sugar cane in there, and it pulls it through and it squeezes it, and then you get like a glass. So you get the liquid,
right?
'Cause that's what it is. It's like a juice that comes out of that plant, but it's liquid, and it's sweet. I mean, it's like sugar water.
Yeah, and they just end up drying that out, I think.
Yeah, I don't know how they exactly make sugar, but I know they make cane sugar.
Yep.
Somehow out of that. I don't know if they just let that stuff sit and crystallize or something, and then it just turns.
I think they just dry it out.
It's good stuff, though.
Let me see if I can. Oh, I can't. I was trying to. No, never mind. I'll wait. Oh, there we go. As Brian gets banged around.
I'm trying to grab this this icicle that's in front of my face. This is like green screen editing. Okay, it looks like it's in front of my face, so I go to grab it, but now it's in front of my fingers. So I reach a little farther. I try to grab it, and it's still in. Wait, it's not in front of my fingers anymore. I got it.
There you go.
I got it.
Now you got it. Perfect.
You're finishing off that 4-pack of Rush.
I got a 6-pack actually.
Oh,
It's
it looks
actually
like pints. Looks like a pint.
It's actually not a bad beer.
Does it get a higher rating from you just because it's a Rush beer?
You know what? I'm a big Rush fan. I've always been a big Rush fan since I was.
Are they involved with that, or is this a beer that paid
Yeah.
homage to them by calling it Rush?
No. I don't know if you know much about Rush. It's the Canadian band. The drummer of this band, it's a 3-piece band. Neil Peart died last year from brain cancer. So the lead guitarist, Alex Lifeson, and Geddy Lee, which is the bassist, whatever, they hooked up with Henderson Brewery and made this beer. It's not bad. It's like I said, I got a review. I've already done the review for this beer. It's slightly malty. It's got just a slight touch of rye in it, which is nice. I don't mind. It's pretty refreshing. I'll probably put the review for this up in the next day or two. I think I did it like 3 or 4 days ago, and that's half my problem. I do some beer review. Like I said, I did one beer review that Drew gave me a beer like months ago, and I did it in the summer, and it was like 32 degrees Celsius outside, which is 64, like 94 for you. And I'm like, hey, I'm out in the boardwalk, blah, blah, blah. But I just totally forgot I had it on my computer. So if I put it up now, it's like, people are going to say, what the hell? It's like 94 degrees in Canada right now? No, it's not. It's really not.
But here's the thing about that, though. The only people who might question that are people that would watch it the day you put it out. Any other day, They might think, well, this is a video from when it was hot outside.
Yeah, exactly. Like I said, like Drew would be like, what the fuck? This wasn't today or this week even. Like this was done in like I think I did this video in like July or something like that. When it was like really hot out. And you know, I've really been debating on whether I want to put it up or not, because it got, you know, like guys like you and all the other American guys that watch my channel, I don't want them to think that it's, you know, 95 degrees in Canada right now, which it's not. It's like what the hell is it? 8, 16 double at 30s, 45 degrees Fahrenheit right now.
That's getting pretty brutal.
Yeah, and I always tell people I am the worst Canadian that there is on the face of the planet, because once it gets below 15,
60,
double it at 30s, 30, 60, yeah, 60, yes. Once it gets below 60 Fahrenheit, I go and I break out my winter coat, and I'm such a girl. I'm the worst Canadian there is on the face of the planet. I fucking hate the cold. Hate it.
Yeah. There's a lot of things I'd rather experience than the cold.
It's terrible. Like well, down in where you are, you said you only get snow like once or twice a year, right?
Yeah, it gets really cold, but it just doesn't snow, you know.
Right.
And that's the thing that sucks. When it's cold and the wind's blowing, but it's not snowy, it's like, because if it's not snowing, I got to go to work. If I wake up and it's snowing, I just call in. I'm like, I'm not driving in that. No. Because, you know, everybody else laughs at us, but we just don't get snow enough to know how to drive in it. So I could attempt it and end up in the ditch, or I could just stay home and take the day off. So I'd just rather stay home.
Well, it's funny because I understand that, because back in oh my god, when the hell was that? 2012. You probably don't know this about me. I'm a big JFK buff, especially the conspiracy side of it. So for the 50th anniversary of JFK's assassination, I was actually in Dallas, Texas, and I wanted to be there for the 50th anniversary of his assassination. And so I was there the 22nd, 23rd, 24th, I think. And then the Monday, of November, yeah. And so then the Monday when we were supposed to leave, it was calling for freezing rain in Dallas. And we're like, these planes aren't going to fucking take off because nobody's on the road. We're just, you know, on the Saturday, I think, what day did we leave on? I think we left on the Sunday. No, we were supposed to leave on the Monday. And on the Sunday, we were like driving all over Dallas, Texas, and there was nobody on the road. Like nobody at all. And we're like, we're fucking Canadian. We can fucking drive through anything, right? And we had no problem, you know, if we had to stay an extra day, no big deal. But yeah, it was just amazing that there was nobody on the road, because there was the day before, we were watching the news, and they were closing down schools and all these different government buildings and stuff. We're like, what are you talking about? It's a little bit of freezing rain. And it's fun. And I get it. Like, especially in the southern states, they only have, I mean, you guys run on summer tires all the time. So, you know, if you get like freezing rain or snow like that, it's like, oh my God, we can't fucking go out. Which is fine, because if you don't have winter tires and it's fucking freezing rain outside, it's not going to be a good time for anybody.
Yeah.
For sure.
Shane, you are going to be the all-time live stream master at 7 You got 7 hours and 47 minutes.
Is that what I'm at?
Nobody's.
Oh my god! Holy shit!
I'm having a hard time keeping my eyeballs open. I'm gonna have to go upstairs and get ready for bed because
I honestly can't believe that we've gone for this long. Like I was literally, like when I said, "Oh, you know, I'm going to do the live stream," I literally thought it was going to be 2 hours, maybe 2.5 max.
my kids wake up in 2.5 hours to get ready for school, so I got to wake up with them. And then, of course, once they get on the bus, I'm going to go right back to sleep. But
of course you are. Why wouldn't you?
But man, it was great for your first live.
Super Brian. Yeah, that was
Great
great.
success. Too bad we couldn't get Blue Ice on there.
I am so pissed we didn't get Blue Ice on here.
Hopefully that's just some kind of he said he was going to reboot his phone, and then we never heard back from him. He never came back and mentioned the chat. So I don't know, maybe something was going on with his phone or something.
Yeah, like I said,
his battery was getting a little low. Maybe his battery saver kicked in. It wouldn't let him get on, but
yeah,
hopefully the next time he'll be there. Like I say, he's going to come over here. I think he said Saturday. So we're going to be filming some videos here in the Hardcore Pub.
That'd be super. I'd love to see a collaboration between the two of you guys. It'd be super.
He came here once before. He has come here once before.
Did you guys do a video?
We did. We only did for my channel. I said, let's film a couple for your channel, and he didn't want to do it. So he did. We did 2 or 3 beers for my channel. I don't remember what they were, but
how long ago was that? Because I don't remember those.
It's been a couple months ago. I'd have to look it up to see what they were because I don't remember.
Shit, I got to go back and look at them now. Because I don't remember Blue Ice ever being on your channel for some reason. I don't know why.
You must have only rung the notify sometimes bell. You didn't ring the notify every time bell.
No, I get the notify every time bell. I can't believe that I did not see those. Holy crap. Literally, Brian, you and I are almost at the 8-hour mark for the live stream.
Right. And I'm booking my flight on Green Screen Airlines to come up there to you say there's that international airport's right next door to your house. That's the one I'm flying into.
Perfect.
Green Screen Airlines.
Like I said, I seriously can't wait for all of us to get together, like whether it's in Chicago or.
It's going to be great.
It'd be
because
great.
This is what I see happening. So I would hope that we're going to do some reviews while we're at this get together.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. Yep.
And it would be nice, like say you and Blue Ice are doing a co-review over there. So you're talking to your camera, you're oblivious to what we're doing, but we're off to the side. And I just got my camera up and I'm filming. I'm like, hey, that's freaking like a behind the scenes video, because
it'd be so cool.
It'll be cool because it's like I feel like I've known you guys forever, even though I haven't really known you at all.
Yeah,
other
for sure.
than, on you guys are TV stars, to me.
Oh my God, go on.
So what we'll do is we'll do a video where we're walking downtown, wherever we're at. We'll probably have to pay some people to come, running at us. You're like, oh, look who it is! It's Shane's
that'd be perfect. We could just grab a couple random chicks off the street.
Yeah, it's got to be chicks. I don't want dudes chasing me down saying,
"Look."
Sure.
That oh my God, that'd be super awesome.
Hey, it's the magic of Hollywood. We can make any of this happen.
For sure.
It's
absolutely.
Easy. Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be great. Like I said, and just doing, like I said, I would do a beer review with you, or a beer. Let's say I do a beer review with you and TK, and then I do another one over here with Blue Ice and Josh, and then you could do one with. It would be so awesome for all of our channels.
It would be great.
And just, I mean, really, just the fact that we could hang out with each other, right?
Yeah.
It'd be super, super
It's
awesome.
gonna be good time. So, like I say, we'll other than the people who were here and heard it firsthand on the live,
Right.
I don't know how you want to contact the other guys about would they be interested in doing it. But like I say, the international guys, I might be able to help them out. So
right.
Hopefully, it would be great if we could get somebody from across the pond to come join us. Friggin'
that would
Yankees,
be super.
I don't know if Canadians, you guys probably aren't considered Yankees, but us in the States.
No. I know what you're saying though. Like if you get like me and Drew, and we could run down there with like you and TK, Blue Ice, Josh, just get even just like 6 or 7 of us together, even just for the first year.
It would be good. Yeah.
And just do a video of that, and then maybe if we possibly get a guy from across the pond, which probably isn't going to happen, but if we can, and then have them maybe like, even if we don't get those guys after the first year, they're like, oh hey, you know what? These guys had a really good time, did a bunch of videos. Maybe next year we'll do I don't know. We'll have to come up with a name for it.
Yeah. Yep. It'll be good times. So,
for sure.
Like I say, it doesn't matter where it's at. I'm going to be there. So,
oh yeah, for sure. Like I said, it doesn't matter. I'll drive down to wherever for a couple of days. It doesn't matter.
Make it convenient for the most people, and I'll be there.
Yeah, for sure. And that's the tricky part, right? Just trying to find a spot that works right. And I think like just from what I've heard earlier when we were talking, like the Chicago area might be somewhere in between.
Yeah, Chicago's good, because it's got there's 2 major airports in Chicago.
Right.
And, I don't know how far that is for you, whether you're thinking about flying or driving, but
Chicago, I'll probably drive. I think Chicago is only like, I want to say maybe 5-hour drive.
Well, that's not too bad.
Yeah, so I would rather drive that and fly, but
yeah, by the time you get in line get to the airport an hour and a half or 2 hours early for an international flight, and then fly down and go through customs and everything.
Yeah, exactly.
You'd already be there in 5 hours.
Yeah, it's
you'd
probably
be faster to drive.
Yeah, it's probably just faster to go and pick up Drew from Beer for Breakfast, Fact for Snacks, pick him up, and fucking head over the border and whatever, right?
Yeah. Well, all right. Yep, 7 minutes, 55 seconds. I would hope I could make it till 8 hours, but I tell you what, my eyes are slits. I don't know if you can see it, but they feel like slits. I'm having a hard time opening them.
Mine are getting there too, buddy. Don't worry.
I'm at the bottom. What it is 7.5% evaporating in the glass, and the alcohol fumes are getting in the air.
Look at this. See this? I got a whole freaking glass of this absolutely fantastic Rush beer.
What kind of beer is it?
They have it labeled as a Canadian Golden Ale at 5.5%, but it has just a touch of rye in it. What do we got here? Ingredients: water, malted barley, rye, hops, yeast. But it's a decent beer. I don't mind it at all. I picked up a 6-pack of these even after I did my review, so it's not bad.
It is rather golden.
It is a pretty golden beer. I don't mind it at all. But yeah, not bad at all. All right, Brian. Well, hey, I seriously cannot express enough how much I appreciate you being on my first live stream. It was awesome to hang out with you.
I'd say even despite the technical difficulties, it was a major success.
Yeah, I at the beginning it was a bit of a shit show, but
well, like I was at the ball field when I was watching earlier, and I know that I was hearing an echo from somebody, and somebody else commented that they heard it. And I know because the first time I did a live, it was the same thing. We couldn't figure it out. Somebody, people
Right.
were commenting like it's echoing. I can't really understand what you guys are saying because the echo is so bad. And then
Right.
finally somebody came on and said, you have 2 screens open. And it
Right.
ended up being me. I had, because when you're on StreamYard, like right now, I'm not on YouTube.
Right. And that's the same thing with me. I only have StreamYard open. That's the
So
only,
there's like
only tab I have open.
StreamYard will broadcast it to YouTube, and that's where the problem comes in if you have a StreamYard tab open and a YouTube tab open, because now that slight delay between the two is
Right.
coming on the same computer. So that's why you get that that echoing. And it
Right.
took me forever to figure
Exactly.
that out before. So that's why I was saying somebody has to have 2 screens open. Like if you're on YouTube, if like me, when I came to your site, I went on YouTube and it said you were live and I clicked on it.
Right.
But I was on YouTube. But when I clicked on your live, it took me to StreamYard. But it kept my YouTube, it kept my YouTube page open.
Right.
So once I got on there, I had to go and click off of my YouTube tab so that I only had StreamYard up, because that way it would keep the.
And it was really weird how Drew's was echoing. And I don't know why. I think it's because he didn't have his headphones on, so it was just like the sound was coming out of his speaker but back into his microphone.
Yeah, and see, and I'm not using headphones at all. I'm using my laptop. So when you talk, it's coming out over my laptop speakers. So you'd think it'd be going back into the microphone, but I don't know. This laptop has a weird microphone on it. I don't know what it's called, but I discovered when I did a live one time in Florida and I had Dave's TV sitting next to me and my brother-in-law sitting next to me on this side. We were on a live. We were all 3 in the screen. But everybody kept saying, I can only hear you, Brian. I can't hear them. I see their mouth moving, but I don't hear them. This particular laptop has a microphone in it that is only picks up sound that's right in front of it. How that microphone works, because to me, that blows my mind. It's sound. Do you think sound waves kind of go out?
Right, for
But
sure,
that
yeah,
particular
absolutely.
mic is like laser focused right in front of it. You know, if I went off to the side over here and started talking, you'd see my mouth move, but you wouldn't hear the sound. It's the weirdest thing ever. I don't know how it works, but
Who knows? Like I said, I'm just glad we got the echo problem fixed up earlier. And yeah, it's like I said, it's my first live stream, so it's a good learning experience.
it is. And you've officially reached the 8-hour mark. You're almost at 8 hours and 1 minute.
How the hell did we get to 8 hours?
I don't know, but I'm going to call that a successful live stream.
I will as well, Brian.
This last sip, and I'm going to go brush my teeth and hit the sack.
All
so,
right. Cheers, Brian. Thanks for being here for the
cheers,
whole
and I
friggin'
look
show.
forward to standing either to your left or right very soon while I drink my Nick.
Well, you drink your Nick. Hang on, you stopped. All they got was you drink your Nick.
Yeah,
And then
I
it
look
stopped.
forward to standing to your left or right while I'm drinking my Nickelbrook, whatever that IPA was.
Which one was it?
It was in the gold can that I showed you earlier.
I don't even remember what the hell it was.
Yeah, I think we've had too many.
Yeah, for sure. Anyway, but hey, Brian,
But I will
seriously,
see you later.
seriously, buddy, thank you so much for being on the channel. I
Anytime.
appreciate it. Love your shit. And if anybody's still watching, or if you watch this later on, go check out. Oh, there we go.
Watch out, I got
Brian-
a fan there. Don't cut your fingers off.
Brian
Fan could turn
Beer
off.
Snob. Definitely subscribe to his channel. Don't forget to click the notification bell. Hit all notifications, because this guy is awesome. Thank you so much, Brian. We'll
Thank
see you
you.
soon, buddy.
Alrighty. Thank you.
Take care, buddy. Cheers, everybody. Take care.